Volume 1 Chapter 1. Dead slow ahead. Have I misheard him? To choose what kind of ship I am going to be? Of course my choice will be the carrier. I will bomb everything while remaining safe. Aircraft carrier is my choice. Understood, kid. If you will find that your choice is too much for you, I might change your ship. I doubt it will be necessary. Farewell. Don't die again. Yet, I will do my best to avoid such pleasure. Scene change. I opened my eyes somewhere in a forest. Maybe even in the same forest where. Better not to think about that. I looked around and thankfully there was no thing that could remind me of a very bad accident I had not long ago. I started with checking out my new body. My hair was long and white, with metal grey tips. On top of my head were fox ears, from touching which I felt a jolt of pleasure. On me was a blue kimono with gorgeous white flowers painted on it. The kimono was translucent below the hips. The fabric was light and smooth. Maybe it is silk. My body is quite slender, with no trace of fat. No traces of muscles too. That would not be such a huge issue, if not for my flight deck being almost as smooth as a board. Well, at least it should count as a bit higher than my small bottom was a fluffy tail, even two of them. Both tails were with the same white fur and metal grey tips. After I checked out myself, I looked for other items. By my side were lying an umbrella, and a lunchbox. It was the same lunchbox I had before. There was a sticker on it, meals refresh every 6 hours. They should be enough for you not to die of starvation. Don't expect too much. Thank you. I picked up the umbrella, and was greatly disappointed. It was a Japanese-styled paper umbrella, that would be able to only protect me from raining sunlight. Scene change. Since I was done with checking out the most evident stuff, I continued with my gear. I am a ship after all. How can I summon it? Transform. Ship mode. Fighting mode. A lot of attempts later. Appear on me, for God's sake. Finally, I saw something appear. It was a small board in form of a carrier deck. An angled flight deck with 3 elevators for aircraft, and rails for 4 catapults. There were some antennas in the bridge superstructure. The problem is, it is completely flat. There is nothing below the deck itself. It is a simple board with some ribbons on it. Since there is nothing in here, I might as well try searching for something else. In that game, to see the statistics you needed to choose the ship's details. A bunch of transparent screens appeared in front of me, and what was on them greatly surprised me. What the F***? Aircraft groups. Fighters, 0/8 installed. Torpedo bombers, 0/16 installed. Dive bombers, 0/6 installed. Okay, it could have been worse. I just need to have something to launch from the deck. My deck is, here. Flight deck ready. Steam catapults 1, uninstalled. 2, uninstalled. 3, uninstalled. 4, uninstalled. Arresting wires uninstalled. Okay. I will have to use the guns for now. It's fine. Everything is fine. What the F***? Why the F*** is there only a rifle? Weapon systems. Main gun type 99 rifle. Secondary guns 0 installed, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 0 installed, 8 max. It's alright. It's going to be fine. Yet. For sure. Among the panels I found a way to summon a melee weapon, a naginata. I tried to swing it a couple of times. The results were discouraging, to put it in a good way. I couldn't even hit a tree. A stationary target. After a dozen attempts I finally hit the tree, but the naginata was kicked out of my hands, and the pole hit my little cute foxy face. I could only cry from my disappointment and misery. When I stopped crying, I continued training. 30 minutes later I managed to make myself cry out of misery again. I hit the tree only once, while the naginata either flew out of my hands, or hit me, or I simply tripped on its pole. Just why do you hate me so much, God? After I finally disappointed in my weapons, I continued looking through the details. Until I found a new reason to cry. Scene change. IJN Fuji, CV level 0/7. FP firepower 0/100. FP shows how much damage your main and secondary guns can do. AA Anti-Aircraft 0/100. AA shows how much damage your AA guns can do. AV Aviation 0/100. AV shows how much damage your aircraft can do. RD Reload 0/100. RD shows how fast your guns and aircraft reload after attack. AC Accuracy 0/100. AC shows hit chance. HP Health Points 45,000. HP shows how much damage you can survive. EV Evasion 31. Rapid Deployment. LVL1. Tenacity and Bravery. LVL1. Brave New World LVL1. Starts battle with 5% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 5% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A1N and B1M. Can be activated every 1 hour. Naginata Mastery. Level 0. Your pathetic firepower should be coupled with sufficient melee powers. You cannot level up Naginata skill even after billion years. Scene change. While I was crying and cursing for my helplessness, I remembered that gacha games love the donations. So I quickly searched for a shop. Scene change. Level point 1 Platinum Coin. Upgrade point 10 Gold Coins. Skill upgrade point 1 Gold Coin. Weapon upgrade point 1 Silver Coin. Scene change. Oh my, PAY2WIN is everywhere. All in all, I am nothing. I have no aircraft, no guns, no way to protect myself. I just hope that my HP pool and armor actually do exist. Arg, just let the world burn. When I cursed again, small sparks flew out of my hands. I tried doing it again and again, when I managed to make some small fires. Wow, I am truly a superior being. With those fires I maybe can protect myself from a mouse. Looks like I will struggle to survive, until I actually manage to do something about my stats. Scene change. In fantasy novels there is one little cliché, when the hero encounters friends/beautiful girls/fellow adventurers being attacked by evil bad monsters. And of course rushes to save them. Let's see if this will happen to me, and how fast will I run away before anybody can spot me. I can't even protect myself, not to mention anybody else. Since I have no intention of living in a forest, like a fox, I started heading somewhere to the east. One way or another, searching for civilization starts from searching for anything. I walked for several hours, and the sun started to set. I was yet to exit the forest, and the looming shadow of wolves killing me again was nigh. When I almost imagined sleeping under a bush, I found a path. Lucky me. I noticed that it appeared to be used. Maybe the last person to walk here did that few hours ago. There are broken branches, and pinned down grass. With this high hope for the bright future, I hurried in the direction I believed the person went. Maybe I can find somebody to lead me to the civilization. Let the adventures of a fox girl begin. Volume 1 Chapter 2. Lucky me. Several hours of traveling later, I was still in the forest. I walked down the path for as long as I could, but I still did not find anybody. By the time the night fell, I managed only to find a campsite. The coals were still hot, so the campsite was abandoned at most a couple of hours ago. The fire was extinguished. I am sure that there were only 2 people, and by the size of the camp I could tell that the travelers did not have too much on them. It would be better to rest here. Everything is prepared, and I only need to ignite the wood. It was a small clear space, so I would have at least an opportunity to notice a potential attack. I used the fox fires to dry and ignite the wood. The small light of the campfire was strong enough to cover the entire opening. Even though I was walking all the time, and it is already night, I was still fresh and didn't feel sleepy at all. It is for the best. I can sleep during the day, and stay on guard tonight, while I am in the forest. Scene change. Some time later my fox ears picked up a rustle, which soon turned into a sound of steps. What could it be? It surely doesn't sound like an animal. I better prepare. If they are friendly, I can stand down. If not, I prepared the tiny rifle on my rigging, and the naginata. If I can't hit anything, then I will chop it. The source of the steps didn't keep me waiting for long. A couple of goblins walked out of the bushes, and charged at me. They are just a couple of pieces of meat and rugs. But their clubs may be a problem. Bang! The tiny rifle fired, but it was so pathetic, that I would have mistaken it for a cracker. The shot missed, and I had to use the naginata. I tried to thrust the blade, but the goblins evaded, and seeing how pitiful I am with my skills, they considered me dead already. Pum pum. Their clubs hit me, however, the hits resulted in nothing. I guess I am at least a ship in regard that I am made of metal. It was my turn to grin at the pathetic enemies. They can't do anything to me, while I can cripple them with just a hit. I, winged by my sudden advantage, charged at them. Instead of an easy kill, I found myself trying to at least hit them. After a couple of misses, I managed to hit one of the goblins with a sweep of the blade. It was a flesh wound, but the goblins immediately tried to run away. Oh no, you are not getting away. I don't want to fight an entire goblin settlement. The three of us went into the darkness. Little do those idiots know, foxes are nocturnal. Since they were running in a straight line, I successfully attacked one of them. Gah! A small ball of foxfire hit the second running goblin, making it fall. Its comrade turned around when it heard the shriek, and after seeing me approach, it was paralyzed in terror. I must not let them get away from me. I always can find the way back, but they must not. Swoosh! I cut off the burnt goblin's leg, and it had to slowly crawl towards its paralyzed friend. Yoog! I pierced the lying creature's back with the naginata. Its burns are so wonderful. Maybe the fire resistance is low? It doesn't matter. Just die. I pushed the blade all the way in, up to the pole. Scene change. After seeing blood and terror, I suddenly felt a desire to play with the terrified prey. I slowly pulled the naginata out of the corpse, and slowly approached the remaining goblin. As the bloodied blade approached it, the goblin stopped standing motionless. When it saw how I come closer with apparent desire to murder, it peed itself, and was about to start running. But I didn't wait. Pierce. Gwaha. Even though its chest was pierced, the goblin was still alive. I let it slip off the blade, and started researching it. Chop. Cut. So, a gaping wound in the chest and cut off legs are not a problem for you. The goblin's screams echoed across the forest. But soon my sadistic madness subsided, and I ended its misery. Cut. I cut it in half, and watched how its insides fell out of the body. Ding! You received 4 copper coins. You received starter pack for carriers. Open it. Ding! You received 1 group of A1N fighters. Scene change. I immediately summoned the gear, and deployed a fighter. It was just a small biplane with 2 machine guns and 60 kilograms of payload. I was not too excited about it, especially after I remembered my stats. Still, I was happy enough. I finally had aircraft, making me a proper carrier. I lined up the flight of 4 small biplanes. Their little engines started coughing, and the wooden propellers started spinning. They are small and light, so I hope that the flight deck will be enough by itself to operate them. Take off. After hearing my command, one of them started accelerating, and the rest followed it one by one. Brrrrrrrrr. When the biplane left the deck, it immediately started getting bigger, until it reached its actual size. While I was on my way back to the campsite, I ordered the flight to recon the surroundings, and search for anything notable. In the first minutes of their flight, the aircraft found me a way back to the campsite, and confirmed that the road indeed leads out of the forest. Would I wish to spend an hour walking, I would leave the forest. On my way back I almost walked into a large group of goblins, who maybe followed the ones I killed. Lucky me, they were distracted by the aircraft, and I sneaked by unnoticed. After I successfully returned to the campsite, I ordered the aircraft to return. Another lucky event was when the landing aircraft almost collided above the deck, and missed each other by few centimeters. I better pray for my luck to be this high all the time. The rest of the night passed without accidents. With the first rays of sunlight, I launched a fighter for recon, and headed out of the forest. Volume 1 Chapter 3. Searching for a safe place. After I left the forest I was filled with hope. I was no longer in the middle of a green hell, and was now on huge plains. My great expectations were soon changed with despair, as I realized that I spent many hours just walking. The aerial recon too did not reassure me with finding anything but endless plains I was crossing now. I hurried myself to cover as much distance as possible. Since there is a road, there ought to be some sort of a settlement on the other end of it, and I am going to reach it sooner or later. My recon unit is already on its way back home, to me, and it will spend some time refueling and preparing for the next sortie. As I found out, the aircraft don't just spawn all armed and ready, and need quite some time to just take off after summoning. While I land and launch the aircraft, I either have to move against the wind, or remain stationary. Currently the wind is following, so I would have to spend some time just standing. And for this reason I wished to cover as much distance as possible. On my way, I saw something ahead. It was a small shack in the middle of nowhere. When I approached it, I was very surprised. What a great shack! It can even protect from wind coming from one side. I looked at a single wall of a ruin. After a quick look around I even found a couple silver coins. Lucky me! The help I received from my guardian deity I hurried to compensate by a short prayer. At that time the aircraft returned, and landed. While they were taxiing and refueling, I continued moving. Scene change. 30 minutes after I sent the recon another time, I received a report of an unknown group of people. The fighters were already returning from the sortie, but I made one of them stay above the group to provide me with data. I currently knew only that the closest humans from me were 17 kilometers away, and I will have to hurry to catch up with them. We spent hours moving together, though they never knew I was following them. When I was just a couple kilometers behind them, and I even was seeing my poor fighter flapping its wings in desperation, the group of humans was attacked by some kind of beasts. Even though I was somewhat close, I hesitated to help. I only will get myself killed. But I can spend this time with a benefit. Watching them fight may give me some insights. I watched how a horde of beasts surrounded, and killed the humans. The people never stood a chance, but fought until the end. The horde ran ahead, leaving the path open for me. Clapping. Well, that was quite a show. A pity I didn't see some combat magic, and AoE spells. While I was passing by the dead ones, at the back of my mind I considered looting, but I quickly discarded that idea. It is way too disrespectful. I was not exactly feeling guilty, I did nothing to save them, but I couldn't even if I was there. I was just a bit late to arrive, nothing else. Scene change. It was already another night, and my path was lit only by the moonlight. It was somewhat highlighted by the recon sorties I did, and they never found anything noteworthy. I almost completely relaxed, until I got a premonition. I immediately jumped into a ditch, and held my breath. Hooray! Something rushed down the road, and disappeared in the darkness. Lucky me, whatever it was, it didn't notice me. An hour later I saw something on the road. I cautiously approached, and saw that everywhere on the ground around me is dried blood. What I noticed on the road was one of the beasts, sleeping. It appeared to be similar to a large dog, but with small spikes on its back. Its appearance reminded me of Demo. Roar! Oh, great, I'm noticed. Luck, where were you? Whatever could cause noise will draw attention here, literally blocking all of my arsenal from being used. While the beast was somewhat sleepy, I charged at it with the naginata. It dodged to a side, and almost bit my hand. I decided to fall back, and hope that it will lose me in the chase. I ran far away from the spot I encountered the beast, but it never stopped chasing me. It was toying with me, but at some point it grew bored of me being its plaything. It bit my arm, and knocked me down with its weight. The armor didn't save me this time, the bite got through my defenses and now I had a large bleeding wound. Even though I managed to quickly free myself from it, the beast was still near, and ready to strike. I was using the naginata to hold it away from myself by pointing the blade at it. Several attempts later, the beast suddenly decided to charge at me. I managed to block its way, but the beast continued charging. It smashed into the blade, wounding itself. While it was howling in pain, I counterattacked, and cut it in two. After the beast was killed, I tried to bandage myself, with a piece of the monster's skin. The blood-stained bandage was a quick way to get myself infected with something, but I had no other choice. It stopped the bleeding, and the rest would be a history. Scene change. The dawn was approaching, and with the sky becoming brighter, I felt like I was very tired. I already spent 2 nights without a sleep, and after a fight, I was clearly out of juice. Despite that, I continued walking. It took me several more hours to find another landmark. This time it was a small campsite. It was abandoned around a day ago. Somehow, I had a good feeling about this place, and my sleeplessness also helped with making a quick decision to stay here for today. I reignited the charred wood, hoping that the fire will scare off some beasts. Then I lied down near it, and covered myself with the tails. The moment I closed my eyes, I fell asleep. When I woke up, something was not right. Why is this ground so Comfortable? And why am I being hugged from behind? Volume 1 Chapter 4. A captive, a warrior, and sitting in Caesar. Why am I being hugged from behind? I feel warm, let me lie like this, just a bit longer. I have no idea where I am, but for now. What happened? Where am I? I jumped up. Then the world around me started spinning and I fell down. Why can't I stand up? Are you all right? Through the throbbing in my head I heard a loud female voice. I looked in a direction of that voice. My sight is blurred, so I can't see anything. Fight or flight? I don't know if they are friendly, and if they will skin me. Hiss. I hissed at the voice, and showed my canines. See, calm down. The voice was spooked, and stepped back. I continued hissing but did not do anything more than that. I couldn't even stand properly, so fighting was out of question. Everything is all right, little fox. The voice tried to approach me, but before it got close, I decided to strike. I mustered all of my weakened strength, and leaped at the female, trying to scratch her with my claws. I couldn't even approach her, and had to try falling back at least somewhere. Don't worry, little fox. I won't hurt you. The voice sounded tender and nice, but from the way it dodged my attack, I could clearly tell it can take me down anytime. Almost blind, and barely standing, I started to feel my legs shake, not only from me being in a bad state but also from fear. The voice tried to approach me again, so I used my last resort. Wow! Hey, see, calm down. I created the foxfires, and while the voice was scared away, I crawled backwards. Until I hit a wall. The voice continued approaching. I have a slight chance to knock it out, so I charged again. Sorry. The voice shouted, and then I lost consciousness. Scene change. And number at asterisk and. My mind was in haze. I started hearing unknown voices around me, but I couldn't even lift a finger. I had no strength to fight, and was completely at their mercy. Left with nothing but my tears. Something touched my forehead, it was cold and pleasant. And soothing. But then I felt like something touches my body. I jolted and tried to stand up to run away, only to totter and fall. I did not feel an impact, instead, I was caught by unknown hands. Why did they catch me? Why not let me fall? Am I their catch? Are they enemies? Are they not? Soon I lost consciousness again. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a bed. On a seat near me was standing a bowl with a towel in it. I couldn't stand up, or move properly, but at least I could clearly see and understand what was happening around me. While I had nothing to do, I started reflecting on what happened back then. I was bitten, but how? The goblins couldn't do anything, and a mongrel managed to? This doesn't make sense. Maybe the world punished me for not saving those people? Or the god? Or the system? Or whatever else? Just like when you get karma assigned to you, and for my bad karma I was punished? Those darned bastards. First you make me a piece of rubbish, and then you make me fight a horde of huge scary beasts. Just how does it work? Creak. My thoughts were interrupted by a creak. Somebody entered, and approached the bed. A young woman put her hand on my forehead. You finally woke up. She was relieved. I was very suspicious of her, but this time I decided not to attack. I remained silent. How are you feeling? The woman soaked the towel, and tried to put it on me. Who are you? I barked with a hoarse voice. I am Alina. We picked you up near a campfire. You were in fever. Then why am I here? I continued the interrogation. Because we took you with us. She answered without hesitation. Why not just abandon me? Why would we abandon a dying person? We already lost out friends, and then we had to leave another one to die. The woman exploded. Maybe they passed by the campsite to meet with that group. Understood. Where are we, then? In Crystal Town, near the main road. 2 days of traveling from the place we picked you up. Nothing rang a bell, so I continued listening. Well, I answered your questions. How about you answer mine? She stared at me. Not interested. I turned away, and tried to stand up. Seating myself was easy, so was standing up. But standing was not. Why are you so stubborn? Alina caught me before I fell. Do I have a reason to care? Thank you, and everything, but I am not a nice person to be grateful to the point of entrusting myself. Immediately after she set me on the bed, I tried to stand up again. And again. And again. The best result I got is sitting on the floor, without falling to a side. You are something. At this point she abstained from trying to stop me. I tried to make myself at least comfortable on the floor. How I managed to properly sit myself in Caesar is a mystery, but it is better than sitting like a toddler. Did she wake up? Then the door opened, and a male flew in, making me fall from the surprise. Hiss. Sorry. The male looked at me with repentance, but I continued hissing at him for nullifying all of my struggles in one swoop. Why don't you just return to the bed? Sitting on the floor is not going to help you recover. And lying would. I glared at them. Come on, Alina. Have you heard that children always want their efforts to be recognized? I lit up the foxfires. Why don't we talk about something else? Flowers? Little fox, what flowers do you like? That guy tried to shift my attention, but this childish trick did not work on me. Especially when those two think I am a child. Please, don't be mad at him. He is just an idiot. Alina sighed, and cautiously offered her hand. I dissolved the foxfires. At least for now. Volume 1 Chapter 5. The first thing to do after reincarnation in a fantasy world. For the following 3 days I was resting. Alina and Albert, that bastard who called me child, took care of me. They were part of the group called Rogues. Half of which I saw killed by demon hounds back then. Have you seen what happened to them? While Alina was trying to have me talk, we touched this subject. I was still reluctant to talk to them, especially about the death of their comrades. I doubt they'd like to hear that I just watched them die. Well, I saw what was left of them. You are lucky girl, when the demon hounds appeared in the vicinity, they attacked many. We barely fought them off. They caused some havoc. They surely did. We too were busy with another quest, and were supposed to join later. You, and the rest of the rogues took the initial onslaught. I saw a dead demon on our way. Nice job you did with a spear. Albert showed me thumb up. I decided not to mention that most of the job was done by the Naginata and the Hound. So, are the demon hounds dealt with? We were not sitting idly, neither were the other adventurers. Alina proudly smiled. Adventurers? Yes, we are the people who get paid for killing monsters, and doing errands such as escorting and exploration. Wow! I was somewhat impressed. This typical cliché development was not too surprising, though. You know what, little fox? Why don't we stick together? I get where this is going. I will give it a thought. Great. Let's go. Albert headed to the door, but he stopped after noticing that I didn't move an inch. What's wrong? Are you sure you want to take me in? You have no idea who I am, or what I am capable of. Yes, little fox. We already talked about it, you showed yourself to be really stubborn and strong. This is not too bad, I may get a good chance at having freedom of movement under the excuse of doing quests. But then I am also going to be tied to those two. While I was racking my brain on whether I should join them or not, I decided to check the details. Ding! You received 1 upgrade point 1 silver coin, 1 B1M torpedo bombers group. I immediately understood that the point must be spent to increase the AV. Now that I have a proper damage-dealing aircraft, I was capable of doing at least something. With 1% of the true power. The B1M torpedo bomber carries 1x 18-inch torpedo or 2x 240 kg bombs. Even 2.4 kg of explosives can deal a lot of damage. If they can hit something. You still don't like talking to us? My thinking was interrupted by Alina's voice. Should I? Well, we did nothing bad to you. Yet. Seriously. Alina glanced at the bed, reminding me of the efforts she did to help me with the fever. Fine. You can call me Fuji. That's a funny name. Albert was amused. Good for him. One more reason to burn him. Whack. Mind your manners. Alina glared at him, and the next moment she was gently looking at me. The woman squatted to the level of my eyes. So, Fuji, will you join our party? No promises. I will give it a try, but don't expect anything extraordinary. Something tells me that I am about to do the main cliché of fantasy novels. Scene change. Yes, I am about to register as an adventurer. Alina and Albert led me to a large 3-story building. Its first floor was made of stone, but the other 2 were wooden. Few of the town's buildings were stone, so nothing surprising. When we entered, I saw a spacious hall with some sort of a dining area near the entrance. Most of the people here were unshaved brutes, armed and armored. Some of them were eating, some were standing in queues near the back wall, and a bunch were standing near a board with lots of papers pinned to it. My next step was obvious. I had to register, so I headed towards a queue in the back. Suddenly, one of the eating guys stood up and blocked my way. It was so expected that I almost wondered why it happened only now. The bull-like guy was looking at me from above, and in his eyes was reflected my small body. Like a typical idiot, he was grinning at me, thinking that I am yet another newbie, who will be intimidated. What an idiot! Well, he is even armed with a halberd. The weapon of a true pro. My naginata will confirm. Where are you going, sweetie? Have you lost your parents? Come with uncle, I'll feed ye. He was trying hard not to laugh at me. I only glanced at him with apathy. "'Tis place ain't for lil gals." While I was wondering how I should deal with this scripted encounter, a true nuisance appeared. "Stop that, you pedophile!" What actually drove me crazy was not the stupid pile of muscles that blocked my way, but the imbecile guy who appeared between us. I summoned the naginata, and prepared to take down both of the troublemakers in one go. Alina patted my shoulder, and we went to the registry, leaving 2 idiots to bicker at each other. If things go well, they might even kill each other. "What do you require?" a clerk asked me with a bit of suspicion. "I am here to register as an adventurer." "Aren't you too, yo?" "I am here to register." My words were backed by the naginata and 2 foxfires, making my offer irresistible. "Please, follow me." The clerk had to accept, though he was clearly not convinced. Scene change. As I suspected, I was led to some sort of a training ground. "Please, wait here. The instructor will arrive soon." The clerk left me here, and returned to the building. During a very long waiting, I was sorting out my munitions, the aircraft groups and their patrol schedules. Well, I am a carrier after all. Soon enough I will need to go outside. When the instructor arrived, I had to stop whatever I was doing and concentrate on him. "So, kid, you are the one who wants to join the guild?" "Yes, I am." "Mage or warrior?" "Want to find out?" I drew the naginata, polished to the point of its blade being like a mirror. I really had nothing to do while waiting. The instructor looked at me with pity. "Don't say anything, I am already angry with that kid thing. Don't test your luck." I charged at him, before he could prepare. The instructor evaded the thrust of the naginata, and immediately kicked me in the belly, which threw me back. He rushed at me, evaded the swing of the naginata, and was about to thrust his sword into my neck, but I was prepared. Nice try. Instead of backing away, or trying to stop him with the naginata's pole, I swung the weapon back at his legs. The back of the blade hit, and the attack made the instructor fall. I immediately swung the naginata, and tried to cut him in half. He deflected the blade with his sword, but the blade cut his arm. "I guess you passed." The instructor pressed the wound on his arm, and nodded towards the building. When I returned to the registry, the clerk handed me over a tag. "Here is your tag. You've been assigned rank G. Do you need an explanation of the rules?" "No, the rogues will teach me. I heard they lost 2 men. So they recruit the newbies. Care to test how new I am? A pleasure doing business with you." The clerk stopped this conversation before I could do something bad. Volume 1 Chapter 6. Always trust your pilots. "So, have they registered you?" Alina waited for me at the dining area. "Yes." They must have been surprised to see their precious instructor almost being cut in 2. I deserved my right to brag. I defeated him fair and square, and it didn't even appear like he was holding back. "Good job out there." She was smiling like a mother, whose child just made its first steps. "Never mind that. Fuji, can you please?" I glared at her. "Never do that again." I dispelled the foxfires, and waited for the second idiot to come back. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I found a good quest for us," Exterminate a group of goblins that is just a few hours away from here. The second idiot was pleased with himself, and forgot that he did nothing in comparison with me. Come on, Albert, look at her. Alina nodded towards me. Now that I had his attention, I stood in a guts pose. Though he was confused, he quickly corrected himself, and tried to pat my head. To which he almost got a fist in his face. Great job. Whatever you did. I pretended that I didn't hear the last part. Where is the goblin lair? Alina looked into the information on the quest, and quickly marked it on a map. Are we ready to move out? Then what are we waiting for? Are you sure you didn't forget anything? What could I miss? I was confused. You are going to travel wrapped in a bedsheet. It took me some time to understand what he meant. However, when I got it, I did not hesitate to take the naginata. Albert. I think those are the clothes, and she looks to be displeased with your words. How about you apologize? This is a kimono. Japanese traditional dressing. If you have any problems with it, please, Wicked Grin, don't hesitate to tell me. I perfectly heard their little talk. Era, why did those two suddenly start sweating? Since there was nothing more to discuss, and I considered myself ready, we headed out as soon as they picked up their gear. Now that I had an ID, I could freely come and leave this settlement. As long as I am not followed by those two. We headed towards the site where the goblins are. Scene change. On our way I found an excuse to separate for a while. This while was enough for me to cross a couple kilometers. I sorted the air group, and started with searching for the goblins. The entire process took around 30 minutes, so the silly fools didn't suspect anything. I hope you will not lose consciousness again. Alina looked at me with concern. None of your business. I immediately proceeded to move. On our way I smelled something unusual. It was the smell of something burning. Something is burning. I remember there was a village nearby. Maybe they slash and burn on the fields. I'm sure they don't. At least not in the middle of the summer. Should we keep going? Of course we must check on them. Without caring for my opinion, Alina and Albert dragged me with them to the village. Under another arbitrary excuse I separated from them. The group of torpedo bombers was lined up at the aft, and prepared to sortie with the bombs. When my air support was launched, I hurried after the two idiots, who were rushing to the village. From the information my aircraft gathered, the village was under attack. Once again, I hesitated to intervene, but then I remembered that I may be punished again for idling. Drop the bombs, boys. The flight separated, and the torpedo bombers entered a slight dive, searching for targets. They dropped the bombs, and although the damage was minimal, I am sure I heard a ding, or two. By that time the fighters returned too, and I prepared to arm the aircraft for the second sortie. Meanwhile, I was sorting the reports and what I saw from their view. I was quite surprised to see that the attackers are humans, and there are a lot of them. They appeared to be adventurers. My estimation was backed by several unexpected observations. I clearly saw their leather armor, many different types of weapons and combat classes. They are too diverse to be a group of soldiers and too equipped to be a group of bandits. Also they didn't loot the village. For some reason, they just slaughtered its population. I might actually start to just observe them. I would have some time to examine the attackers, and maybe even figure out their motivation, but for now I had to hurry and join up with the two stupid adventurers I travel with. If they get themselves killed, I'd had no idea where to go, or how to return. When the second attack was launched, I hurried towards the village. By the time I arrived, the aircraft were already trying to help in bolstering the chaotic carnage that was occurring there. Several small explosions of bomb-sized grenades resonated around the village. With the somewhat successful air attack, I charged into the heat of battle. Scene change. As I arrived, I saw how Albert was struggling against another adventurer. I immediately attacked, and missed both of them. I would be pleased, if I hit both of them. I continued swinging the naginata, and the best I achieved was tripping over the weapons pole. When I looked at the fighting, I noticed that they both stopped, and were just looking at me humiliating myself. I was charged with fury, and managed to scrape the enemy's arm. That made him very angry. Watch out! Ping! The adventurer aimed for my head but Albert's sword blocked him. I had to become serious, and even pray for my luck. Now that I was in the serious mode, I managed to chop off the adventurer's arm. It was not enough to take him down, and while I was trying to fall from tripping, he counterattacked. Get them! Meanwhile, more adventurers rushed to us. Albert blocked them, and won me the opportunity to 1v1 the already wounded guy. All of my puny attempts resulted at most in flesh wounds and scratches. The robustness of the adventurer was surprising, but it was already the time to finish him. Bang! He only managed to open his eyes in disbelief and slowly trembled. When I stepped back, his lump body fell down. Even with my pathetic stats I somehow killed him. How I managed to pull this off while having 0 in firepower? A bomb. Exactly, a bomb. One of my fighters dropped its bomb on the ground, I lured the enemy towards it. And while pretending to attack with the naginata, I set the bomb's fuse. I swear, that is exactly how it was. Volume 1 Chapter 7. Dawn of the Monster. I may be 1 against 1 opponent, but the fight was far from being over. The aircraft that circled above the village reported that the majority of the adventurers started withdrawing. I found one group of 3 people not far away from here. That much may be handled by me. Good luck. I waved to Albert, who was having fun time fighting several enemies. While I was running, I had some time to look around. The enemies set on fire the entire village, and slaughtered lots of people. It is clear that they were trying not to let anybody survive. The reason is unknown, but I might have a chance at finding out about it from some of the surviving enemies. I hopped over a bunch of bodies. Just how many families have they killed? So brutal, and so stupidly unreasonable. I can't even imagine why they were doing it. It looks almost like they did it for fun. Well, I might as well have fun with them. In my way, I sneaked closer to the group of adventurers, and saw how they killed a woman in front of children. Then they proceeded to slaughter the screaming kids. Just why? Does it make any sense? Or has any military value? It's just violence for the sake of it. I stepped out from my cover, and the adventurers noticed me immediately. Drop that spear, girl. You are gonna fight? Ha ha ha. And the third guy just aimed a bow at me. Oh my, this is going to be bad. For them. I rushed at them, and when I was about to strike, I tripped on the pole. At the same time, the bowman released an arrow, but since I fell, it missed. It took me quite an effort to approach the adventurers, though they didn't even try to keep me away, and then we started fighting. Ping! Ping! What is it, you sorry excuses of men? Never thought I'd be invulnerable. I grinned, as their swords did nothing but scratch the paint on the belt. Swoosh! While they were dumbfounded, I swung the naginata, and managed to kill both melee fighters with 1 slash. Lucky me! Seeing that I defeated the front line, the bowmen started fleeing. Pierce! I had to throw the naginata and pray, and since I am such a nice fox girl, the gods heard me and my luck-guided naginata hit the running bowman, cutting off his leg. Please! Spare me! He shouted, as I approached. Did you spare the peasants? I smiled, and prepared to interrogate. You either tell me who you are and what you are doing here, or I will start cutting your stomach. We were ordered to kill this village, we are just mercenaries. The blade was positioned for dissection. Please. I beg you. The blade touched his skin. I will talk. I will talk. Just stop. For now I stopped cutting him and held my blade. The Duke ordered us to kill them. We don't know why. Please. Be merciful. Arg. I am as merciful, as you were. I didn't feel any pity towards this scum of a human. And I was not going to just let him die so fast. While I was crash testing his leather armor, I remembered that the fight isn't over, and that my poor aircraft are burning their fuel very fast. I can't land them here, so I must hurry to disengage. Scene change. After I was done, I hurried to find Alina and Albert. Even if we didn't arrive in time, those two were putting all their efforts into fighting the attackers. I turned around a corner, and found myself facing 2 more bad guys. Immediately, one of them started murmuring something. If I'm right, then his brown cloak must mean he is a mage. Before he had a chance to use magic at me, I attacked. My series of attacks was mostly about me fighting against my own weapons pole, and trying to at least land some hits. Not that I was surprised in any way. There were no sudden revelations, but I managed to at least interrupt the chanting by hitting the mage with the pole. Then, the second guy blocked my way, and didn't let me approach the mage, until it was too late. The mage fired a fireball at me and I sent my foxfire to counter it, the same way one counters fire with fire, because what is burnt cannot be burnt anymore. As one could expect, it didn't work out the way I expected it to. Fire reported on the flight deck, the bridge, the bow. Damage control teams were sent. A deep male voice reported the status. I did not die from the fireball, but it surely did a lot of damage. Not only did the fireball damage me, it also angered me to the point I became much more serious about killing them. No more fooling around, said I, and dashed at the mage. I was parried by his companion. While the swordsman was busy blocking my naginata, I rapidly pulled it back, and swung the blade at his leg, cutting it off. Then I charged at the mage. When I was charging past him, the downed bastard grabbed my leg, so, as expected, I fell down. I barely stood up before he managed to hit me in the back. My arm made a ding metal sound which shocked the swordsman. His shock was imprinted on his face forever, when I pierced his neck with my naginata. The mage himself was easily apprehended. It was the time to cross-reference the testimonies. Speak. I will never tell you anything. Instead of continuing this discussion, I prepared to cut him open. He remained silent. So I just started. No. You have something to say? Please. I have a family. They too had a family. I looked at a bunch of dead bodies nearby. Mo, and stir, I only grinned at his declaration. I am worse than any monster. I started dissecting the mage alive. Scene change. After I was done with this one, I hurried to Alina and Albert. They were sitting on the ground by a charred house. Hey, Fuji. How are you? Albert was breathing very fast. He must be tired after all the fighting. Fuji, thank God. I was worried about you. Where did you even go? Alone. Alina was both relieved to see me, and angry at me. I tried to postpone the scolding. Did they flee? And that is her reaction, eh? If he expected more from me, then I can only pity him. Since you returned safely, then we have nothing more to do here, There is something interesting. I interrogated one of them. Yeah, I heard it. Well, sorry. They were hired by some Duke guy. Anything rings? Yes, but first let's get away from here. Then I will be going first. Just hang in there, boys. Volume 1 Chapter 8. When a fox just wants to fool around. After I finished my private business, I reunited with Alina and Albert. Before they had a chance to ask what the hell I was doing, I asked them about a more pressing concern. So, who is the Duke? He is the second most influential person in the kingdom, right after the monarch himself. Then why would he order to slaughter an entire village? This is not his land, so perhaps the landowners got into another feud? His lands border this area. Alina, you surely know a lot about it. So spicis. See, come on. We always need to know what the nobles are doing. If something goes bad, we will be the first to suffer. Just give them an excuse, and they may go to war with each other, and we'll be caught in between. I pretended to be thinking about it, and in the meantime I checked the stats. Ding! You received 12 silver coins, 1 level point type 99 secondary gun, 10 upgrade points. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 1 7th. Upgrade cap 40. FP 4/100. AA 1/100. AV 3/100. RD 1/100. AC 3/100. Main gun type 99 rifle. Secondary guns 1 type 99 rifle installed, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 0 installed, 8 max. Scene change. I suddenly got a little fortune, but I had no idea if I need a lot more. Hey, Alina. Can you tell me about the currency? The woman looked confused. You won't. I cutely tilted my head and put a finger close to my mouth. Okay. There are 4 types of coins: copper, silver, gold, and platinum. 100 coppers equals 1 silver, 100 silver is 1 gold. You get it? Not bad, said I, while thinking what should I do with 15 silver in my pocket. I just need 985 silver coins more to buy an upgrade point. I think we are done here, let's go. I beckoned them to go to, somewhere? Should we return to the town? Albert noticed my hesitation, and suggested returning. Town? Oh crap! We got a quest on us. Alina face-palmed. I think they won't fine us for this. We should inform the guild about what happened. The town guard should be warned as well. I will look around. Where do you think you are going, little fox? Alina and Albert both grabbed me by my collar and dragged away. Carrier ops will have to wait. Scene change. On our way back to the town we encountered a merchant caravan. Of course I never found it beforehand, because I could not launch my planes. I clearly got the reason why carriers are considered vulnerable. No planes, no eyes, and actually no hands. Where are you going, guys? A fat merchant asked us. Back to Crystal Town, and where are you heading? I will trade with Miska village. Do they head where I think they do? I leaned to Albert. He nodded. Well, aren't you a lucky soul? Watch your mouth, beast. A guy to the merchant's side shouted at me, clearly ignorant of the fact that I am closer to a demon. Why am I lucky, girl? The merchant asked me with suspicion. If you arrived there 3 hours ago, we would be talking with your grave. What? Alina lightly whacked my head, and proceeded to explain. The village was raised by a band of mercenaries. We did not arrive in time to save them, You better not to go there, there is only death, and runaway murderers. The merchant looked very grieved by it. Were your loved ones there? Yes, I looked inside a bag, and pulled out a pendant. Back when we were in the village, I wandered around for a bit, and on a murdered woman I found the pendant. It got my attention because it was much more expensive than the other things I was seeing. Out of curiosity, I had opened it, and saw a family portrait. The merchant clearly resembled a man from the pendant. Were there your wife, son, and 2 daughters? How? He was staring in a complete shock. Then he noticed the pendant. I assure you, those who did it received their punishment. Here. I gave him the pendant. He looked at the portrait. Yes, it belonged to her, thank you, girl. I was disgusted by a sight of a guy crying, but he has his reasons for it. So, I never expressed my condemnation. I feel like there will be a lot of travelers on their way to the village. We better hurry and report to the town guard. You better to return too. Alina beckoned the merchant. We will return then, there is no use wasting time to go there. The merchant switched gears quickly, and focused on the problem in front of him. The one, so-called thank you very much, Okatsun-sama. Ding! You received 1 upgrade point for your good behavior. For now I dismissed this notification and started to stare at the merchant. I did a lot of hard work, and now I want some platinum coins to buy lots of upgrade points. How about I give you a lift? That sounds nice, my legs hurt a lot, The sooner we report the better. Look over here. I did not agree. Where are you taking me? I was speechless because Albert just princess carried me into the wagon. I was too shocked to even burn everything. I will let it slide. Just once. Scene change. The road back to the town took just 2 hours, thanks to the merchant. Every one of us had something to do, so we separated. While Alina was reporting the attack to the guild, Albert went to the guard's post. Me? I was just eating my share of food. The merchant was generous enough to promise to fill my stomach with everything I want. Those were your words, don't look at me with grief. Thought I, while eating my 10th chicken. I spent the upgrade point into accuracy to have the entire 4% chance to hit something. After I was done beggaring the merchant, I returned to our temporary base in an inn. Alina and Albert were silently counting coins, and didn't even notice me entering. Looks like we have some money thanks to this sudden situation. Oh, you're back. Albert looked at me emotionless. The people have died, there is nothing to be happy about. Alina was pouting because of my words. I was thinking if I should just shut up and sit in a corner, but then I remembered all sorts of things those two did to me, and decided that it is time for a payback. Look at you, you accepted the money even though the people have died, I taunted them. Alina glared at me, and I clearly got that she is angry for real. Just how shameless one has to be too. Seeing that she was driven mad, I decided to try pulling out a peculiar stunt. I wonder if anyone really taught you manners. She was getting more and more winded up. At least I don't belittle myself by taking the dead men's money. You. And now that she is completely boiled. Shoo. I quickly pulled away, far enough so as not to be killed on the spot. Whwaaa. Alina was getting scarlet. Pay your fine, for you have already made me embarrassed so many times. Girls, this is not my concern but, it surely is not. Me and Alina barked at him simultaneously. Kman, you liked that kiss, didn't you? Equals O_W_O, equals. Volume 1 Chapter 9. A child is found. You. Alina was furious, thus making me grin even more. My little prank worked out perfectly, I made her angry and then soothed her. Well, perhaps just drew her attention elsewhere? This is not funny. She hissed when I was about to start laughing. Whatever you say. I smirked, and quickly hid behind Albert to avoid being strangled. Just in case. The two of them exchanged glances, and pretended nothing happened. Afterwards it was time to discuss a more important matter. Should we even proceed with the quest at this point? I don't think there is a queue of volunteers waiting for us to abandon it. Are you sure we even have enough strength to take on the goblins? Too late to ask. Would we even try if we were not sure? We were given some time extension to complete, but we won't even have time to rest if we continue. Do we need much time? Cuddle that baby fox, and we are ready. I don't know if Albert's expression changed, but I surely know that my nails are much longer and sharper than they were when I was a human. Stop teasing her. Well, this little fox surely will be of use. Alina approached me, and then grabbed my waist. Why are you blushing, little fox? Then she dragged me to the bed. Maybe she did it for the sake of revenge, but little does she know that pranks are easier to pull this way. Scene change. To Paint, her face, with a coal. To file her clothes, with a toothpaste. To Weetie, her bed, near the Crowyuk. Or just to let her sleep, alone. My brainstorming resulted in a nasty trick I did to Alina. At the dawn. Fuji. A wet, red monster with a cat face shouted something. Of course, I should just do that all. Fuji. When you vsta root, don't holdback. They were so funny to tease, that I might get used to pulling pranks on them. In the aftermath, I was forced to sit in Caesar until they finished the breakfast. Were they expecting me to feel remorse? Fuji. Guys, you must never forget your SALT. You little pain. Why? Alina was still pouting at me. You are fun to watch. How is this related to the pranks? Albert was just sighing. You react much better when pranked. Kya? You little bastard. Feel my wrath. Alina, stop touching my ears. Don't you dare to forget about me. Kyua. Stop pulling my cheeks. Scene change. The rest of the morning passed quietly. When it was closer to the noon, we headed out to try subjugating the goblins once again. After I finally launched my fighters, I could be at ease, and finally had my detection range increased. On our way we found a fresh body of a wyvern. Let's cut off whatever we can. It would sell nicely. In the middle of butchering, I heard a ding. Ding. You received 1x arresting wires, rare, 3 silver coins, 1 upgrade point. Scene change. Arresting wires allows the use of normal aircraft. Rare, minus 10% chance of missing the wires on landing, minus 10% chance of crashing on landing. Scene change. The upgrade point I spent into the accuracy, and was quite happy that my combat capabilities have increased. What are you spacing out for? Why? Can't I just rest? You can, but only if you hug me. Alina was gutting the wyvern, and was covered in blood from head to toes. When a smiling blood-covered monster charged at me, I had to run. No. Yees. Only Albert continued working, and sighing while we were fooling around. Strangely enough, I found it funny playing and fooling around with the rogues. Up to the point, when I entrusted myself as Alina's hug toy. but only after we washed ourselves in a lake. I wonder, why there are so many unused lands and so few fields and villages. Almost everything is just a large plain without a single tree. It took us all the daytime to walk into a small grove. While we were drying our clothes near a campfire, I asked Alina-sensei. Hey, Alina, why are there so few trees around the town? When the first colonists arrived here, they started to cut down the trees for their fields and buildings. Soon they continued to cut down the forests to avoid monsters sneaking in. Then they continued to expand, to draw the monsters as far away as possible. That is why there are no forests around. At least that is what the legends say. Albert, I thank you very much. Actually, that appears to be true. Aerial recon confirms that there are distinctive circle patterns around the town and the villages. First they cut down trees and made fields. Then they continued to expand around the settlements in a circular pattern. Then, I went on and on about the possible theories. I was only interrupted by a headbutt. Just what you are thinking so hard about. None of your business. I turned away from her, but still continued to enjoy the petting. I was returned back to the reality only when the flight leader reported a large group of demon hounds to our north. They were heading in the direction of the town. I decided to use this opportunity to study the pack's behavior when under aerial attack. My fidgeting was quickly mistaken for the call of nature, so I hurried to do my version of picking some flowers. I loaded my torpedo bombers with payload, and sent them to bomb the hounds. Just a minuscule amount of rewards would already be a nice addition. Scene change. 30 minutes later. Ding! You received 26 silver coins, 3 upgrade points, 1 weapon point, 1 B1M torpedo bombers group, 1 Type 99 secondary gun. After I invested into even better accuracy, I was somewhat rigged for combat. Scene change. Aircraft groups. Fighters, torpedo bombers, dive bombers. A1N, installed, 1 of 8 B1M, installed, 2 of 16 uninstalled, 0 of 6. Flight deck ready. Arresting wires installed, rare. Steam catapults 1 uninstalled. 2, uninstalled. 3, uninstalled. 4, uninstalled. Main gun Type 99 rifle. Secondary guns 2 Type 99 rifle installed, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 0 installed, 8 max. Scene change. What are you thinking about, Fuji? I made myself blush a little. Alina, you took my first kiss and now you are asking me that. I said that with embarrassment. Oh, really? I took your first kiss. Alina immediately pinched my cheeks. You sure? She smiled menacingly, so I had to shake my head, to avoid my cheeks being played with. If you are so worried about it, why don't you kiss me as well? Stop grinning, you idiot. Fox fiery ti me. We continued chatting and fooling around. Then, suddenly, Alina and Albert drew swords, and prepared for combat. Soon I started to hear something approaching. Enemy inbound. Volume 1 Chapter 10. The Last Stand. I immediately joined up with Alina and Albert, and readied the naginata. We were looking into something approaching. Because I have a much better vision than the humans, I saw the attackers from afar. There are wolves, and a lot of them. Those are wolves. Alina almost shrieked when a greyish tide appeared in front of us. The beasts were almost mindlessly rushing at us, allowing me to fully utilize the Naginata's inherent slash and forget attack. With one slash I managed to cut 3 wolves at a time, but there was at least 100 of them. Because of my superior skills I had to stay away from Alina and Albert. At the corner of my eyesight I noticed that they stood back to back, and were repelling the wolves. After several attempts at biting me, the beasts realized that I am too armored for their teeth, and concentrated on the adventurers. I tried to draw away some of the creatures, but I was not killing them fast enough to be of much help. Fuji! Run! Albert started shouting when he saw that the wolves barely care about me. The fight is already lost. Well, we might as well all go down in a fiery blaze. I used my entire Kitsune arsenal, the tiny fires that barely concerned the wolves, and the naginata which was somehow killing one of 2 unlucky wolves. Haa! Alina's scream reached me through the fur wall. Even though they are a constant headache, the voice of the rogue's distress made my blood boil. That is so weird. Just why am I getting anxious from that much? My anxiety was somewhat eased when I noticed that they are still holding on, despite wounds. But it was only temporary. As more and more wolves charged at the meaty adventurers, I was given some free space to flee, or to do something crazy. Will they even accept me having those otherworldly powers? I'm not an Isekai novel protagonist to be just outright accepted as something normal, even though I split mountains with a spit. But if I won't use the ship girl powers, they are as good as dead. Fuji, run away while you still can. Alina, I am sorry, but I shall not. Fuji, damn you, stop this struggle. Run away, save yourself. Albert, I am no longer running. Just hold on. It was the time to summon the gear. Scene change. All 12 tiny aircraft were parked at the deck, and their engines started coughing. Vroom! The first pair's engines reached the maximum RPM, and the aircraft accelerated towards the bow. What is going on? Both Alina and Albert were shocked, as I made the history. The battlefield will no longer be the same. Today, the war will change forever. And I am the herald of these changes. 2 flights of torpedo bombers spread out to bomb the lives out of the wolves. Bang bang bang. After my 3 tiny rifles fired, the wolves were shocked even more and started running away. But even the combined bombing power of 3 flights would not be enough. Brave new world! At my shout 2 more flights appeared. As the wolves started scattering, the fighters herded them into a large group. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a. The straps were making most of the wolves' group even tighter into a large fur circle. Vroom! At that time, the flights of torpedo carpet bombers entered the final attack course. The fighters too stopped attacking the outskirts of the wolves' group, and turned at the middle of the group. Boom rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bang bang bang. When the bombers were done, I prepared the flight deck. The stupefied adventurers were just watching how the carnage unfolded. FSHHHH. As the amount of aircraft on the deck increased, the advantages of the angled flight deck became even more prominent. The torpedo bombers were landing one by one, while the landed ones were being rearmed. There was no time to fuel them, as I threw the aircraft back into the fight ASAP. Mostly my role on the field was now to command the aircraft and coordinate their actions. By this point there was no need for me to actually participate in the fight, since the rifles were at most wounding few beasts with their accuracy and firepower. Unlike the aircraft. What is happening? Alina was the first to come back to her senses. I will explain everything later. Right now, you are better go bandage your wounds. Just a glance at the adventurers' shocked expressions was enough to make me wonder if we would even be capable to keep traveling together, not to mention just fooling around like we did before. But I couldn't keep on thinking about it, not when every minute I had a new aircraft land and sortie. Not when I had the entire ATC duties on me. Not when I had to plot courses for the attacks and returns. Scene change. Finally, the wolves were either eradicated or ran away. After the last plane landed and was stored in my hangar, I faced Alina and Albert. Ask. What are you? Fuji is Fuji. I cannot outright tell them that I am a ship. It is better to let them think that I am some sort of a mage. At least they would understand it, if it is put in that way. You are you, but what was that flat board? What were those birds? What was making those flashes? I summoned my deck again and deployed an A1N. I am an aircraft carrier. Meaning, I can summon those little guys. I pointed at the fighter. Let us talk about this later. We all might use some rest. For now I decided to let them think about what happened and to have some rest. I left them to their own thoughts and went to search for a better observation spot. The aircraft require time to refuel and reload. Ding! You received 230 copper coins, 15 upgrade points. 3B1M Torpedo Bombers Group, Type 11 LMG, Main Gun, Type 99, Secondary Gun, 1 Weapon Point. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV Level 1/7. Upgrade Cap 40. FP5. AA3. AV5. RD3. AC15. Aircraft Groups. Fighters, A1N Torpedo Bombers, B1M Dive Bombers. Installed, 1 of 8 installed, 5 of 16 uninstalled, 0 of 6. Main Gun Type 11 LMG. Secondary Guns 3 Type 99 Rifle, 4 Max. Anti-aircraft guns 0 installed, 8 Max. Scene change. I closed my eyes and let the wind flow through my hair. I ceased to think, and just stood motionless on a small cliff. Maybe I should write a haiku. Volume 1 Chapter 11. A Little Hug Fox. After a lot of time thinking, I decided that I did the right thing by showing myself's capabilities. Alina and Albert were doing their best in helping me, even if I was a jerk to them. Not only did they not abandon me, but they also closed their eyes on many of my wrongdoings, be it my misconduct, or other unexplainable stuff. But I was no less anxious than before. I may have saved them, however. What if they decide I am too dangerous, or they get mad that I was lying to them for quite some time? I was fearing this outcome so much, that I did not turn around to face Alina and Albert. What the people don't understand, they start to fear that. What the people fear, they want to destroy. What they want to destroy, they hate that the most. Maybe it is better to make them hate me to the point they will leave? People are sincere only in love and hatred, or so some say. At least I won't have to see them tremble in front of me. You know, that I indeed was near your comrades that day? I didn't help them even though I was close. Knowing how bad you are with that spear. Hey. Do you know that I found that village and knew about what was happening before we arrived? Yet. I heard a weird sound while I was fighting there, which means you helped them. How can you be blamed for what happened there? Such a childish reasoning. You are two naive fools. Why do I like you two so much? Why are you still here? Do you not think I won't silence the witnesses? Would you? Alina giggled, which made me turn around. The two of them were standing behind, and smiling. They were not trembling, and neither they were appearing to be disgusted by me. At such moments in fairy tales, the villain should start to cry in repentance, you know. I showed a fist to the clown guy. But I still was not ready to keep talking. Can I have some time alone? I myself need to calm down. You don't need to act tough. We'll set up a campfire, and you can rest all you want. Just don't run off. Alina frowned, and immediately smiled again as she walked away. Albert followed her. Scene change. Some time later I approached their campfire. Here she comes. The lost child has returned. Oh. Instead of pointing those fires at me, how about you bake the potatoes? Am I an oven to you? Stop this, you two. Alina stood up, and approached me. Hey. Then she hugged me, and lifted me up. Her embrace was warm, and nice. It was so good, that I felt sleepy. Looks like someone is about to doze off. Sleep well, little fox, because tomorrow we will continue traveling. I made myself comfortable on an improvised pillow, that pillows, and fell asleep. Scene change. Even when I woke up I was still being hugged. Alina was already awake, and stirred something in a small pot. Good morning. Morning. Can you stop hugging me? I rubbed my eyes. No. Somehow her tone suggested she was mad at me. Come on. I am not a little. I pushed myself out of her bosom, and sat down on her lap. What I saw when I separated from her was closer to a Hanya, than a human face. I can begin the interrogation, right? She started to sound much more intimidating. Her attitude started changing exactly when I tried getting away from her, so I pushed myself back into her bosom. Good girl. First, why the hell do you have 3 tails? What? I only have 2. I know better then. Count them yourself. 1, 2, 3. If there is a direct relation between my foxfires, and my tails, then it was a must to test that. Wow. Stop. Yes. The foxfires are much better. And I can make even 3 of them. I turned my head and smirked at a certain someone. You have something to say, little fox? Maybe something about the reason this happened. My smile immediately was replaced with shivers, as Hanya looked at me with a gentle smile. I have no idea how that happened. I guessed that much, but you should be knowing why it happened. Did I never mention that I am a demon fox? You are joking. Right, You think. What are you two shouting? Can't you just let me sleep? Sorry to disturb. Alina, can you finish breastfeeding her faster? Commencing the first test fire in 3, 2, 1. I am not. It's just, Why are you blushing? It was a great opportunity to distract her and run away. Sit down. Right here. Actually, Coming to think about it, her lap is not so bad, right? Remember for the next time, that she returns from the kingdom of distraction faster than I can run away. Suddenly, Alina's embarrassment reached the point when she would be releasing pillars of steam. However, the way she looked at me was weird. Fuji, do you want to, she started acting all bashful. If it's running away, yes. Why am I even asking? What she did afterwards was beyond ridiculous. It all started with untying the leather armor on her chest. What the hell are you doing? Stop right now. It was my turn at becoming as red as a strawberry syrup. It did not last long, since the sight was also replaced with my face being pressed into. It is not that bad actually, just what the hell is going on? Where am I? What happened? Test your own medicine, you little BA. Ah. You want this? I won't refuse the offer then. Itadakamesu. I got it. I am wrong. Let go of my nipple. She awoke the beast. A fluffy little fox to be exact. Scene change. After the things calmed down, we started to discuss our next course of action. So, we will continue the quest even after all of that. Albert was sitting near a pot and kept stirring whatever was there. We now have the great fox with us. Why should we stop on what we accomplished? Alina was sitting a bit further from him, on a couple of wolf furs. Maybe we should be going already. Said this humble me, turned into her hugging pillow. First I will feed you the soup, then we will be going. Yes, mother. I am in trouble. Say that again. Yes, mother. Just kill me already. So good, I noticed that she was melting. Why the F** did we become a father-mother fox family? The hot pot is ready. At Albert's notice, my fate was sealed. Say AAA, as the spoon approached my face. A lot of painful memories of spoon feeding later. It's time to go, you two. Yes. Yeah, let's get going. Said Alina, and stood up. With me still caught in her hands. She was radiating happiness, and her fuel was my suffering. Being embraced, kissed, and other stuff, by a girl is nice, and I would be ecstatic to have it in my previous life. Exactly because I would feel it as the one who receives it, and not as the one being a girl's teddy fox. Can you put me down on the ground? Never. She happily chirped. Her affection was like a poison, and I started having regrets that I decided to stay here, with them. I should have just ran away while I still could. Volume 1 Chapter 12. Tora. It took us almost an entire week to reach a forest. Here we will have a little chat with the goblins, and after we are done convincing them to stop harassing the local population, we will return and take another quest. Such is the life of the adventurers. Fuji, what is the plan? While we were still standing in the open, Alina asked me the most important question. First, I will send the air patrols. Second, torpedo bombers will be prepared to attacks from above. What do you want to do? I will attack the enemy before they can do anything. While they will be immersed into the chaos of combat, we will rush in and start killing them. You will be covering me from the flanks and I will be firing my weaponry. We have no bows to attack from a distance. But I do have guns. Ratatata bang bang. That should be enough. Alberts was quite skeptical about my performance, not that I think differently. That should be sufficient. I said that before my voice was suppressed by a humming sound of 4 aircraft. Operation begins. Scene change. When the fighters left the flight deck, we headed out. Alina and Albert were glancing at me from time to time. Or, rather, on the flight deck that was on me. It took a lot of time to lift the torpedo bombers and fighters to the flight deck, and park them away from the angled part of the deck to let the scouts land. While we are on our way, I will arm and fuel the airstrike. Or at least the assigned aircraft which I managed to fit on the tiny appendix off the dangerous zone. That is the effective use of time. Overall, I was prepared for attacking. However, the goblins' lair was still not found, and they could be anywhere. Because they could be anywhere, we had to be stealthy. And for that reason I had to have the aircraft shut down their engines. Not only they would need a lot of time to simply taxi to the stern, they will also need to start the engines and take off. At the very least it will take 10 minutes. Still, that rapid deployment skill may prove useful in such case. Meanwhile, about our combat formation. Alina guards my left flank, and is supported by one of the rifles. Albert is on my right side, he would be assisted by 2 remaining rifles. The machine gun will be firing in front of me. I decided to maintain this formation even when we'll arrive. The aircraft will be my main offensive power, until we get the direct line of sight. Scene change. It took us a few hours and sorties to locate the Goblin village. When the scouts returned, landed, and were re-equipped, the master plan's execution was started. Time to make some noise. Alina and Albert stepped away from me, and watching in amazement how the little propellers were spinning up. When I only began to accumulate my air power, I only had 4 fighters. Now I prepare to sortie 20 torpedo bombers and the fighter escort. I still don't have enough firepower for a carpet bombing, but for now this much should be enough. Vroom. The entire forest vibrated together with the roar of the engines. The tiny pitiful biplanes were still a marvel of engineering, each capable of causing destruction at a large scale. Now was the time to learn how to operate large air group. I swung my right arm and shouted, "Take off!" With the thundering sound of full-throttled aircraft engines, my bomber's squadron begun taking off. Pairs of aircraft were clearing the flight deck, and assembling above. Vroom. When the last group took off, the aircraft set course towards the village. A tight formation of torpedo bombers was covered by flights of fighters that flew slightly higher to dive on any kind of offenders. From the perspective of the leading aircraft I was looking at the forest. In a little clearing I recognized the supposed goblins' wooden shelters. Each group picked their target and each flight's leader plotted their course. Even after the aircraft showed up near the village, the goblins didn't pay much attention. There were no panicking goblins running around, and no arrows or magic shot at my planes. Tora. At the universal Japanese attack signal for aircraft, the formation broke off and the flights started executing the attack. My aircraft entered a slight dive, and its group prepared to follow the attack. Each aircraft will drop its bombs with a delay to have an opportunity to change the target, if the prior pilot destroyed it. Scene change. Boom. Sounds of the explosions started reaching our ears from nearby. After the airstrike was sent, we continued moving, and were minutes away from the Goblin village. What happened? A. The attack has started. Then, why are we still here? A. Just to suffer. E and A. The bombs should be dropped before we arrive, otherwise you will get caught in a blast. As you can hear, the goblins are having hard time. There is no much pleasure in being blown apart. Why are you guys getting so scared? It's fine, even my unarmored deck can survive a couple of such hits. Boom. Boom. I checked the situation. The aircraft regrouped after the bombing, and after everyone dropped the payload, the flights returned to the base, me. While the first flight of torpedo bombers was preparing for landing, and the first aircraft was gliding towards the deck, I started loading the guns. Vrootshhh. When an aircraft grabbed an arresting wire and landed, both Alina and Albert jumped aside and covered their heads. What happened? E. Just another happy landing. Never mind that. Okay. A. Vrootshhh. The shrieking sound of the arresting wires and aircraft's frames enduring the loads was causing the poor adventurers to cover their ears and tremble. Looking at them was so fun, that I didn't even notice how one of the planes broke its gear on landing. Scene change. Even though I successfully reached the pace where 30s after each landing another plane begins descending, this accident caused a long stop in landings. After this unexpected problem, we had a lot of time to get closer to the Goblin village. When the last fighter touched down, we had to just walk 100 meters. Vroom. I sent out a flight to search for any survivors. As we stepped out of the forest, we all saw the carnage that happened. The entire village was turned into a moon surface, filled with craters and debris. In this debris were hiding the surviving goblins. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. All that is left for us to do is to clean up. Volume 1 Chapter 13. A short break before the new adventures. After we cleaned up the remaining goblin scum, we returned to the town. I am so tired. Yeah. Just why did we loot everything from those goblins? It's not like they'd pay us much more. A. Shut up, Albert. Much more, huh? 10 silver plus goblin ears sold will give us more than enough cash. E. A coin for bringing 2 bags of spoils? Count me out. A. Whiners. Just how did you not get tired? E. Whatever. We're already here. I'll go report, while you'll find us a nice watering hole." With this, Albert entered the guild. Ding! You finished the quest, you received 1 steam catapult, epic, 2 upgrade points. You received 1 group of A1N fighters, 7 upgrade points, 1 Type 99, secondary gun, 20 silver coins, 2 groups of B1M torpedo bombers, 1 Type 99, AA gun, 1 HO-103 HMG, main gun. What is so epic about that catapult? Steam catapult allows the catapult launching of 1 aircraft per catapult. Epic, minus 50% catapult reload time, minus 50% catapult malfunction chance, minus 25% G-force impact on aircraft during the launch. I take my words back. It's a really great item. Can I improve it further? Weapon upgrades applied. Steam catapult allows the catapult launching of 1 aircraft per catapult. Epic, grade 2 minus 60% catapult reload time, minus 60% catapult malfunction chance, 35% G-force impact on aircraft during the launch. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 1/7. Upgrade Cap 40. FP5. AA3. AV10. RD3. AC19. Aircraft groups. Fighters, A1N torpedo bombers, B1M dive bombers. Installed, 2 of 8 installed, 7 of 16 uninstalled, 0 of 6. Main gun HO-103. Secondary guns 4 Type 99 rifle, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 1 Type 99 rifle, 8 max. Flight deck ready. Steam catapults 1, installed, epic, grade 2. 2, uninstalled. 3, uninstalled. 4, uninstalled. Arresting wires installed, rare. Scene change. If only I had a proper aircraft, not those plywood kites. Alina and I were sitting in a pub, and waiting for the final participant of the celebration. Phew. We got 2 silver. Tonight we're drinking until we pass out. A. The result of the quest was, we got drunk. Fuji, wanna hugs? E. No, stay away from me. You mean E? E. Correction, they got drunk. I was not getting drunk even after drinking 2 buckets of ale. After the 2 drunkards were done, I dragged them back to our room. After I entered, I expected that either of them will kill me. Luckily, they both started to hug each other, so at least they won't be suffocating me while I sleep. Scene change. The next morning. Screech. Why don't you experience this yourself, you cheeky bastard? A. I am sorry, can you say that louder? I will make you suffer, little fox. You wait, E. Good luck doing that, my friends. Scene change. After they overcame the hangover, we started to discuss our new endeavor. What is our plan? To take another quest. A. To travel somewhere. E. Great, let's take a quest and travel far away from here. We have paid for our room in advance, you remember that, right? A. Alright, alright. What quest will you take? Another extermination. A. Go to hell, Albert. We were almost killed a few times this week. Alina almost read my thoughts. Too much fighting for me. An escort mission for a merchant. A. Sounds like a plan. I don't remember that there were many bandits and monster nearby. E. Then it's decided. A. Good luck, guys. You are not going. A. Have you ever asked my opinion? Did we have to? A. Of course. No, we don't need that. Albert can go by himself, while I can just remain with you. I feel a strong desire to hug something warm and fluffy, E. Shut up. So, your choice is? Look, I am asking your opinion. E. Go to hell. Now. You will just do it anyway. I prepared to be fluffed. What have you said? E. Nothing, I was relieved. Scene change. Since the task wasn't something extraordinary, there was no need to do too much of a preparation. Albert just went to pick us a quest, while I was tortured by Alina. The quest by itself is simple, escort a merchant to another town. The problem is that I can't use any aircraft or guns. No guns, no glory. If we end up in a fight, unlike with those silly adventurers, I won't have a chance to have the people look over it. Don't worry that much. We did a plenty of such mission. A piece of cake. Yet. Sure. My ears already went numb from all the petting, so I just decided to reflect on whatever was going on previously, for example, on the way I conducted aircraft operations. Even though most of the things were automated, like I didn't actually need to do all the ATC chatter to land a single plane, there were still many ways I must learn, and many improvements I must make. Sigh. Studying is such a painful process. Ow, it'll be alright. Let me pet you a bit more, and you'll feel even better. When her hand reached for my chin, and started scratching it, I just did what I was ought to do for a long time. Bite. Kia. Fuji. While she was surprised, I slipped away and escaped outside. I escaped right at the time, Albert was returning. So? Are we ready? We should be. The merchant was happy to have escorts, and can move out in 2 days. Where is Alina? She is busy bandaging her wound. Sorry. I just pointed at my canines. What were you talking about? At the same time, Alina exited the inn. Nothing much. We were discussing your combat wounds. Screw you. At least she lets me pet her, unlike. Before she finished, a hand was put on my head, and started moving back and forth. Foxfire. Why you know what? I remembered something important. Have you forgotten to turn off the stove? The payment will be better than what is written and we will be provided with food and water. Great. However, changing the topic didn't work. Scene change. 2 days later. When the merchant arrived, I saw that the merchant is quite a familiar one. And the merchant's face twitched when he remembered me. Thank you for the meal back then. Hello, I believe we've met already. Hi, in which wagon you placed my food? He twitched again. It just had to be you, little glutton. Well then. Let's talk, while enjoying food. In exchange for me not eating everything in one swoop, the merchant agreed to tell me every single rumor he knew from the area and beyond. It would be a very enlightening experience, since I may get a bit closer to learning about this world, and as such, could make sure nobody would go after my pretty hide. I sat beside the merchant in the first wagon. We will have a lot of time to chat and I will have no trouble protecting him. Or so he thinks. You bet I will miss 99% of my attacks because it will be a bad day. Alina and Albert are sitting in the last of 4 wagons. They will be our rear guard. Aside from having a good amount of food, and protection from being fluffed by 2 crazy adventurers, I will have to guard the caravan at night, because I am a nocturnal fox, and because I already got too many concessions. Also, it will be a nice experience of using my senses to detect threats, without using aircraft all the time to spot in my stead. Volume 1 Chapter 14. Another fight with an ancient enemy. I still don't understand, why you decided to become an adventurer. I was just bored, there is no other reason. You were bored. What a great reason to risk your life. Does it make you happy, or you like this feeling of having yourself in danger? The merchant was asking me more and more questions. The last of them has no exact answer. I didn't actually think about it. I just went with the flow, since there was nothing else that crossed my mind. What flow? The guys I'm with. I spent some time with them, and decided to keep traveling with them. I like teasing those two, they are funny. The job itself would be just a routine without such little joys. Out of the 2 days of the scheduled traveling we spent one, and by the evening we would be approaching the destination. By now we didn't encounter anything. Right when I thought about that, the horses became anxious. I grabbed the naginata, and jumped off. What, did something happen, girl? An ambush. Stop the horses. I leaped towards a bush. Something rushed out of there, and then was followed by the other attackers. I am getting tired of the goblins. The height of an average goblin is 1 meter, they have very skinny bodies, so if I hit them properly, they will be dead for sure. They appear to be small fries, but my research, however, showed that they are adapted for combat. With their crude and rusted weapons they appear to be harmless, but if there are a lot of them they will be deadly. My first strikes were as useless as ever, and soon I was surrounded by a lot of them. Later I will pretend it was intended, since in fantasy goblins like to take pretty girls. Luck, where are you when I need you? Swoosh. With a slash I killed a large number of goblins, either by cutting them in half, or smashing their bones with their dead comrades. Immediately after I created foxfires, and burnt everything around me. Well, just burnt a couple goblins who were too slow to evade small balls of fire. And here I thought they can't get even more disgusting. While I was preparing for another strike, the goblins overwhelmed me and started to hit me with whatever they had. No damage was suffered. I spinned with the naginata, and scattered them around. Pierce. Naginata is somewhat a hybrid of a spear and a sword, so it is capable of piercing. Though its wide blade is a bit of an overkill. Don't you think so too? I asked a goblin who struggled to pull the blade out of its stomach. I already established my total domination in the fight, and most of the goblins ran away. I was just cleaning up the survivors. Hold on. A. We are coming. E. Oh my, what a great timing. I really need your help. Thank you for your assistance. I said that in monotone voice, while cutting in half another goblin. Why are you even here? While I was distracted, one of the bastards dared to hit me in the back. It thrust its sword with such strength, that it bent after hitting my armor. Keen. When I turned around, I did nothing but look at it. However, my intimidatingly cute appearance, unaffected by the splashes of blood on me and my clothes, made the goblin shiver in terror. I decided to let it die, very very slowly. Scene change. Master, we have a problem. A butler entered his master's room. What happened now, you idiot? A fat man asked him while holding back his wrath. The security team we dispatched to protect our village, they returned. They reported that the village was slaughtered. B. What? Who dared to attack my lands? M. They said that the village was attacked by a group of adventurers. One of them was a beast. B. Then find them, I want to bring those abominable murderers to justice. Master said that with a disgusted expression. However, deep inside he was smiling. No longer would he need to find the culprits for the murder. He already has them. It was all going as he wanted it to. His rivals hired mercenaries to attack his lands, and he will report it to the king. Then the king will have to do something. If he can prove that the adventurers were hired by one of the rivals, then he will have all the reasons to send his own army to attack those puny nobles. Their lands will be a fine addition to his fief. Scene change. Please, we are very sorry. Can't you just forgive us? E. Come on, Fuji, you were too fast for us. A. You either arrive faster, or don't show up at all. Instead of answering them I shouted at the merchant. We should move, I expect that there are many more and they will come here. We boarded the wagons and the merchant tried to rush the horses but we still were moving too slow. Some goblins were already running out on the road, only to die under the hooves, or from being pierced by the naginata. The grove is supposed to end soon, but it didn't make it easier for us, now that the goblins smelled blood and honor. Or whatever the reason they were so stupid to run like lemmings. Side story 1 and number 2. Waking up somewhere. When I woke up I found myself lying in a grass. This was too weird. I never expected to wake up in such an interesting place. I looked around myself and found out that I am in a forest. I wonder if this is some sort of a joke. Of course, I should make sure that whoever did this obnoxious action, did not leave me here only dressed in my undergarments. I am dressed in my favorite one-piece dress of sky blue color and beside me located other pieces of my dressing, such as my wide-brimmed hat and boots. It appears that I was lying on my cloak. For now I should start searching around to find where I am. Oh my, I really am far away from the home. I was curious to find out if I can find the way back. I kept walking. I might doubt that by only orienting myself with a compass I will find my way out of the forest, but there are no other ways. While I was wandering around, I encountered some of the local wildlife. Hello, Mr. Wolf. Perhaps we should just pretend we didn't see each other. I don't feel secure while the wolf stares at me like that. Grrrrrrr. It is going to be bad. It doesn't want to discuss this matter. It started to walk, it tries to flank me. Hey, Mr. Wolf. I really do doubt that this will have any good consequences for you. It doesn't listen to me. Oh my, do I really have to do this? Finally I decided to summon my gear. Pieces of my hull appeared on my sides, the main guns started tracking the wolf's movements. Suddenly, it started running towards me. My apologies, I murmured. Bu 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 bum. It was killed with a burst from a machine gun. Scene change. Scene change. Scene change. Scene change. Scene change. Flower picking. I had to sleep in the forest. I was scared to sleep in such a wild place, but what actually surprised in the morning is that around me were only craters. Did somebody try to bomb me? Oh my, this is very bad. If someone tries to kill me, then I should be in the open, where I can easily maneuver. The next day I finally managed to walk out of the forest. What I found was a large, picturesque paysage. What is the first thing that comes to one's mind after seeing such a view? How regrettable, I would be happy to have an easel with me. If I can't spend some time painting, then, why don't I go and pick some flowers? I wonder how many circlets I can make. I continue to pick more and more beautiful flowers. I may not recognize any of them, but they are still beautiful. I should ask Lady Shangri-La what those flowers are. Now that I have a lot of flowers, it is the time to start making the circlets. It is so soothing. Hey, what are you doing here? An unknown sir said that to me with a loud voice. His appearance is very unpresentable, but I must not act unladylike because of it. May I ask, why are you asking me that? Did you not hear? There is a dragon somewhere here. The person continues to use their loud voice. My apologies, but I am concerned that you might be mistaking. Why would there be dragons? Yesterday there was a loud roar of a dragon and the flames of its breath. He said that and pointed towards the forest. If only I had a fan to cover up my blushing. Something indeed tells me that. Scene change. 12 hours ago. Phew, Miss Maid, it is too early. Growling. Bite. Rawr. Just 5 more minutes. Awoo. Boom 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 boom. Volume 1 Chapter 15. The Master of War. We successfully escaped the grove, and were no longer under threat of goblins. It was the time to have some rest. The word rest here just means slowing the caravan down, since neither of us wants to stay in the open, where there are no less dangers lurking. Since the horses slowed down, and there was nothing threatening in the vicinity, I finally escaped the talkative merchant, and reunited with the rogues. Here you are, Fuji. How are we doing? Albert reached for a flask, and passed it to me. A lot of small fries. We are doing fine. How about you join us? Alina patted her lap, inviting me. That is why I am here. You don't expect me to sit on your lap, right? While I was trying to evade Alina's attempts at grabbing me and forcefully sitting me, I heard a shout. Someone, we need help. Why the hell would anyone shout? Not only did I not sit down in a quiet place, I also had to return to the front of the caravan, where the merchant sits. He just had to call for me, and not anybody else. What is going on? I immediately asked him when I caught up with the wagon. Look over there, girl. When I finally looked what is going on ahead, I found the reason of his concern. It was a huge brown skin something. There was no way to tell exactly what it was, since my eyesight is better only because it is night vision, and it doesn't let me see at long range. One thing I knew for sure, it was a monster, and it was not going to let us pass in one piece. You two. Stay here and guard the caravan. I shouted to the lazybones, and headed out. After all, I am times sturdier. I can predict that whatever it is, the fight will be a problem for me, especially if someone was to be in my way. Scene change. I faced the monster somewhere midway to the caravan. It was a huge creature with pig face, and a weird weapon, a mixture of a mace, a sword, and an axe. I assumed it would be slow enough for me to evade some of its attacks. With my tactic chosen, I proceeded. I immediately prepared to pierce the creature's stomach, but it swiftly parried the blade. Not only my opponent was huge, it was also fast and skillful. You kidding me? I sent foxfire, but it hit the orc's clothes, which turned out to be similar to leather armor. I continued trying to use my size and speed to my advantage, but the few attacks that connected showed me that the creature is very sturdy, and the blade barely does any damage. While I was hesitating, it counterattacked, and I had almost no time to block axe sword thing. My Naginitas pole is stronger than it looks like, so I managed to block this one attack. Yet, I wondered if my actual armor will hold against such a strong hit. I was pushed back, and by the time I regained balance, the orc was already rushing at me like a train. It was clearly smarter than the stupid animals that charged at the Naginata, so I had no choice but to keep trying fighting. After all, hysterically swinging the naginata might not be a skillful way to fight, but at least it does its job well. My lacking skill resulted in me getting hit several times. At first I evaded 1 or 2 hits, resulting in glancing hits against my armor. But the last hit was pretty bad. Palm. I was hit in the chest, and there was an unpleasant sound of metal rasp. When I already started considering using the gear, I heard another shout. Just keep it busy. The voice came from afar, and it clearly did not belong to the known people. Even though I was invigorated a bit, the fight was still proceeding worse and worse for me. When the monster prepared to swing once more, an arrow hit its arm. I didn't let this opportunity slip away and thrusted the blade in the orc's belly. The attack did little damage but was already better than nothing. Watch out! A feminine voice shouted something and was followed by an arrow hitting the monster. A warning for me? Thank you. The orc realized that I am a trouble, and started trying to keep me away. It was trying to kick me, and launch me away with its weapon. Raar! Suddenly, it screamed. Attack it while you can. An unknown guy attacked its back. Without thinking too much, I charged at the orc, and poked it. The results were as discouraging as always, but it was damage nonetheless. The guy and I were staying on the opposite sides of the orc, making it choose between us. Both of us were barely doing any damage, but the orc's irritation was quickly growing. Raar! It swung the weapon at me, and hit the top of my head. Whatever it expected, it didn't work out. It was just a flesh wound, which only took away a few thousand HP. While that huge dumbass was processing what happened and why I am still alive, it got another hit from me. I performed a point-blank foxfire attack against its face. The disorientated orc didn't notice me jumping up with all of my strength. I dived from above, and aimed the naginata to pierce the monster's back. With the kinetic energy I gained, and the damage done to the orc's armor, the naginata successfully turned into an armor-piercing munition, reaching past the orc's hide. Right into its soft insides. After a howl, the orc died. You did great, Fox. You are something. A guy approached me. Save your praises for somebody else. It was the worst of my fights. Yes, but whom else should I congratulate? I doubt that killing it has much to do with our help. The guy grinned. Another person approached me. Good job, you sure are a sturdy one. It was a female archer, her face was covered with a piece of cloth but I could see her eyes that were blue. Thank you for the backup. Is that all that is on your mind? You won the fight against the Orc King. The guy was staring with his eyes wide opened. Yes, great. You there, the road is open. I don't care what it was, I just want to get into the town and have some sleep, damn it. Where are you heading? The guy beckoned me to follow him. He grabbed the orc's arm, and started pulling the monster off the road. I joined him in this endeavor. There should be a town somewhere. We are escorting that merchant caravan. We? Where are your companions then? The archer looked at me with worry. Those two are not strong enough for that orc. They remained with the caravan. There is only one town nearby, and it happens to be our home base. How about we accompany you as well? No money required, we just want to avoid walking there. We finished pulling the orc's body, and the guy was wiping off the sweat. Fine by me, as long as the merchant is okay with that. And thus we gained 2 more escorts for free. Volume 1 Chapter 16. Those who run from glory always have it follow them. When I reincarnated in this world I thought that it would be a nice walk in the park. From all of the knowledge I had about fantasy, and the knowledge of modern day, I expected that there will be no difficulties for me. It was further bolstered by my victories against the goblins, and the easygoing lifestyle I had until now. Until now. The orc showed me that it is too early for me to spread my wings and think I am invulnerable. The old saying that overconfidence brings carelessness proved to be right, and now I am reflecting on what I did wrong, to avoid doing so in the future. I understood that no matter how medieval this world is, it is way different from the real medieval. There are monsters and magic, metaphysics that challenge the knowledge known to me, and life that is not the same as what I knew of. Even the town that we were approaching was not a small settlement surrounded by a wall. It was what one would expect of a fantasy town, a large stone wall, surrounding a large settlement. What are you looking at? A guy patted my shoulder. I looked at his hand. It is bigger than I expected. What is bigger? He grinned. The town. Do you really think we can just understand what you are saying only after a few words? he said in disappointment. Not my problem. He was trying to start a conversation with me all the time, but I was really busy with self-reflections. If Alina and Albert were funny to tease, and irritating only sometimes, this guy was irritating all the time, without offering anything in return. Why don't you go with us after we arrive? My father will be eager to reward you for your victory. Gee. This has nothing to do with me. So the orc died by itself. Gee. He is so bothersome. My current plan was simple: we arrive, the idiots go and look for whatever they want and report to the guild. Meanwhile, I fill my stomach with something tasty. Poor merchant promised to feed me. I certainly did not have to remind him that he is alive because of me. Do you have a boyfriend? That guy keeps showering me with weird questions. No. How about, he was about to ask a very rude thing, but after I looked at him, of course I lit my eyes with magic, he shut his mouth. Before the guy managed to drive me crazy, the caravan arrived to the town. In front of us was a huge queue of wagons and people, all trying to enter the city through a large gate. Our accidental companions have unloaded themselves and I could finally relax and think. The calm did not last for long. Sweet fox, how about we go and have some fun? I know many good restaurants. This bastard started to hit on me out of the blue. Does he really think I am an idiot? Or that I am a cheap W***? So yummy. Yes, I am very cheap when it comes down to food. Fight good means eat good, am I right? The archer girl asked me something, but I am too busy right now. Fatafor, whatever. And dollar and asterisk, and dot. Percent and percent and percent. Hey, we are here. Suddenly the guy shook me. Doff tu fee I am Ethan. Don't you see that I am eating? Such a rude person. Don't tell me you didn't even hear what we were saying. I am fueling you. I am telling you. When I was done eating, they told me to wait a little. That is why I just closed my eyes and returned to reflecting. And percent, dollar. Percent and, percent dollar number and. Why do you keep shaking me each time something happens? When I opened my eyes I saw another person. A female in a white clean robe was sitting in front of me. If my guess is right, she is either a priest or a mage. Are you always like that? Gee. I am thinking, I'd recommend such an activity to you, but you have nothing to think with. HAAA. Gee. Nicely done, Fox. The girl in robe said that to me and smiled. Is she the reason you told me to stay here? I asked the others. Yes, I get that you have a lot of things to do, but at least let us introduce ourselves. Gee. No, THA. I am Drake, leader of the adventurers party Blackstone, G. Marin, I am an archer as you can tell. A. Lily, I am a mage. GIR. Okay. I said that and tried to continue where I stopped. Stare. 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 Fine. Fuji. You have such an interesting name. L. The adventurers started complimenting me, almost to the point of fawning over me. What do you want from me? I am getting tired of this. We want you to meet my father. Come on, you killed the Orc King. You should get the reward. D. Say you were the ones who killed it. Miss Fuji, I don't understand what is the problem? Our father will be eager to meet with you. L. R. So you two are siblings? Yes. D and L. I was getting tired of them trying to make me do something I didn't want to. Sigh. Alright. You don't want to, so let's leave it at that. The next topic, why don't you join our party? You are a really good fighter. D. You know me for 4 hours? Are you crazy? Join us on just one quest and see for yourself if this will be alright for you. D. Come on, I am already in a party. I said that while staring at the ceiling. What a pity. Still, how about you help us on a quest? D. Is your head filled with cheese? I don't want to. We may not look like it, but we are well off. You'll stay in this town for a while, so why not help us? We will hire you for this quest for a hefty sum. Interested? L. Hire? WL. My hesitation was understood as acceptance. I will go and find us a quest. You ladies just wait for me. D. Afterwards he ran out of the restaurant. Drake might look like a walking problem, but he is not that bad. And if he praises you, then you must be really good. I look forward to seeing you in action. L. Keep your expectation low. I barely hit anything. Just like that, I agreed to temporarily join the Blackstone party. Side story 3. An accidental company. After the dragon incident, I had to be more cautious. It will be bad if I blow up something else. The person who informed me about the incident appears to be a traveling warrior, or adventurer as he called himself. He is accompanied by 2 more persons. A gentleman in a finely crafted armor and a lady in leather armor. Their group kindly showed me the way to the closest town. I greatly appreciate that they allowed me to accommodate myself in the room of their female companion. I am sitting in a pub of some sort, together with them. I wonder if they treat me too kindly, but I will do my best to compensate their efforts and treatment afterwards. While I was brewing my tea, I was asked, "What's your name?" The first person asked me. Of course, I stood up and performed curtsy. My name is Delight, Her Majesty's faithful servant. A noble. How did we run into her? The group started to discuss this. My apologies if my behavior troubles you. It would be impolite to keep behaving like that if the other persons are uncomfortable. Miss Delight, how did you end up in that place? I woke up in a forest. I don't have any idea how I ended up there. Here is the key to my room. This evening we will be out of the town. The lady said that, but I must ask why. Could you clarify? Oh, sorry, we will be going to a goblin's nest. We have a quest to exterminate them. The night person responded to me. Oh my, I guess it is a dangerous endeavor. Why would you need to risk your lives? Looks like you really never left your mansion. We earn money by doing such things. Should I ask their names so as not to think of them as person A, person B, etc.? What is more important, the forest wildlife at night is more dangerous. Should I help them? May I suggest my assistance? So sorry. We cannot let a person like you to take such risks. The lady appears to be worried about me. Oh my, I guess it is the time for unsanctioned assistance. I made a decision, while finishing my tea. Volume 1 Chapter 17. Reconnaissance by Fire. After Drake ran away to pick up a quest, the remaining members of Blackstone discussed the terms of our temporary cooperation. Through my diplomacy skills, or through pure luck, I managed to have them agree to let me take all of the spoils of the battle, as well as get my hands on a share of the quest rewards. Another benefit is that I might get a chance to see some proper adventurer combat, which I barely get a chance to see with our incomplete party. When Drake brought the quest, I found even more reasons to join the subjugation. The quest was subjugation of a wyvern. All that I managed to find about the wildlife of this world is that all flying monsters that can pose an actual threat are the wyverns. They are just one type of flying reptiles, the other being dragons. While dragons are much stronger, they rarely show themselves and prefer to use their servants to do the job. Not to mention that they are much more awkward in the air than the wyverns. This quest was a perfect way to find out about how the wyverns fare in combat, as well as obtain information on how I can find them. What are you thinking about? D. This is none of your concern. But we are comrades in arms now. Why don't you tell us how you feel? D. Comrades, huh? As if I ever had a need to have you. Neither do I need to tell you something that is irrelevant to the quest. I have a strong feeling that something is not right about them. I should keep my eyes on them. So mean. D. Just how are we going to do this? We have only 2 actual ways to hit a flying target, Marin and her bow, and Lily, probably, and me, probably. 1 actually capable long-range fighter, and 2 half-useful mages. We have a plan. It's not our first time. Lily tried to sound confident, but I felt like she was just trying to cover up the fact we have no way of killing a flying wyvern. Scene change. After all preparations were finished, we headed to the nearby mountain range. I was told that wyverns nest on rocks and cliffs, so it was the first place I'd have to search. Our wyvern's location was already made known by the scouting adventurers. There was a nice mountain trail we used, and it would lead us all the way to the nest. You've got to be kidding me. Ray. The wyvern was sitting just 200 meters away from the start of the trail. Luckily for us, the monster had no way of immediately taking off, giving us a slight handicap. It charged at us with grace of a beached plesiosaurus, and I charged too. I just hope that thing doesn't spit flames. Ray. The wyvern did not breathe fire, and just tried to bite me. Its head was as long as my height, but its brain must be the size of a peanut, since its jaws were stopped with my naginatus pole. How about somebody helps me? While the wyvern's head was still, an arrow hit its eye. Ray. The monster had to stop pressuring me, and with Drake's arrival we started baiting the wyvern from the sides. When I accidentally missed with the naginata, and made Drake evade my attack, the wyvern immediately grasped the opportunity and took off. "You are not getting away!" Lily shouted and started to chant. The girl created a large chunk of ice and launched it at the monster. The icicle damaged the wyvern's wing, stopping its attempt at fleeing. Now that it was completely cornered and had no way of fleeing, the wyvern went berserk. Ray. I'll handle it. I immediately rushed to block the monster's path, and drew its attention. Even though my melee skills are negligible, I am still capable of holding a stick horizontally, while using my strength to stop the wyvern. The monster mindlessly pushed its head at me, and ignored whatever was happening around it. The black stone did not waste this opportunity. Drake was attacking it in melee, cutting its limbs and wings, while Marin and Lily were showering the wyvern with long-range attacks. The entire sight of a small girl holding a 2-ton monster should be surreal to say the least. Luckily, I had enough time to pretend that I am struggling with my life at stake, and that I somehow mustered all of my strength to just hold it. There are people who can handle an entire truck driving over them. Am I worse than they are? Under the adventurer's onslaught, the wyvern received huge damage, and when it stopped pressing at me, albeit for a second, I pulled the naginata away, and in a swift move I cut its throat. It was just finishing off a dying creature, but now I had a way to brag even more. Scene change. All the way back to the city, the black stone kept on pestering me about expressing gratitude, and dragging me to that father guy. Now that I showed off even more, I had to pay back with my sanity. Lucky me, the city showed up sooner than I went crazy and murdered them all in a maniacal killing spree. I said that countless times already. No. We've arrived, so off. Before they had a chance to stop me, I hurried away. Mostly to sell some loot. Before I arrived to the Adventurers Guild, I opened the details. Immediately, my bag of wyvern loot vanished. Ding! You received 1 gold coin, 93 silver coins, 35 upgrade points 2 skill point 1 weapon point 1 steam catapult, common, 2 type 99, AA gun, type 99 cannon, main gun, type 98 cannon, main gun, 3/40 naval gun, main gun. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 1/7. Upgrade cap 40. FP 10. AA 5. AV 10. RD 10. AC 40. Main gun 3/40 naval gun. Secondary guns 4 type 99 rifle, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 3 type 99 rifle, 8 max. Flight deck ready. Arresting wires installed, rare. Steam catapults 1, installed, epic, grade 2. 2, installed, common. 3, uninstalled. 4, uninstalled. Rapid deployment. LVL2. Tenacity and bravery. LVL1. Brave New World. LVL2. Starts battle with 10% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 5% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A2N, B2M and D1A. Can be activated every 1 hour. I guess that now I can ignore accuracy issues. It is either I hit something, or I blow it up. V1 rewrite CH18. Conquering the skies. After I got rid of the annoying black stone, I had to decide on my next course of action. Naturally, since I learned that I can take down the wyverns, and that their loot costs some cash, I proceeded with exterminating them. I picked up my friends, and headed out towards the mountains. So, what are we going to do? Porter A asked me a weird question. Of course we are going to slay some wyverns. What? Why didn't you say that beforehand? Porter E was a bit surprised. Fuji, you know that we will die, unlike you, Porter A tried to dissuade me. You are here not to fight. Then why are we here? Both of them asked the same. To carry the loot. Scene change. An hour after we exited the city, we found a nice flat area with a good view. I intended to please myself with the view, while the aircraft are doing their part. After all, I will be stuck here for some time. The plan was to take down as many wyverns as possible with aircraft. It was my first step at learning air combat in controlled environment. Wyvern nests can be found, and I can aggro small groups to avoid losing everything at once. All 8 A1N biplanes were fueled and armed. This time, however, I didn't park them at the stern to use the entire flight deck for takeoff, and instead I put them at the bow, right behind the catapults. Since the biplanes weighed a bit more than a feather, I tuned down the catapults' power. While the aircraft were launched with the catapults, I proceeded with planning the tactics. I came up with a standard tactic of attacking in pairs. The leading fighter will draw the attention of a wyvern and the following will be attacking. The difference is that I only use 2 pairs for this, which means an entire flight remains unused. And this flight is also divided into 2 pairs, which stand by at a higher altitude near the fighting pairs. In case things go the wrong way, they will come to assist. I highly doubt that an animal like wyvern is capable of fighting an aircraft. Especially I doubt that it can perform aerial combat. The wyverns rarely nest near human settlements, and even if they do so in places where it's almost impossible to reach them, so the aircraft pushed deep into the mountain range. Scene change. A biplane with red markings was flying above the mountain range. Its pilot was attentively looking around and tried to find the possible enemy. His war started a long time ago, when he was sent by his master to search around, and now he is about to enter an actual battle, the battle for air superiority. Red 2, this is Red 1. Enemy at 10 o'clock. Be ready to carry out the plan. Understood, climbing. The small biplane is only armed with 2 machine guns and is incapable of damaging any strong opponent. Their master ordered them to be ready in case their guns fail to penetrate the wyvern's hide. He will be the first to find out if they can fight the monsters, or if they are not worthy of their master's genius. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. A torrent of bullets flew at a poor wyvern. With a terrifying scream it started falling and fell onto the ground. Red leader immediately sent this information. Now he will wait for the blue flight. The blue flight has another first task, they should provoke a monster and engage it in a dogfight. Scene change. After several dogfights, I found out that the wyverns possess somewhat soft scales, which are incapable of blocking even my weakened rifle rounds. The next finding I had is that the wyverns can hover, and even fly backwards almost immediately. Back in the World War II, there was a tactic of attacking from above, and immediately retreating back up. Naturally, with the enemy that can turn on a spot, this tactic is preferable for a dogfight. The next step was testing. Scene change. Immediately, the red flight received a new order. A biplane proceeded with searching for a test candidate, and when one was found, the biplane climbed. Red 2, be ready to cover my back. Solid copy. Just leave some for me, boss. The unsuspecting target slowly glided above the mountains, sure of its invulnerability. When the biplane reached a good spot to attack, the plane did a half roll, and dived. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a. The wyverns was just wounded, and the biplane quickly pitched up, escaping from the enraged beast. Red 2, it's all yours. Thanks. Scene change. The wyverns are slow to accelerate but maneuverable. Their climb rate is as slow as their acceleration. I guess that I can just let my guys handle the wyverns. After I was done with a few more tests, I ordered the fighters to start free hunt. Each of 4 pairs will just engage by themselves. The slaughter began. Eventually, I had to turn off the notification alarm, as the reward messages became so frequent that I was irritated by that ding sound. The only thing that was interrupting the imminent slaughter was the inevitable R&R, refuel and rearm. Every few hours I was resupplying my fighters, only to send them off into a new fight. While the boys were doing their magic, me, Alina and Albert, were chatting, eating and playing cards. They don't know that soon I will give them a map, and send them to collect my bountiful harvest of wyverns. Poor porters. PP? Only when the sun set I recalled my aircraft. The next few days turned the PP's lives into a hell. As soon as bags of loot fell near me, they would disappear. Finally, after the last bag fell and the last curse was said, I checked the rewards. Ding! You received 5 gold coins, 130 silver coins, 41 upgrade points, 1 weapon point, 1 skill point, 1 group of B2M torpedo bombers, changes all other TB, 1 group of A2N fighters, changes all other F, 1 steam catapult, Common, 3.9/65 Type 98, Main Gun. IJN Fuji CV Level 1/7. Upgrade Cap 40. FP 10. AA 10. AV 20. RD 36. AC 40. Aircraft Groups. Fighters, A2M torpedo bombers, B2M dive bombers. Installed, 3 of 8 B2M, installed, 8 of 16 uninstalled, 0 of 6. Main gun 3.9/65 Type 98. Secondary guns 4 Type 99 rifle, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 3 Type 99 rifle, 8 max. Flight deck ready. Arresting wires installed, rare. Steam catapults 1, installed, epic, grade 2. 2, installed, common. 3, installed, common. 4, uninstalled. Rapid deployment. LVL2. Tenacity and bravery. LVL1. Brave New World. LVL3. Starts battle with 10% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 5% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A4N, B3Y and D1A. Can be activated every 1 hour. Volume 1 Chapter 19. Manifest Destiny. After they delivered every bag of loot, Alina and Albert were lying like logs. They woke up in the midnight, only to start shouting at me. Where is the entire loot? I don't know. Just where could you disappear it? I don't know. Arg. So much effort, only for it to be for nothing. Relax, it's all right. My playing fool was a success, and Alina stopped pestering me about the bags. Whatever. Fuji, how many days were we out here? I think 4 days. And tomorrow will be the 5th. Yet. The half-asleep adventurers immediately looked sober, and started quickly packing everything. Fuji, do you remember that this morning we'll be escorting a merchant back to our town? You had an entire day to rest and sleep. What's the problem? You. Am I sorry? No, I am not. Scene change. By the morning we arrived to the town, and while I was made pack everything at the inn, Alina and Albert were meeting with the caravan. After the last of the half-asleep coachmen arrived, the caravan set out. We were about to pass through the main gates, when a bunch of armored men blocked our way. Their intentions were not appearing to be nice, but we were still in the town, and should I start ripping and tearing, the guard will most likely apprehend us. As the chief trouble causer, I stepped forward. Are you the fox that was in Miska? One of the men questioned me. Judging from their clothes and armor, they are not rich. While I, even though I wear a tablecloth, am wearing high-quality silk. Chests out, and be dismissive. Are you immortal, peasant? I decided to risk. How dare you? One of the men shouted at me. You dare talking back? I may be patient, but even the patience of mine has its limits towards the peasants. I was not intimidated. Ugh. May I ask what is your name? He started grinding his teeth. Why should I say that to a lowborn? My apologies, they appear to be shocked by my back talk. My try to put on a noble's facade was somewhat successful. Why you dared to stop my caravan? We didn't. You say I am wrong? Or you dare to defy me? I wonder if I should just kill you all on the spot. The soldiers started hesitating, but hesitating if I am the real deal. Without saying any more words, they ran away as fast as they appeared. For now I was successful. Clapping. Nicely done. I couldn't do it better myself. Another person stepped out from an alley. Drake, what a pleasant surprise. My face grimaced with irritation. I assure you, those are not my people. No need to look at me like I am your sworn enemy. I am here just to give you a letter. I have no time for this. Just read it. I took the letter and quickly skimmed through its contents. Retelling the contents in short, it is an invitation from the king. Usually that means that the king took interest in someone, and wants them to show up at once. For whatever reason. Getting to meet a king is the last thing I want to do, so I dismissed the invitation. To hell with him. If he wants something, then let him come to me. www.what? I am already in trouble, and lese majesty would not change much for me. If they are friendly, they may step down and make a concession. If they want to try my weaponry, let them come. Fuji, you really better go. D. Listen, I never had an intention to cross paths with that king in the first place. I don't want to get involved with him, with this country, or with anything. If it is something all that important, then he might as well come to me himself. Otherwise, I would not be stepping out of my way to meet with him. Drake clenched his fist and quietly said. Fuji, I am sorry, but if His Majesty will want you brought to him, I'll have no way to protect you. D. I won't be an easy target to capture. Farewell, Fuji. I hope that even if we meet again, it will not be in such depressing situation. D. With this we finally left the capital. Wait, it was the capital. Scene change. It took us a lot of time and effort to reach Crystal Town, and when we, the rogues, reached the inn where we are usually staying, after the door was closed I said to them. I think we are better to get the hell out of here, as far as we can. First some brigands, now that king. I doubt it will get better in the future. Great, we got into a deep mess. Thank you, Fuji. You are welcome. We are not too involved with each other, so they may leave you alone. If you want to, you can stay here. Fuji, you are an idiot, Don't make me laugh. Why would we want to leave you? You too. I shook my head. Their determination was somewhat warming. What are we going to do? I think it's better if we go away from here. I suggest we travel somewhere far away from here. Accepted. We made another decision we might soon regret, but for me this has no meaning. I can go wherever I want. My possessions are only my naginata and kimono. All my money is safely stored in another reality. On the other hand, Alina and Albert had a lot of things to pack, but because they are fellow adventurers, poor as beggars and have so many things that it is possible to pack them all into a purse, they managed to pack everything fast. We spent their entire fortune to buy camping necessities, for example 2 tents, a small pot and a lot of dried food. With this, we set out in search of adventures. Side Story 4. A small exercise. The adventurers did not return to their rooms, so I decided to wait for an hour and then leave the town. I exited the town from another gate, that way after I am done no one will suspect that it was my fault that everyone was woken up. I walked for some time, and only when I was sure that I am far away from the town and no one will get close to me before I finish, I found a nice opening in the surrounding forest and summoned the gear. I might have outright started firing, but instead I launched a hydroplane. Soon my plane found the adventurers, and 20 minutes after that it found an opening in the forest. I ordered it to make a low-altitude flyby to make sure that these are enemies. Whatever those people are, they don't appear to be human. The plane was ordered to circle around for fire corrections. Meanwhile, I started to aim. When I am aiming my guns, I have a vague view of the targeted area, but because I have a plane there, I clearly see the monster's settlement. Belli dura despicio. I thought that it would be nice to try and act like I have bigger guns. Boom 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 boom. One after one, all 4 gun turrets fired their shots with an interval of a second. I waited for the shots to land. The accuracy is acceptable. Commencing coastal bombardment. Boom 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 boom. Requiem. Memento mori. I used both my abilities. Requiem to reload guns faster and Memento mori to avoid breaking my auto-loaders and gun barrels. Boom 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 boom. Every 20s a new salvo was fired. Every 20s a new wave of explosions occurred in the goblins' settlement. Meanwhile. Yes, fire at will. Fire more shots. Boom 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 boom. Requiem. Boom 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 boom. Volume 1 Chapter 20. The Hunter and the Prey. Where are we even going? I have no idea. Let's get far enough from the town and I'll launch the planes to search for a path. For now, let's just go where the destiny will lead us to. I was about to say something about where the force leads us to, but I omitted that fact, since I only mastered the luck in all of its random instances. I am glad that you enjoy traveling, girls, but could you please take some stuff off my back? Silence. You don't want to make weak girls carry all of that, do you? After we left the town, we wandered off the road, and started going through uncharted paths and fields. Right now the roads may be dangerous, so it's better to be safe than sorry. even if it makes it slightly harder to walk. When the town was long out of our sight, I summoned the gear, and prepared to sortie my newest acquisition. The A2N fighter has better characteristics, but it was a trade for lack of bombs. Since ground targets are times more numerous than the Wyverns, it is a huge disadvantage. For the time being the fighters will be fully reclassified as scouts and escorts for B2M bombers. The fighters were lined up by the bow catapults, and the first pair was hooked. Whoosh! Like an arrow, the first fighter was shot into the air at its maximum speed. When the fighters were launched and started searching for whatever they can find, we continued moving. Scene change. For a long time my fighters searched through the entire area. They found a few places of interest, and while I waited for them to return, the rogues set up a camp. Alina and Albert completely entrusted themselves to my pathfinding capabilities, oblivious of what is to come. When the landing procedures of 2 flights were approaching the end, one of the landing aircraft spotted something in the forest. Something resembling humans. You two, wait here and don't go anywhere. However, if you are attacked, then run away as fast as you can. Hey, where are you going, little fox? I shall tell you later. Why not take us with you? Don't want to. Why do you always make things complicated? As I said. Yes, I get that you want us to stay here, why? For your own safety. It explained us nothing, Listen, just be obedient and wait for a while, okay? Fine, this time I will let you go, but if you will not return safe and sound, I will never let you get out of my arms. Ever. Before Alina's resolve to let me go was still there, I hurried away. Scene change. The group of people all the way out here was a suspicious sight. There is a high chance there would be even more people nearby, since we are in the wilderness. When I caught up with the people, I tried to take a look at them. There were 3 people, all armed and wearing armor. I also noticed emblems that resembled the ones on the people that tried to stop us in the capital. It was too much to be a coincidence. Too suspicious. However, it is a forest, far away from the people. And there are only the 4 of us. You can't hear the screams, when there are no people to hear them. I decided to take care of those people, and find out what the hell is going on. I proceeded with attacking them, and using my speed and momentum I caught them off guard. I cut off one's leg and with the pole knocked down the other. The remaining knight managed to block my attack but he was one-on-one with me. In a split second I made a decision on what to do next. Instead of attacking him until I take the enemy down, I decided to use another way. After all, I have a high chance of maiming or killing the knight, which will make him unresponsive to interrogation. I summoned my gear and bang! The knight was knocked back a couple of meters after he got hit with 100mm shell. It was just a dummy shell with a very small amount of propellant. Before the other 2 guys bleed to death, I tied all 3 of them and started the interrogation. I walked towards the guy without a leg. Will you talk? Screw you, B***. The captive hissed. Understood. Without additional time wasting I kicked him in his face. Now that he is down I prepared to test how sturdy his armor is. What the F** are you doing, animal? When he saw the Naginata positioned above him, he started having suspicions that something's not right. One last chance. Never, you go. No. No. When the blade cut through the armor, his bravado was immediately replaced with terror. I hit each spot that might be useful to test. I did it slowly and in a such order that he will not die until I am done. The faces of the other 2 became pale as sheets. They should be more cooperative now. I turned my head towards them after I was done. Who is next? And smiled. You think you can scare us? One of them tried shouting at me but it looked more like a bleating of a cattle on its way to the slaughterhouse. Well, he died before I could finish all my tests. They both looked much more cooperative after I announced that I am not done yet. What do you want to know? Was the first question after I approached the second one. Who ordered you to come here, why, and where they are? His Grace, Duke Fernet of Caliga ordered us to find a foxkin who is accused of mass murder in Miska village. I don't know where he is, only where his mansion is located. It is, he spouted everything. Anything else to add? I turned towards the 3rd knight. His Grace said that we are to capture you and drag you to him. I heard he wants to use you for covering up of the slaughter. Also the mansion is well guarded and stores some rare artifacts. Good. I guess you both deserve fast and painless end. Pierce. I sorted the aircraft to the area where the mansion would be, and headed back to my favorite dummy adventurers. Volume 1 Chapter 21. A Crow in the Foe's Nest. When I returned to Alina and Albert, I made sure to slightly correct the route we'll take. A large detour was not exactly in my previous plans, but now that I found out that I am being targeted, my enemy should expect me to show no mercy to the rogues. I had more than enough time to prepare the torpedo bombers, in case I would want to just flatten the entire mansion. However, the time it took us to walk, and the surging desire to check out what kinds of artifacts are there, resulted in me changing the plan and sending the bombers back to the hangar. When I finally discovered the mansion, I found a large stone building with a large garden area, secluded deep in the forest. A small paradise in the middle of nowhere. The aerial recon showed that there were less servants than one would expect from a remote mansion hell knows where. I suspected that the Duke was already away, and thus it made no sense to bomb this place. The patrols were lax, the mansion appeared to be half empty, and during the night most of the windows were not lit. In other words, a perfect opportunity to strike. Scene change. One night, I sneaked away from the adventurers, and approached the mansion. It was so poorly guarded, that I could walk through the front gate, and nobody would stop me. But then again, why would I need to attract any attention? I needed another way to get inside, preferably unnoticed. Then, I remembered about the kitsune magic. Even if my fireballs were a bit larger than a chicken egg, I might have other magic. After some long time I managed to create a simple illusion on me. It was nowhere near the invisibility I'd desire, but becoming pitch black was still better than nothing. If anyone comes close, they'd wet their pants and faint, or so I hope. When I tightened all of my clothes, so they won't hinder me, I approached the outer fence of the mansion. My ninja-styled jump was not elegant, but I landed silently, that is much more important. I created the illusion around me and headed towards the building. I quickly crossed the entire garden, and entered. I easily avoided any detection due to my sharp senses and fluffy ears. Mostly because the guards were either drinking, drunk, or sleeping. The Duke did his best to hire the elite, so he shouldn't blame me for stealing something because of their negligence. Scene change. I decided to pray to the gods of luck. Then I threw a stick, and it showed me the way. Lucky me, I found a room that appears to be the Duke's treasury within 3 minutes after infiltration. Even though I was glad I speed-run towards the goal, it didn't cancel the need to open the treasury. I was a murderer, an imposter, a scumbag, and now I am about to open another exciting new side of me, a thief. Since I didn't know how to lockpick, I used an OL trusty way. Bang! A solid piece of metal picks a lock faster than anything. I only did this because I had a nice idea beforehand. I created a vacuum around the barrel by using the foxfires. The actual sound of my gunfire was somewhat suppressed and mostly consists of vibration and recoil. Metal clanging might not be the normal sound of this mansion, but somehow I got away with that. I assure you, it is not an arbitrary explanation of the fact that the staff did not come to check what the hell exploded here. Anyway, I got into the treasury and with a bit of foxfire light I saw what is inside. If I could see my eyes right now, I'd see 2 huge dollar signs reflected in the dim light. However, my triumph did not last long. Just how am I supposed to take everything here? I can carry the entire mass of this storage, but how? There are no bags that can handle it all, and if I store it in many bags, I'd have no way to grab them all. To my greatest regret, I couldn't take everything I see here, so I had to choose wisely on what to fit into my limited bag space. Because of my genius tactics, I avoided any detection, and have a lot of time to choose my shiny beautiful things. In this wonderland I found gilded swords, an armor made of unknown black metal, a crown which I immediately put on my head, a necklace with a huge brilliant, which I immediately put into my bag, another necklace, and a few rings. I thought that I already looted this place enough after I felt that the bag is about to tear. But then I found a pretty pair of earrings. A few minutes later the bag did tear and all the precious shiny things fell on the floor with a loud noise. Nobody came to check what happened. I left the treasury to search for another bag, a couple of them. I returned soon, and like a crow continued my assault on everything shiny. Only after I heard another sound of a bag tearing I managed to calm myself down. With this much jewelry I can buy any upgrades I want. Wait a minute. I opened the details screen and placed a ring near it. The ring was consumed and my balance showed 3 more gold coins. I picked myself the best and prettiest jewelry, and of course my crown. Everything else, including that armor, was sold. My balance was looking like a national tax collection report. Ding! The heist was successful. You received 2 death warrants, 40 platinum coins, 999 gold coins, 1 level point 1 group of D1A dive bombers, 1 skill point. I did not even exit the building yet, and I am not guilty of anything. I was not even close to this mansion. I know nothing about it. With an almost empty bag of almost 3 kilograms of jewelry, I decided to wander around the mansion in case I can find more shiny stuff. Just like that, I found the Duke's bedroom, where I believed must be stored something of value. I found nothing of value, and was about to leave, when I felt like I saw something move on the bed table. There I found a big jar, covered with clothes. Immediately after I removed the covering, I saw 4 flying lights inside, white, green, blue and red. When I touched the jar, the lights approached the place. When I moved the finger, they followed it, as if trying their best to stick to it. It was quite curious, and I decided to take the jar with me. I sneaked out of the mansion with all my loot, jumped over the fence and disappeared in the forest. All was done perfectly by the book. I was nowhere near being noticed even once. Volume 1 Chapter 22. Your Grace, those are my lights. I returned to our camp by the dawn. Alina and Albert were already awake, and the moment they noticed my white ears protruding from the bushes, I was met with a murderous gentle glare. Hello. However, when I stepped out from my cover, the gentle glare turned into an overwhelming pressure. Fuji, where the F** did you get that? Alina shouted and pointed at my crown. I was just wandering around when I found it lying in a swamp. BS*. It is the Duke's crown. How do you know it, Alina? I slowly approached her. Bang! She hit the top of my head. Don't you dare try evading the question. Come on, I have such pretty things. I showed her the jar in hope that she will be distracted. She paled, but the distraction worked. Fuji, my sweet little Fuji. Do you even know what you are holding? Pretty glowing lights. How am I supposed to know what is there? God, why did I deserve such a punishment? Alina was holding her head in desperation. Meanwhile, I was playing with the lights. Not only they are adorable, but also very smart. I taught them how to follow my finger in a line, and in a column. Yes. They are flying in circles. Bang. You. Why did you hit me again? Fuji, you better open that jar. Alina was as serious as she can get. Even after I kissed her that time, she was not that angry. Not that it would make me obey her words. My precious lights. I ran away from her as fast as I could. I shall not surrender my pretty lights. They are too fun. And also I already started training them. They are already my pets. This is a violation of my property rights. I will sue her. While I was throwing a tantrum, Alina and Albert started to pinch me. I will not surrender my lights. With this war cry I tried to breach the blockade. Got you. Alina was faster. No. My lights. I gripped the jar with as much strength as I could apply before the jar cracks. I never let them take the jar, even when they both tried to pull it out of my hands. It was a fight of a carrier versus 2 people. The outcome was predictable. Scene change. In the end they both had to yield. I saved my pretty jar. Fuji, I get it that you like the lights in the jar, but do you know what they are? Yes, they are my pets. Double face palm. Could you please stop being so childish? Albert had only a second to dodge the foxfires. Yet he somehow made it. Why won't you let them go? Alina was at the point of resignment. Don't want to. Fuji, do you see them? You see how much they want to fly out of that jar? How about you pretend to be a good fox girl, and open that jar? Alina changed her tactics. She was no longer a mother who chastises her child, but was now a mother who tries to invoke pity towards the lights. I was about to tell her to go far, far away. While my actions were just a continuation of my tantrum, at the back of my mind I thought about the fact that the lights were not just a pretty decoration. They showed the signs of sapience, and thus had a right to be considered intelligent. Lights, if you want to leave me, fly up to the cap, if not, to the bottom. All 4 lights just dived straight to the bottom of the jar. The lights really understood what I said. and then did what I said to them. While I was still dumbfounded by their actions, I looked up towards the other two. They had the same expression as mine. Alina, tell me, what the hell just happened? I have no idea. Why did they listen to you? Because they are my pets. I tried to make an excuse, but it sounded more like a question. As if the lights felt my confusion, they hurried to the fingers I held the jar with. Like little flying ethereal cats, they tried to cuddle to me. Fuji, do you still want to trap them there? Alina gently said that, trying to motivate me. Look. They don't want to leave me either. Fuji, they are fairies. And. Wait a second, fairies. Albert said that and pointed at my jar. Alina ignored him completely. They are sapient, and I doubt that they like being imprisoned in that jar. So, Your Grace, Alina of Caliga. Some insight that you can tell me. Alina paled and stared at me with wide eyes. Fuji, this is not a funny joke, here come the excuses. You don't need to worry, lady. This is Justasecret. She was looking into the ground, trying to avoid my gaze. How? My dear, it is so simple. I was observing you for a long time. Your behavior gave you out quite a few times. Don't you get it? What is more important, are they really imprisoned there? Yes, some people will pay a lot of money to buy a fairy. There is a belief that if you tear off a fairy's wing, your wish will come true. Barbarians. The lights have nothing to do with the wishes. I was looking at the jar and thinking. I like those lights and want them with me, but will they be happy with being trapped there? Should I just let them go? From a humanitarian point of view, it is despicable to hold them inside that jar, especially since there are living creatures. I ought to let them go, but I was concerned that they would leave me the moment I opened that jar. Also, my possessiveness kicked in. After all, they were already akin to my pets at this point, just like Alina and Albert are. And what kind of an owner would I be if I throw them out? When I asked the lights if they wanted to be with me, they showed that they did want to. Would those fairies even like being let out, if they didn't want to? I hesitated for a short while, before finally deciding to open the lid. The lights flew out of the jar and transformed into 4 little girls, by that little I mean that they were less than 30 centimeters in height. They didn't appear to be running away. When I made a few steps back, they followed me, and the blue one even landed on top of my palm. Master, we thank you very much for saving us from that man. The red fairy said that to me and bowed. All other fairies followed her example. Me? Even though I was also going to keep you there. You wanted to keep us because you liked us, not because we are fairies. The green fairy said that to me. So, what are you going to do? I prepared myself to take a hit. Allow us to serve you, master. All fairies were eager to stay with me. I wondered what they can do, but they suddenly glowed and became quite bigger than they were. They became as high as a 14-year-old teenagers. I started thinking hard about what I have to do with the new arrivals. Okay, what should I do with them? Aside from having an actual harem. Side story 5. The small exercise continues. The adventurers were walking towards the supposed lair when they heard something whistle above. They decided not to think too much about it. Even though the whistle was repeated every 20s. They were closer and closer to the lair when after another whistle they heard a loud sound. Boom 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 boom. The ground itself was shaking from thunderous sounds. They rushed towards the place where the sounds were occurring. When they arrived, they saw a terrifying sight of countless craters and the surviving goblins which try to hide. Hush! Boom 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 boom. The whistling objects exploded on the far side of the settlement. Even after countless fights, even with mages, the adventurers never saw such raw power of explosive magic. Even if a military squad of mages chanted explosion simultaneously, they would not come closer to even one of those which occur now. The goblins were eliminated with an unbelievable magic and with an impossible power. Whoever the mages who did this were, they are the strongest in the world. Scene change. In the morning the adventurers returned to the town. In the hotel's dining hall sat a single person. An enigmatic noble in a blue cloak and dress. She was elegantly drinking something from a small cup. "Good morning, Miss Delight," said the girl in the leather armor. "Oh my, have you returned safely? Please, come join me for the breakfast." This person is as enigmatic, as the explosions from yesterday. Have you slept well? The knight asked her. Oh my, of course I did. This was a very interesting night. She said that with a smile. And in her thoughts was one motif. This night was quite a boomy one. Volume 1 Chapter 23. Camp Duties. Yesterday I woke up as a kitsune with 2 Retta adventurers, and today I woke up as an owner of 6 servants. My awakening would be a bliss to some. Alina tightly hugged me, my head was lying on the blue fairy's lap, the green fairy was combing my hair, the white fairy was fluffing my tails, and the red fairy was my mattress. No, not mistress. Mattress. I don't know if it's a paradise or hell, but I know that it became possible only in the fantasy world. I also know that the current level of affection those 14 YO fairies show to me is weirdly resembling that of Alina, and clearly threatens me with the future prospect of being hugging pillow 24/7. One day I should name the fairies to stop calling them by their hair color. Though I was immediately distracted from this good idea by a murderous glare coming from Albert. I know how you feel, buddy. I was a man as well. To show him how much I sympathize I told him with my eyes. You are a goddamned loser. You don't even have a girlfriend. Look at how nice life is when you are a pretty girl. LOOSER. He was so touched by my care that he started crying. Meanwhile, I finally opened the details to look how much I gained. Ding! You received 11 upgrade points, 1 group of B3Y torpedo bombers, changes all other TB, 1 weapon point, 3 silver coins, 2 groups of D1A dive bombers. I think it would be nice to order my fairies some maid uniforms. Just to please my eyes, and surely not because I don't want to be called a pedo because of imagining what is behind the leaves. Ding! You received 4 maid uniforms. Ding! You lost 400 gold coins. F***. If they cost me that much, why don't I put them to use? I'll make them my pilots. Let them work. How much would a plane cost me? Ding! 1 purpose received aircraft costs 10 platinum coins. You know what, I already lost 400 gold. I am F** rich. I decided to save the money for now. I can buy them planes anytime, so for now I better to focus on getting moving. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 2/7. Upgrade cap 50. FP 17. AA 20. AV 50. RD 50. AC 50. Aircraft groups. Fighter, A2N torpedo bombers, B3Y dive bombers, D1A. Installed, 3 of 8 installed, 9 of 16 installed, 3 of 6. Rapid deployment. LVL 3. Tenacity and bravery. LVL 1. Brave New World. LVL 3. Starts battle with 15% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 5% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A4N, B3Y and D1A. Can be activated every 1 hour. Scene change. Fairies. Come here, I've got an idea on how to make use of you. The RGBW fairies rushed to me, and obediently waited for my next words. Do you have any names? I decided to check that first. No. They answered in unison. Can I name you then? Yes, master. The fairies appeared to radiate happiness. So simple to please, yet so gullible. If it was R18 novel, they would be by now. White fairy will be named Willow. Blue fairy will be named Bennett. Green fairy will be named Grace. And finally, red fairy will be named Rin. From now on you are my maids. I expect you to fulfill your duties with dignity and fidelity. Yes, master. Once again, I felt sorry for having maids, maid fetish, and not having that thing. However, my excitement didn't last long. The girls were here, standing without a job to do. No matter how cute those maids are, and no matter how much I cry because of wasting a huge sum of money on them, they are but a decoration right now. Well, let's just start doing something. I glanced at Alina and Albert, 2 side characters whom I almost forgot by now. How the hell did we end up here? Albert and Alina were standing on the other side of the camp. I don't know, we were just following Fuji. You signed up yourselves. Come here, and let's pack this camp. I think we better keep going. Going where, master? Did you not have enough walking through the forests? Albert glared at me. Stop that, Al Fuji, Can you at least tell what is your goal? We really don't get what you are doing. Only the time will tell. Come on. Don't tell me you're just walking with no purpose in mind. I ignored him and turned towards the maids. Help them pack our belongings and be ready to move out. Rin will be the senior. Yes, master. Let's do this, sisters. Scene change. The maids may be a bit more petite than Alina, so I was expecting that they will barely keep up with the rogues, but they packed our camp in 10 minutes. While we, 3 adventurers, were chewing our food, they cleared all the trash, uninstalled tents, packed the bags and cleared any traces of our stay. Alina and Albert didn't even have to lift a finger. So, what would you say? I mechanically said that to the other 2. I guess they will be now doing every work in camp. Alina mechanically answered me. They are quite pretty, right? Albert was more active. We both looked at him like at a pile of garbage and moved away from him. Dirty pedophile. Master, should we clear all garbage? Willow asked me and glanced towards Albert. Yes, please do. I glanced at him as well. Wait. I did not mean anything bad. You just, Your clothes are pretty. Girls, we have some work to do. Rin looked like she was about to commit a murder. I would not even try to stop them. I can already guess what they are thinking, hole. Why you just look at my clothes? Is my face not pretty? Due to his tactlessness, Albert was subjected to disgusted looks of 6 girls, and to earn our forgiveness, he was made the mule. Originally I was going to pack everything on our new voluntary servants, but Albert saved them. Good for him. I remember in the bag he carries were the maid's spare panties. He won't be alone. We finally continued moving. From high above, the aircraft reported to me our location. We were getting closer, and closer. Volume 1 Chapter 24. The Consequences of Negligence. After we crossed yet another forest, we entered a small plain with a hill. I was going to use the hill as a staging point to scout the area and the next forest we are going to be passing through. Even without the need for scouting operations, the hill would be a nice safe spot for tonight's camp. Initially I was going to reach the hill by the evening, but since we now have 8 more hands and legs, we made it to the hill by the noon, and since there was an opportunity to move even further, I decided it was worth a shot. Not only we did pass the hill, we even approached the edge of the forest and set up a camp there. Overall it would have been just a change of scenery, if not for the fact that my aircraft discovered a settlement deeper in the forest. From above the settlement looked clearly larger than what I encountered until now, and the way it looks did not resemble the crude settlements of the goblins. But it barely resembled the human settlements too. If it was too far from looking like a human settlement, I'd bomb it into oblivion without asking a question, but since I can't clearly tell who lives there, I had to be cautious. I didn't think that this settlement would pose a direct threat, at least not a threat that would make us fall back all the way to the hill, so we set up our camp at the edge of the forest. Scene change. Soon I had to abandon the scouting operation near the settlement, since with the nightfall the aircraft lose their visibility, and the visibility of the carrier. I didn't want to lose aircraft due to accidents, so I stopped the recon altogether. I realized that it was a grave mistake only after I heard aircraft flying above. I immediately checked what was going on, and found out that they were spawned by the rapid deployment skill. It meant only one thing: a fight is inevitable. Awoo! When I saw a movement nearby, I ordered bombers to attack. 2 bombers made a half-barrel roll and steeply dived there. Both 250 kilograms bombs exploded near the targets. I immediately heard dinging, but for now I dismissed the notifications. Because I didn't prepare beforehand, I needed at least 5 minutes to prepare the planes for takeoff. Hold them back while I prepare. I shouted to the woken up adventurers. No problem, you still have some machines in the air. We will hold back the attackers. It was clear that those 2 wouldn't handle the attackers by themselves, and the maids were unarmed. I sent in the aircraft. The fighters were trying to rain down some fire, but they are much less dangerous than a proper Ka. After the aircraft pulled up, 2 objects rushed out of the forest and attacked the rogues. Watch out! Werewolves! Better watch out for this. I shot a barrage of foxfires, none hit the enemies, but the resulting confusion gave my companions some time to prepare. Alina's swordsmanship allowed her to quickly take down her opponent by slitting his throat, while Albert was unlucky and got himself an elite opponent. At least in the sense that his werewolf was smart enough not to rush mindlessly. Together with Alina, Albert managed to block the werewolf's path to me, and it gave me enough time to start launching the aircraft. Scene change. Those two werewolves may have been just scouts, or they were the only lucky survivors of my initial airstrike. It didn't actually matter now that I started deploying the aircraft to the flight deck. I started with the fighters, as they only needed light armament, and could be sent while the heavier payloads of the torpedo bombers and the dive bombers was being attached. While the aircraft were still on the elevators and were taxiing, the werewolves were needed to be stalled. You, take whatever you can and help them. I ordered my mates to join the fight. Soon more monsters will come and I was holding back my reserves, but considering how bad it goes on the rogue side I will have to risk my plans. The mates have attracted the attention of the beast and that allowed the rogues to go offensive. Even that was not enough to kill the elite werewolf. The werewolves are much stronger than what I expected. I will have to test one of them after we are done. Meanwhile, the first planes started taking off. I still needed some time before they will regroup and set on course. Fuji, we need your help. Just a couple of minutes. The first groups of fighters started their attack, and surprised the second werewolf enough to give Albert an opening to exploit. The fighters were sent to gun down anything that tries to step out of the forest, and under their cover the true firepower lined up at the catapults. When a new wave of the werewolves charged out of the forest, the torpedo bombers sortied. I aimed them to bomb what was in the forest, while the fighters would assist Alina and Albert with those who get away. All 9 groups of B-3Y torpedo bombers formed up above the battlefield and set course towards the incoming werewolves. Each B-3Y carries 500 kilograms of bombs, which even with my incomplete upgrades counts as 9 tons of bombs. That will make sure the enemy reinforcements will never arrive. After I sent my last flight I was able to join the fight. In the process I had to forbid the aircraft to land for rearmament while I'm in melee. At that moment I had a feeling that I forgot something important. Fuji, you are a complete idiot. Bang. Bang bang. I finally remembered that I have guns. I quickly corrected the flight's behavior, and the reorganized battle started yielding the bloody harvest. The aircraft were devastating the forest and the flat area between it and us, while I was firing at what was already out of the plane's reach, and yet to reach Alina and Albert. My upgrades proved effective and soon the incoming waves were on the brink of obliteration. Under constant aerial bombardment, and strafing from the planes which already dropped their bombs, the werewolves were soon forced to retreat. Only then I could land the planes and rearm. Previously I was not expecting the attack and we almost regretted that. It is a miracle that nobody was injured. Volume 1 Chapter 25. The Fox and the Searching for Destiny. After an intense combat I absolutely had to stay up and watch out for any more attacks from the forest. The rogues and the mates were let go to sleep, while I spent the rest of the night preparing the aircraft. By the dawn the flights of fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo bombers were lined up on the flight deck and fully prepared for takeoff at any moment. When the dawn only started coloring the sky, I ordered all engines to start up. The coughing and low humming noises soon turned into a thunderous roar, which was only becoming louder. Every plane was ordered to sortie. Soon, the flying armada grouped at 2 kilometers altitude and set course towards the werewolf settlement. When the aircraft were about to start the bombing, I aimed the 100mm gun and began firing. I could only imagine what the monsters felt. In the middle of their lairs the explosions happened one after another. But that was only a prelude. Together with the rising sun, the sky was filled with an alien sound, and the swarm of unknown birds dropped the bombs. One after another they exploded, leaving only death and terror. This will be a blood-earned lesson for them. Never screw with me. Scene change. After I spent all in-turret ammunition, I stopped the attack. All the aircraft already dropped their payload, and there was no reason to keep going. Since our camp was just a bunch of tents and a pot above a campfire we quickly packed it up and were once again ready to move. I wonder if they will attack us on our way. You doubt me? No, but there might be more than the ones you destroyed. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Whatever, we should be going. Yes, yes. Why are you always commanding? Do you want to take my place? I asked him and aimed all my weaponry at him. Why are you always acting like this, After I re-established my tyranny, we entered the forest. Just before sending out the scouting flights, I checked the rewards for this cleanup. Ding! You received 55 silver coins, 4 Type 99 rifle, AA, 1 group of D1A dive bombers, 16 upgrade points 1 level point 1 steam catapult, epic, 1 arresting wires, epic, 1 group of A4N fighters, changes all other F, 1 dual 100mm Type 98, main gun, 1 steam catapult, elite, 3 weapon points. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 3 7ths. Upgrade cap 60. FP 20. AA 20. AV 50. RD 53. AC 60. Aircraft groups. Fighters, A4N torpedo bombers, B3Y dive bombers, D1A. Installed, 4 of 8 installed, 9 of 16 installed, 4 of 6. Main gun dual 100mm Type 98. Secondary guns 4 Type 99 rifle, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 7 Type 99 rifle, 8 max. Flight deck occupied, 12 out of 120. Arresting wires installed, epic. Steam catapults 1, installed, epic, grade 5. 2, installed, epic, grade 3. 3, installed, elite. 4, installed, common. Steam catapult. Epic, grade 5 -75% catapult reload time, -75% catapult malfunction chance, -50% G-force impact on aircraft during the launch. Epic, grade 3 -65% catapult reload time, -65% catapult malfunction chance, -40% G-force impact on aircraft during the launch. Elite, -30% catapult reload time, -30% catapult malfunction chance, -15% G-force impact on aircraft during the launch. Arresting wires. Epic, 50% chance of missing the wires on landing, -50% chance of crashing on landing. Scene change. I spent all my weapon points into upgrading catapults, so now I can almost immediately launch 2 planes. I am becoming a true aircraft carrier, not some shabby CVL. The first few hours in the forest passed without any incidents. I was expecting something bad to happen up to the point I found it to be a calm before a storm. Just a minute after I thought that it is suspicious that nothing happened to us, we found a broken carriage, filled with old skeletons. Our examination revealed a lot of copper coins lying on the coacher's seat. Regrettably, almost all of them went into the rogue's crippled budget. That little bun was enough to improve our mood and energize us to continue going forward. Well, that was enough for the rogues. The mates became energized after they had a few minutes to fluff me and rub against me while Alina and Albert were collecting the coins. Something tells me they are loyal not only because I am their savior. Well, any bauble of folly will keep the mates jolly. For a while we were just walking. We were not seeing any monster nearby, and the aerial recon did not show any major dangers ahead. It was almost boring. I take back what I thought. Better safe than sorry. All the extreme I wished for I decided to find by walking on a fallen tree's trunk. The mossy wood was slippery and dangerous enough for me to feel some rush, instead of any actually dangerous activity. As I climbed on the trunk and was about to start walking, I felt something. It was something like a pulse, or like a premonition. I felt the direction it came from easily, and rushed there. Fuji. Where are you running? Alina was trying to chase me but she can't run as fast. Master, what are you searching? Willow turned herself into fairy and was flying beside me. I was just running. I ran for 2 or 3 minutes before I encountered what was calling me. It was just a small altar in the middle of the forest. I might not recognize it but I feel that this altar is very familiar. I offered my prey and suddenly felt my insides warm. It is the same feeling I have when I feel my luck increasing, or when my luck saves me from bad things. The altar appeared small enough to be carried, so I called out to Willow. Willow, call the other mates at once. I want this altar taken with us. Yes, master. With pleasure. She was shining with happiness. She is shining from happiness, right? I decided not to waste my time for nothing and kept on praying until the fairies arrived and took the altar with us. Fuji, I know you can be weird. But let me ask you one thing, are you crazy? Mother was not happy. Whatever. I will place it by the house. What house? Albert tilted his head after my statement. When a little cute fox like me tilts her head, it is kawaii. When an unshaved monkey does that, it is disgusting. I am so happy I am a sweet lil fox. Do you two want to live in the tent forever? I smiled at them. While the two adventurers were reflecting on what I just said, I continued walking towards the setting sun. Volume 1 Chapter 26 Walking deeper into the forest. After the recent events, I more or less confirmed that my air power is my everything, and that I must pay utmost attention to strengthening it. I also discovered that Brave New World skill also may affect the aircraft I receive from rewards, so a bit later I will spend the unused gold to level up the skill. For a while I even felt like I am invincible. I have guns, the absolute game changer for medieval, I have aircraft, the absolute game changer for 20th century warfare, and I have a freaking load of HP and armor, the absolute game changer for any kind of situation. It was only natural I was considering going to the capital and kicking a king out of his seat. Luckily, I remembered in time that we are but humble fugitives, going somewhere only I know where to find a nice place I'd call home and be sure nobody will kick me out. I jumped on a large trunk and tried to look what is further. Hey, what have you found? Albert immediately tried to get the most recent news from their direct creator. Nothing but trees, we are in the middle of this forest. Up until now we only encountered trees, and occasional wolves and goblins. Nothing that I wouldn't expect from a forest. From above I also could only see trees up until the horizon. Whatever not trees we encountered up until now were so minuscule that I didn't even get rewards for defeating them. Alina and Albert put down the bags that constitute our current possessions, and sat down for a short chat while I am preparing a new recon sortie. Willow and Bennett carry the altar I found, while Grace is our lookout for the cases I myself don't spot anything in time. The only one left, Rin, was standing by the trunk I stood on. She has the most important task. Master, would you like me to princess carry you? She constantly tries to trick me into being carried in her hands, but if I would have wanted that, I'd ask Alina. At least Alina's strong arms are better suited for that. I jumped off the trunk and signaled the others to continue moving. No, thank you. My current position is comfortable enough. I was sitting at a vantage point, also called Rin's shoulders. I was so tall right now, that if Albert was slightly taller, I'd be looking into his eyes. Scene change. The constant green mass I was seeing around myself was contributing a lot to me dozing off. I was about to do so, but my fighters reported that they detected a couple of wyverns. It would be a shame to let the loot fly away, right? Albert, Alina, you know what I am thinking about. You either think about teasing us, or about destroying an entire kingdom. Not that he was too far from the truth. Over there you can find 2 wyverns. You got me. I showed them the heading and asked if they understood me. And why are you telling that to us? Alina still didn't get me. I want you to loot them. Why don't you do something by yourself? At least once. Okay. I grabbed a rock. I did something by myself, now go and take my loot. And what was I expecting, My new fighters, the A4N, were faster than my previous fighters, allowing me to reinforce my flights faster, or to shoot down wyverns in even more merciless ways. While the rogues were hurrying ahead to dismantle the wyverns and bring back the spoils of war, the maids and I were leisurely walking in the same direction. When we were around halfway there, we saw 2 orcs on our way. Though, they were much smaller than the one I encountered near the capital. Stay here, I will need some time for research. Yes, master. Rin was confused by my words, but the maids obediently stood and waited. Buledin ha-ra-ra. Ha ha ha. Buledin ha-ra-ra. Whatever you say there, you are just 2 walking corpses. Bang bang. I fired 2 dummy shots and knocked them down. While the orcs were incapacitated, I proceeded with vivisection. I tested how easy would the blade cut an orc's skin, muscle, and bone. Before it died, I also cut open its belly. The subject was still alive by the time I confirmed for myself that the naginata doesn't cut only through tempered steel. I was about to call it a day, when I remembered some novels I was reading. I didn't ask anybody if there was a magic core, a magic stone, or whatever, in the monsters. It is considered an expensive loot, so if I can get my hands on it. Regrettably, there were none. When I turned towards the other subject, I saw it trying to crawl away, stopped only by the maid sitting down on its back. Thanks, ladies. The 4 frightened girls nodded hurriedly, and rushed away, hiding behind opaque objects. The second subject was cut from the back, providing me with additional insights in the orc anatomy. Scene change. Master, whoa, do you like a bath? All four maids were trembling for a long time afterwards. Rin tried to offer to carry me, but considering how much she was shaking, I guess she offered that only because I am her master. On our way we walked into a lake, and the natural thing to do for me was to take a bath. The blood on me was unpleasant. At the lake I undressed and ran to the water, and a second before I broke the shining mirror, I was picked up and carried there. No swimming for me. Rin and Grace washed me, while Willow was washing my clothes. Cheers and giggles could be heard all over the lake, since after the fairies started cuddling me again, they forgot about how drenched in blood I was. The only sad face out here was Bennett, who was sitting in Reed and guarding the uniforms. Well, yes, I am being washed by naked cute girls. I can even feel how hot my face is, and how a certain senior rubs her beak up against my back. Phew! It's done, master. She barely finished the phrase by the time I was already rushing towards the coast. Since I was not allowed to swim around, I feel too playful to just sit down and wait. Master! Please, at least take a towel. Bennett tried to chase me, and couldn't catch up with me neither when I was still in the lake, nor when we started running around on the grass. What are you doing? A male voice? I turned my head towards its source and... Die, you pervert! Albert, you are a dead man. Volume 1 Chapter 27. A not abandoned trail. Why am I always the one who carries your s***? Albert grumbled, as always. This time, however, it was because he was found guilty of being a pervert. His red cheeks can confirm that. I stopped slapping him only after both of my hands started to hurt, only then I was merciful enough to tell the maids to start slapping him for me. Some people may think that being in the forest is great, breathing a fresh forest air, fishing, camping. For me it was becoming the worst of nightmares. It was only my second day here, but I can feel getting sick from just looking at this green color. I was not feeling comfortable also due to the local wildlife. Large monsters are yet to try attacking us, but the goblins and the wolves create a lot of distraction. At least I know that soon I might start seeing something further than 10 meters in front, since my aircraft found planes not far away from here. The same planes that are cleared around large settlements. Meanwhile, we walked into a wall of plants. With my foxfires I burned them, and found a cave covered behind. I was going there with Alina to find out if there is something useful, while Albert was tasked with guarding the maids. Alina appeared to be both more skilled, and much more pleasant. As a former male, it would be a shame not to accidentally touch her a time or two while we are in the dark cave. If this monkey dares to grope you, don't be shy to kick him in the balls. Don't worry, I will be sure to castrate him for any of his pervert deeds. I assured my mates and went into the cave. After I made sure that there is a fine distance of 20 meters between them, I hurried after Alina. Scene change. The cave appeared to be inhabited and somewhat maintained. There were old wooden boxes and empty bags. From the way it was hidden and contained space for a ton of stuff, I felt like it was used as a smuggling outpost. After we walked for almost a kilometer, we encountered another green wall. This time I decided not to burn everything to ashes but to accurately cut our way out. If my assumptions are correct, we shortened our traveling time by a couple of hours. I'll wait here, go bring the others. Alina decided to guard this place and I will have to walk back by myself. Well, I am faster after all. Almost an hour later we continued walking down the smuggler's trail. The entire area was scouted from above several times by now, so it will be hard to jeopardize my planning. Or so I thought. Just as we crossed some bushes, we have walked into a ravine. While it would be easy to cross it, right now we have an altar which is actually not that light to drag it up and down. In my former plan we would have walked around without having to cross anything at all, but now going around would take us a few more hours. After a little brainstorming I came up with an unorthodox idea of using my flight deck as a bridge. The ravine is 20 meters wide and my meter-long little accessory would not be enough to cover it, but then I thought about the fact that it is not exactly connected to me with any struts. The flight deck rigging is just a plain board with superstructure on it. Usually it just hangs by my side, tied by a silk strip. First things first, I decided to try the least possible scenario. My genius plan was to imagine it being 20 meter long and hope that it works out. Of course that was a failure. Neither my deck could be used as floating board to carry everything around. It just sticks close to me and refuses to leave. My next idea was the most unorthodox, but some out-of-the-box thinking can prove the most fruitful. The final plan was successful from the start. Another step. Another step. Careful. Don't step that far. We built a little tower from the rogues and I was at its top. All of our cargo was placed on the flight deck, and due to its unique stubbornness, it didn't fall from the weight. Like that we were able to transfer all our stuff across the ravine. We lost only an hour. We are still ahead of my schedule. If everything goes well, within 3 hours we will come out of the forest. Scene change. When we were very close to our today's goal, we walked into a group of people. Not the good kind of people. If you surrender, we might just sell you into slavery instead of killing. The smugglers have shown up and were very angry that someone found their trail. Their leader stepped forth with a short sword aimed at us. Now was the question. Talk with them, or listen, brother, we have no reason to fight. We are not welcome in the kingdom too, you know. I tried persuading them. If so, then how the hell you came here? The trail was far away from any landmark, and finding it out of coincidence would be suspicious. But we just did. You know, there is a shady guy in the forest. Kalga, or something. We chose the least conspicuous way, and had no idea it's yours. For now this goes good. Oh my, that ** hole drove away another bunch of people. The Duke's infamy went as far as to the deepest parts of this forest. I see that you get what I say. Neither you, nor I get anything good out of beating each other, so how about we just pretend we didn't see each other and go do our own business? Please, let it work out. Fine. Alright lads, let 'em pass. I just hope I won't regret that. The smuggler was still suspicious, but his friends sheathed their swords. I doubt we'd ever cross our paths again. I don't want to return into this forest in the slightest. But, if we ever walk into each other again, I hope we will have some mutually beneficial business. I showed him my most sincere business smile. You bet, Foxkin. He showed a smile of his own. We both sensed a slight of profit from our meeting. Without any more issues we finally walked out of the forest and were ready to keep moving forward. Volume 1 Chapter 28. Mastering the Air Warfare. After we left the Green Hell, the so-called forest, I was expecting our lives to change for the best. There were no wolves and no other worthless monsters that didn't yield a single upgrade point, and ahead of us were huge endless plains. The same kind that exists around every town and city of this world. However, the initial optimism faded soon. We already walked for 3 or 4 days with only stopping for a night. Alina and Albert were somewhat content, since they were no longer jumping up at every rustle, but the mates were getting tired of the constant movement. Their cheerfulness and vigor turned into weak attempts at keeping themselves busy to stop thinking about having to walk again as the dawn breaks. Seeing that my companions were tired of our nomadic lifestyle, I decided to let us set up a temporary camp, and under this excuse I started reflecting on my own performance. In the end I reached one conclusion: I don't control aircraft groups efficiently. Thus begun my first ever exercises. Scene change. I divided my air power into 2 groups, defending, with 3 fighter groups, and attacking with the rest of my air power. I tried simulating a scenario of mass attack from the air. It might be applied to ground attacks as well. My goal is to launch the fighters as fast as I can and intercept enemy forces. Considering that my normal reaction time is more than 10 minutes, I should give the attackers 5 minutes before they can bomb me. The first few tries I failed miserably. The bombers were catching my interceptors still on the deck, or the attacking group was overwhelming the few scrambled fighters at takeoff. When I expended the fuel, I sent the groups for a short rest. Then began the new stage of my suffering, a mess landing. Sometimes I was messing up the circling patterns and the landing clearances. I even had an aircraft crash on landing. However, I was not discouraged. If I ever want to best my enemies, I must make sure that I can launch my air attacks rapidly and defend myself as fast. With each try I was getting better results. While normally aircraft carriers have at least vague knowledge on how to operate their aircraft, I have none. There are no experienced officers available to me, and I never was a carrier in my human life, and I had no practice until now. I either launch my aircraft before the fight, or I have a lot of time to do that. The camp adjusted to my shenanigans within an hour. My cheerleading team of fairies was trying their best to support me, while Alina and Albert were cooking, cleaning, and doing everything else. Of course, I was reflecting on the performance and my mistakes. I was playing around with the fighter refuel and rearmament patterns, with the initial interception sorties, and after my 15th try I managed to intercept the attackers before they reached me. I decided to try a couple more times to make sure I have better capabilities. Only after I was satisfied with the results I continued the exercises. The scenario has outlived itself, as I was just repeating the same thing until I got the correct results. Scene change. The next scenario was rapid deployment of attack aircraft. While I have only 4 flights of fighters, and so I can launch all of them within 2 minutes if needed, my bombing capabilities include 3 times more planes. And unlike the fighters, they need their bombs and torpedoes loaded, which takes a lot of time. I know that it would be nice to be able to launch them fast, but also I need to learn how to make coordinated airstrikes. I started with the most basic thing, safely deploying the aircraft on deck. While it sounds easy, it requires me to safely arm and fuel the planes in the hangar, and then lift them up to the flight deck. A plane, a flight, that would be easy. A freaking armada of aircraft is not. The next stage of the exercise was the actual takeoff and landing procedure. My second rapid deployment exercise was not as bad as the first scenario. Overall, I lost only 3 planes and had 1 catapult malfunction. The 4th catapult is of the worst quality, so it was expected. Soon enough I was capable of swift launching the majority of my craft. With this out of the way, I began preparing for coordinated airstrike exercise. It was all about having the attack flights gather above me, without colliding, and without interfering with the newly launched aircraft. While I was busy training with the bombers, I sent my fighters to search for a suitable target. Scene change. Somewhere in the forest I discovered a huge goblin settlement. Those vermin really did annoy me in the forest, so it was the time for my revenge. They might even yield me a point. The settlement has a form vaguely looking like a ship, so my decision was to simulate attacking a warship. I pre-planned the locations where a warship would have AA guns and where it would have its critical systems. That would be a nice way to have some fun, train, and destroy the green F***s. I executed 4 airstrikes. Some were only flying over the settlement to train low-altitude attacks with torpedo bombers, some were dive-bombing the citadel, and after I was done fooling around, I prepared for the final touch. All planes were loaded with bombs and prepared for carpet bombing. While the planes were preparing, climbing, and setting their course, I began artillery exercise. Not that firing a bunch of rifles and 2 100mm guns can do something to the remnants of the goblin village. While the strike itself was successful, I was not satisfied, because if there would be any AA guns, my box formation will be annihilated. Also, it is hard to maintain all of them circling above me, guide the planes for landing, and making sure they are not hitting each other while taxiing on the deck. The exercise continues. Scene change. The entire bundle of exercises took the entire day, but that was not all. I had a night exercise planned after that. In the end I cancelled it because it was the time to continue moving forward. In between the exercises I found an interesting place that perfectly suited my needs, a picturesque cliff with a large bay nearby. The only thing that maybe interfered with my plans was an old shabby castle. A castle under the Duke's flag. Volume 1 Chapter 29. The Act of Aggression. While we were on our way towards the location I chose for my future home, I decided to go buy some stuff we would be using while I am in the process of construction. We went to a village to buy some weapons, food, and new tents. The latter because I was getting sick of seeing the patches on our current tents. The village we entered was a relatively small settlement with nothing outstanding about it, aside from an Adventurers Guild's branch office. It was decided that Albert will go buy some weapons with the maids, while Alina and I will be buying food and equipment. We planned to meet at the guild in the end and move on to the destination. Simple as that. Since I was with Mother Alina, we finished buying groceries way faster than Albert was playing with his toys and licking over my maids. While we were waiting for him, Alina suggested us to go and take the rewards from some of the previous quests. When we entered, the guild was as empty as it could get, and only a clerk was sitting somewhere in a corner and reading a third-rate novel. "Hello. Can you help us?" At Alina's call, the clerk mumbled something about stupid brainhead adventurers, and reluctantly stood up to approach the registry. "What would you like to do here?" The clerk prepared some blanks. "We want to check what rewards we have and if there are any unfinished quests assigned." Alina took the initiative and gave the clerk our tokens. For a second the clerk's eyes widened, but she immediately began processing our request. "Please, wait a moment." The clerk stood up and headed to a back door. "Why do you need to do that?" "I need to check with the main office, they process everything. The equipment is not installed in this building, so can you wait a couple of minutes?" "See." When the clerk walked outside I whispered to Alina. "Be ready for a fight." Something is not right. I was very suspicious of this. We were dealing with the branch offices here and there, but we were yet to see something like that. Not to mention, the clerk was way too eager to help us after she saw the tokens. Despite her confusion, Alina put her hand on the hilt. Scene change. When the clerk returned, she gave us the papers with the information we requested. Next she started talking nonsense, making suggestions about having dinner in the guild, and other stuff that was outright weird to see from an unmotivated employee. I decided to no longer tolerate this. I just ignored the clerk and headed towards the exit with Alina in tow. Before the clerk got in our way, we hurried outside. Outside were standing 20 village guards, and some people from militia. Neither of them looked friendly. Stop right now, you are under arrest for murder. Surrender yourselves peacefully or prepare to die. In a flash, I tried to recollect if I ever did anything close to murder, but remembered nothing. Like, I am Fluffy innocent fox, how could I ever do anything bad? However, now was not the time to be talking back and forth. The people in front of me were not exactly interested in hearing me out. I was wondering if I should knock them down with the Naginatas pole and karate tricks I've learned in the grade school, but then I saw the ducal insignias on the guards' shields. What a brave talk! My blood started boiling. I have tolerated quite a lot of things that guy tried to do to me for almost no apparent reason. But now he put the murderer tag on me. Well, if he wants it so much, then why not give him a good reason? However, this line of reasoning didn't last long. Master, run while you can. I heard Bennett's voice. One last chance to surrender, beast. With each their word my face grimaced more and more. I saw that my maids, and a useless male servant, were already apprehended. Alina, take cover when it begins, I murmured to her and summoned the gear. At that, I snapped. Surrender yourselves, you filth. You dared hurting my servants and friends. You better not to test my patience. Men! Catch this monster! The guards charged. So be it. Bang! Bang bang bang! Scene change. Soon it was over. I never showed mercy to them. Those who have surrendered were killed fast. Those who decided fighting me, either faced their fast death, or were cut in pieces. My rage had blinded me. All that was left after my rampage were bodies and my servants. Until now I may have done some nasty things to that duke, but what happened today had buried any hopes of resolving the tiny disputes we had. It was war. War, until my victory. Originally I was going to take the little cozy cliff by the sea with my words and petty tricks, like throwing the defenders out through brute force, but now I had a very good reason to just raise the castle altogether. However, this kitsune is generous, and only prepared the air arm to bomb the sea asterisk out of them. Moreover, this kitsune is so generous, that she sent Albert to negotiate the terms of complete surrender of the castle, before bombing the sea asterisk out of them. On behalf of the most graceful Lady Fuji, we offer you to surrender the castle. If you decide to accept our offer, we guarantee your safety and allow you to leave the castle with all your weapons and supplies. If you decide to refuse, be ready for the inevitable death. Just when he finished his words I fired 2 100mm shells right in front of the gate. Of course, the speech itself was written by me. You have 6 hours to make your decision. Every person who leaves the castle without fighting will have the guarantees of safety as long as they don't try fighting. After that he returned. I felt both relieved and disappointed. Looks like I still didn't forgive how he was gazing over my gorgeous body with his perverted eyes. Then, we camped outside the castle. Some of the soldiers were smart enough to flee, but that was only a small part of the garrison. The sun set and the defenders lit up the torches. Feeling the approaching doom, the archers took positions on the walls. The garrison was preparing to fight the assaulting force of me, and 6 people by my side. But my military techniques were much more advanced than foolish climbing the walls to get an arrow in the knee. The calm quiet of the night was overwhelmed by the sudden thunder of starting engines, as I ordered to sortie. After all my planes were in the air, I ordered them to group. Torpedo bombers set course to carpet bomb the castle, while dive bombers were to make precise attacks on key nodes of enemy defenses. My guns prepared to fire too. With the moon high in the sky, I declared the war. Torah! 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 Volume 1 Chapter 30. The Birth of a Legend. On my mark, the entire power I accumulated fell upon the castle. While my aircraft were still on their way to drop the payload, I opened fire with the main guns. Thanks to the decreased amount of powder I was using, the shots were being fired at high arcs, allowing me to target the inner territory of the castle, even though I was close. The soldiers were left with no option but to approach the walls where my shells were not landing and the gatehouse, which would block the shells. As the shelling came to an end with no targets to fire at, the defenders started preparing to fight us as we proceed with the attack. The archers were put on the walls together with some melee soldiers, while the majority of the troops were deployed right behind the gatehouse to cut us down should we try to break through the gates. It was just as I anticipated. Their training did not include the third option. The air. Boom boom boom. The torpedo bombers dropped their payload all the way from the gatehouse to the opposite end of the castle, killing almost all of the infantry below the walls. The next step was the dive bombers' attack on the towers and buildings. As the castle plunged into chaos, I ordered all of my planes to return for resupply. After the first wave turned the castle into ruins, the second wave was supposed to finish off the survivors. However, I just had that urge to go and do something myself. The aircraft were sent below the deck, while I proceeded towards the castle. There was barely anything to do at this point, so I casually walked towards the crumbled remnants of walls. I was already expecting to enter the castle without any resistance when I heard a sound. Ping! A small drop is the omen of a coming rain. Like that, an arrow was an omen of them shooting at me. A hailstorm of arrows silently fell on me, ricocheting from my armor. After they saw that nothing happened to me, the archers tried firing several fire arrows, with the same result. I could only imagine their faces when they expected to kill me with their first salvo, only to find out that I am armored enough to ignore their best attempts. Perhaps they thought that I would no longer be able to fight back since I already stopped firing and approached, and that may be the reason why they were so fearless as to stop hiding behind the battlements. To their greatest regret, they underestimated my fighting abilities, as well as my ammo stowage. By this time I was indeed low on main gun ammo, though I had a full ammo for the rifles. With not so precise shots I started firing rifles at the walls. I started steadily cleaning up the walls with rifle shots, and took down most of the defenders there, before the remaining ones fled down behind the wall's cover. I was the only one left in the vicinity. Scaling the walls was the last thing I wanted to do, so I just brute forced my way into the castle by breaking the gates. When the entrance was breached, the remaining defenders raised a battle cry and ran at me. Bang bang bang! I started discharging rifles at the defenders. Neither the chain mail, nor the occasional plate armor, could stop the rifle rounds. If there were more defenders, they would have stood a chance at getting closer to me and tasting my naginata. But the history does not accept the if. The few survivors surrendered immediately after witnessing the last show of destruction, and I let them escape the castle. Soon after the castle was taken, I led the others inside, and we made our camp in the castle, among the moon landscape of craters and shattered stone. Scene change. The morning we met at the walls. The Duke's forces were surprisingly quick to react. I was brushing my teeth, when their negotiator walked towards the remnants of the gatehouse. Surrender yourselves, you scumbags. You are surrounded. Oh my, what a civilized way to start the conversation. Fuji, they have ships. We have no way to escape. Alina was panicking after she returned from the other side of the castle. Indeed, you are well prepared for this. At least that's what you are thinking. I decided to keep them busy while I execute my plan. You have no way to escape, beast. If you surrender now, His Grace might be merciful enough to sell you into slavery instead of killing. The negotiator continued offering us the most beneficial terms, without even considering the fact that I took this castle all by myself within a single night. From what I know, my ammo stowage is being respawned every 24 hours, so I was currently low on ammo. At least for the MVP 100mm guns. The Duke's forces have around 500 men, and their fleet consists of 20 ships. For such a tiny castle that was ridiculous. And after considering my ammo situation, we were clearly in a tricky situation. But I was not wasting the time for no reason. I closed my eyes and shouted. Whatever you have, come and test if you are really capable of defeating the pride of Sakura Empire. Aoga. A ship's horn thundered in a distance. My trump card has finally arrived. All planes, sortie at once. The last of Japanese carriers, the mighty IJN Fuji showed herself at last. I had to steam at full ahead to reach this place by the morning. Some aircraft were sortied beforehand, and as soon as the carrier entered our sight, 4 flights of dive bombers flew over us and dropped their bombs right on top of the enemy formations. Simultaneously, the pairs of torpedo bombers begun their attack runs and dropped torpedoes. I went with an overkill, both because I was cautious of the entirety of the possible outcomes, and because I simply wanted to let my torpedo bombers do their actual job. The results are not worth mentioning, because no wooden ship can survive 2 torpedoes hitting it. After dropping their bombs, the fighters and dive bombers started to circle above the enemy, while occasionally diving to rain down machine gun fire on the infantry. Scene change. The enemy soon surrendered, and the enemy negotiator was the first one to do that. In face of his crimes, or rather because he already insulted me, I hanged him. This time I did not let the enemies run away. I made them all surrender themselves, and even captured the enemy commander. When I was going to interrogate him, Alina approached me. When I turned towards her, I heard a shout from behind. "Sister? Why are you here?" The commander shouted at her. "Fuji, let him go. This idiot is mine." You are a damned disgrace to our family. You sided with this criminal scum." The commander shouted on top of his lungs. "And who said to you that she is a criminal?" "Father? The one who sends people to their death like it's none of his concern." Alina was getting mad to the point when I myself wouldn't dare standing in the way. Also, I felt butterflies in my stomach when she at least mentioned her supporting me. The two's talk was becoming more and more intense, and soon I understood that I would have no time to interrogate the commander before Alina strangles him. "Alina, how many children does the Duke have?" "The Duke? We are both standing in front of you. There are no legitimate children aside from us." "And you just told that to this mongrel?" The commander glared at me, but I was so calm that I only spared a glance to him. "So, if we kill him and the Duke, we will have an actual duchess. That is quite a warped logic you have, but I have no objections." Alina was happy to accept my words. No need to tell the commander's fate. Scene change. After the recent events, I decided that I will continue with doing whatever I want. Because we are already enemies of the state, why don't we just do whatever we please? I gained myself a nice piece of land, I have my carrier on the roadstead, and I have my opportunity to gain political influence. Everything is going way too good for me. As I was about to start rampaging to harvest some upgrade points, the king made his move. The next day after the castle was defended by me, another person has arrived to my gatehouse. The courier said only one phrase. "The king offers you to come to the negotiation with both the kingdom and the dukedom." Volume 1 Chapter 31. Par in param non habet imperium. After many days of work, Fuji and her companions have settled down in an abandoned castle, and started to clear the rebel Fuji created during her Operation Coastal Storm. At least that's what historians should say about my current situation. While I should be going to the meeting with the king, I decided to let them come to me. This blatant lèse majesty can only be committed because right now I am speaking from the position of somebody who doesn't relate to the kingdom, and owns an aircraft carrier. Not to mention that I don't care about their negotiations, because all this trouble was created by themselves. What I am concerned about is that I have a huge pile of rocks which I have no use for. That is why I decided to start with building myself a huge harbor made of rock. While I could clean the area just by throwing the rocks down into the sea, my plan was to make a proper, good harbor for my carrier to anchor safely and then look pretty intimidating. The clearing work took priority, because it will take a few weeks until we will be able to build ourselves a proper house, mostly due to the rocks lying around. Even if I make a harbor, there are also the stone walls and other undesirable structures, so as the next step I already decided to make a stone foundation for my house. Meanwhile, I was looking around from the bow. From above the ship I could safely glare at this pitiful world with disdain. I am the master of the seas around my little piece of land, and while it is exciting to be the strongest, I still wonder what I can do with my possessions. I wonder what is my actual goal, and where will I arrive. While I still had my mind away from the reality, I decided to check what I gained after the previous fights. Ding! You received 3 skill points, 1 Type 99 rifle, AA, 60 upgrade points, 120 silver coins, 1 steam catapult, common, 1 level point, 2 groups of A5N fighters, 1 weapon point, 2 groups of D3A dive bombers, 1 arresting wires, common, 1 steam catapult, elite. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 4/7. Upgrade cap 70. FP 30. AA 30. AV 70. RD 63. AC 70. Aircraft groups. Fighters, A5N torpedo bombers, B3Y dive bombers, D3A. Installed, 6 of 8 installed, 9 of 16 ready, 6 of 6. Weapons systems. Main gun dual 100mm Type 98. Secondary guns 4 Type 99 rifle, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 8 Type 99 rifle, 8 max. Flight deck ready. Steam catapults 1, installed, Epic, grade 5. 2, installed, Epic, grade 4. 3, installed, Elite. 4, installed, Elite. Arresting wires installed, Epic. Rapid deployment. LVL 5. Tenacity and bravery. LVL 2. Brave New World. LVL 4. Starts battle with 25% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 10% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A5N, B4Y and D3A. Can be activated every 1 hour. Scene change. New powers open new possibilities. With the new air warfare capabilities I have the ability to control the entire area without issues, so I already have another trump card against the Duke. However, first I needed to deal with a minor nuisance called King. Several days after my blatant ignoring of His Majesty's goodwill, another messenger told me that the King wants to see me. Since my neglection was not understood properly, I voiced it. If he wants to see me, good for him. I am not his servant, and I have many things to do. If he really wants to meet me that much, do tell him to come here himself. I even have a nice tent where he can sit down. It was a clear challenge to the authorities, and also a way to test the King's intentions. Scene change. The King didn't make me wait for him for too long. A week later he arrived with a small fleet of ships. His own ship was about 30 meters and that was surprising, considering how ancient that thing looked. The King arrived full ahead to my harbor but it took him much longer to get up the cliff. We saw him arriving, but since I am a lazy bum, I didn't care. Meanwhile we cleaned around the camp, cooked some food and I had some time to perform a couple of air stunts. When the King finished climbing the cliff, he did not try to look imposing or majestic, he already understood that he looked very pathetic, all drenched in sweat and out of breath. To mock him even further, I might have tried greeting him like an empress or something like that, but I already challenged him this much, so I decided not to test my luck. Greetings, Foxkin. We are King Lucius Farrell Trabant. How can we address you? An old man was looking imposing even after all the traveling he had to make on his own. I am Fuji of the Sakura Empire. I never heard of such a nation, would you tell me about it? He showed a simple curtsy of asking about the country of origin. Scene change. A lot of irrelevant chatter later. I guess you understand why we wanted to meet you, ever since you first showed up. K. First you want to recruit me for my strength, and now you wonder if I will become your vassal because I grabbed myself a piece of land. Yes. What is your answer? He tried his best to hide his surprise. I might have hit what he was trying to cover up, hoping that I am not a cynical kitsune. I hope you understand that I will not be just falling on my knees and licking your feet because you are a king. I said that and looked towards the carrier. You certainly not giving a feeling of somebody that petty. But keep in mind, even though you have the strength, remember that we still are the sovereign of this land. The King was a bit salty from my words. I reckon you are tired after all this traveling. Perhaps we can work out that pile of insults your vassal showered me with, while we have a cup of tea. For now I decided to give a chance to the negotiations. Volume 1 Chapter 32. Thinking politically. Our preliminary negotiations took place in my tent. The maids have served us some herbal tea and then both I and the King sat on a rug. For me sitting in Caesar is the only natural way I can sit down. For the King it was an interesting experience. So, what are your suggestions? I immediately decided to let him talk. We offer you to become the direct vassal of the crown. We are ready to make you a duchess of our kingdom. As long as you will serve us, we can tolerate many of your excesses. You will have the proper payment and be close to the court. How interesting. So, he thinks that he can convince me by offering me money and political power and convert my military capabilities into his own. What will you expect from me in exchange? Your loyalty and strength. We want you to help us whenever we need that. But the actual suggestion was not interesting at all. It is too general to have an actual idea what he wants, it might have too many loopholes for me to even consider it as an actual suggestion. I wonder if he can help me achieve some of my short-term goals. What about the Duke of Caliga? Let's see what will be his solution. My expectations are to pass this title to my somewhat loyal Alina. You can be sure that we will punish him for his actions. K. I am disappointed, those little hints are there to remind him that his chances of success only depend on my decision. I just hope he will be smart enough to follow them. You don't need to worry, you will be compensated for his actions. He tries to assure me, but I am even more disappointed. He must have heard about disappearance of the Duke's son, and the fact that his daughter is my companion. Why wouldn't we invite him to join our talks? It would be better to plan everything considering his position. I just hope the king is smarter than what he looks to me. If he is, he should understand that this topic is of great importance for me and the following talks have no use unless this issue is solved. Perhaps we should discuss what you want for serving me, we might work something out to make sure you will have some of your desires fulfilled, K. I feel tired for today, as you can see we are in the middle of some work. I hope we can continue our negotiations later. Farewell. I had enough of this, he doesn't want to grant me what I want. I will have to do everything myself. Scene change. After my obstruction I decided to send them off. I will have to achieve my goals by myself and then position the king right in front of the fact that I am much more dangerous for him than he believes. For many people it would be a death warrant, for me however, it will be a trump card for the negotiations table. The one who is stronger will always have a better position. The king thinks that he is stronger than me and for that reason he can try to force me into accepting his terms. I was not sitting still while the talks continued. I sent scouts to some of the Duke's known positions to find out where he actually is. A5N is much faster than the biplanes and for that reason I have less delay between the action and reaction. On my flight deck all D3A bombers were prepared and standing by for the attack order. When the Duke will be found, I will make a surgical strike right on top of his head and it will both serve as a small demonstration of my strength and a way to bring me closer to my goals. The king and his nobles might protest because I attacked the Duke, but I always can remind them that after his attempt to kill me, we were in the state of war, and if the king wants to protect him, he will be at war with me. Following this logic I should be on the winning side without political issues. Alina, can you go with me? I decided to discuss that with the important pawn. After we were far from the other people I asked her. Are you ready to become the Duchess? I might not want it that much, but only if you promise that I will always be able to sleep together with you. And that I can follow you whenever I want. The demands were reasonable, considering that I spend almost every night as her hugging pillow. Then you know that you will be executing my will in the Duke's lands. Yes, you have more experience than me, considering that you managed to make the king come here and negotiate with you. Speaking of which, how is it going? Your negotiation I mean. We will see what the future has for us. I said melancholically and looked into the sky. After that, right above us flew 6 formations of D3A, all armed and ready. Side story 6. Traveling without a passport. For unknown reasons, ever since I participated in a minor exercise that night, the adventurers became more sincere, sometimes they even offered me to participate in their missions. While it is pleasant to know that there are people I can rely on, I still wonder if there is something else to it. When we go somewhere, I have a lot of time to spend in the forest, or near the river. Our sightseeing always helps me to recover from not so comfortable furniture in the hotel. Today I was expecting to go sightseeing as well, but suddenly was approached by an unknown person with a very bad choice of fragrance. The person in question asked me a few questions about my companions, but I refused to answer them. I apologize, but if you would not use appropriate phrasing then I refuse to answer your questions. The person might look intimidating, but I still have my dignity as Royal Navy warship. Scene change. When the adventurers returned I told them about my encounter. Miss Delight, why don't we go and choose a new place? You must be tired of the same interior. Their suggestion was exactly what I needed, so I accepted. After we exited the town's borders we headed towards another town. I was feeling someone's eyes on me, and the feeling was unpleasant. The gaze stopped after we were far away from the town. A large group of individuals appeared in front of us. I can already imagine that they have some connections with the rude person from before. Do you know that to pass you need to pay a fee? You adventurers have to pay 10 silver. For the beautiful lady we have a discount, only 40 silver. I recommend you not to do stupid things. Oh my, you have my gratitude for your care, but allow me to refuse. I expect you know what happens to those who oppose armed people? While I don't want bloodshed, but I can clearly see that you are criminals. This phrase was said with my normal, gentle voice befitting my status. But the next part was much less gentle. I don't have prejudice towards killing the criminals. They decided not to talk anymore and rushed at us. My apologies, while I should say that sincerely, right now it is just a formality. Boom 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 boom. Volume 1 Chapter 33. Greed can lead to interesting accidents. The Duke's fate was decided after the little talk with Alina. His residence in the capital received 3 250 kilograms bombs, no collateral damage. The king soon found out about the incident and was trying to condemn my actions. My plan of using the ongoing hostilities also worked out pretty well. In the end I managed to achieve the primary goals I set. Now the duchy is in the state of interregnum. There are pretenders aside from Alina, so I will have to use the military actions to convince the pretenders to let my puppet duchess receive the title. If the duke's heir was a male, there would be no problem. The problem is that Alina somehow was born without Y chromosome, and for that reason the nobles of the kingdom refused to outright accept her inheritance, especially considering the sudden disappearance of the rightful heir, and the fact that she became the only heir with my help, and that the process of inheritance began with my help as well. To make the nobles accept her rights to inherit, I will have to travel to the capital with Alina, and that will mean that all my work on making the harbor and clearing the rebel will go to waste. Of course the choice was obvious. If she will not present herself as the duke's heir, she will be disqualified from the succession. A petty noble was doing his best to threaten us into coming to the capital. You don't need to worry about it. If they dare to pass the duchy to another person, not her, then it will mean that I will suddenly have a rightful claim for conquest. Whoever tries to become the duke will have to get my approval. And as you can guess, I don't have plans on approving someone else. This will be a treason. The noble was using anything he could, but to be a treason, there should at least be someone who commits it. I am not the king's servant, it will not be a treason. And the duchess will not do anything against the kingdom, it will be just my private endeavor. What should I say to the house of nobles? He yielded. Tell them that if they want to begin appointing a new duke, they will have to come close to my new home. I already said what will happen if they decide to ignore duchess rights. The work was going painfully slow. In a week we only managed to clean the rubble within the walls. We did not even begin to deconstruct the walls and buildings themselves. This entire castle was built as a proper stone fortification, and even if I managed to claim the entirety of castle and some of its vicinity, I still have no idea what to do with all that. I want everything: a nice 2-floor Japanese house, a nice castle like the Forbidden City, an entire mansion, don't know, something else? And for all of that I will need lots of stones, wood, paper, and metal. While it would be easy for a noble to just force the peasants to do whatever job is required, I only have 6 people, 4 of which are required to look after me, brush my hair, cook, and play with me. In other words, I have no way to make everything I want while I am so poor. Another great idea: what to build. I should. After many other nonsensical ideas. The bickering between me and the nobles was just a background for our work. The actual decisions were made with a group of landowners who lived near my castle. Considering that I have both strength and influence, petty nobles began to flock towards me, and with their support and bribes our material situation began to improve. A count, whose land is located just a couple of kilometers away, proposed an actual alliance to me. While the idea itself should look absurd because I am not interested, there was a nice try to bribe me. He sent us an entire 1,000 of peasants, all of which began to work on deconstructing the walls and building the harbor. I was so pleased that I even decided to meet the count. I express my deepest gratitude that mighty lady allowed me to talk with her. The count was doing his best to flatter me. I guess those were your people. Of course, my subject will be pleased to work for you, Glory. I know that you have many matters to attend to, so I will not take much of your time. I offer you my strength and loyalty. Please, become the liege of mine. I was grateful that instead of beating around the bush he went straight to the point. With an entire county at my disposal, as well as its resources, I will become even stronger. What a nice offer. I decline your generous offer. I am not interested in vassals. However, there is one matter where we can make an agreement. That night, in my tent, a first step towards completing my actual goal was made. And the next morning, the new era has begun. Volume 1 Chapter 34. Shock and awe. Another week has passed on my deconstruction site. Through my diplomatic skills I convinced the count and several other nobles to sign some surely not shady agreements with me. Alina was the first to sign such an agreement. Each of the signatory nobles has sent me some workers and started supplying me with stone and wood for the construction site. The Count also sent me his best architect, who started sorting through my plans and drafts to create myself a good home. His first drafts made me delighted. From my bitty drawing he managed to develop an actually nice project. In the end my home will be a multi-leveled castle with a palace on its second level. The third level will be a tightly protected sanctuary with a small Japanese house for me and my closest servants. The first level will be a small town where the people will live. A medieval-styled wall and towers would be surrounding the first level, while the second and the third levels would be more like the Japanese-styled castles. The project took in consideration both topology of this cliff and my preferences. It is an actual fortress and simultaneously a majestic palace. The construction of the fortifications will only take several months because the project was well prepared. The actual buildings will be finished within 6 months after the fortifications. As soon as the project was approved, I sent the commissioned workforce to start the earthworks to set up the foundation for the first level. Scene change. Together with the successful first steps at building myself a nice house, I also succeeded in making the local nobles take me into consideration. But because I was not too keen on dealing with them, I started preparing for Alina to be doing the internoble politics in my stead. However, to make my puppet duchess an actually viable puppet I needed to make the nobles completely agree with me. While there are many ways to convince the lascivious greedy nobles, I chose the fastest. I scheduled a small gathering for the local nobles, including those who did not align themselves with me, and offered them to show off their power in a peaceful seaside town. It was one of the main maritime trade hubs and its harbor was so large that it could even fit the carrier. I expected the nobles to bring their available or hired fleets to show off. After all, a noble coming to this port would pay no fees for docking their ships. I did not miscalculate, and the day the gathering started, all nobles who had at least some money hired or sailed the most powerful of their warships, but the nobles that sided with me brought nothing but shabby old scraps. Despite that, the harbor was filled with ships to the brim and it looked like a fleet gathered for a major naval offensive. Since it was a matter of honor, I also gathered myself a small fleet of 3 triremes. This will be an interesting show. My grinning must have been so apparent that some of the nobles started whispering amongst themselves. They started to think that I sailed those 3 splits here thinking that I can impress someone with my might. Unsurprisingly, the pocket duchess was the one to shoulder this. You have a wonderful fleet, Lady Alina. One of the nobles approached Alina and ironically said that to her. Oh, sorry, those are not my ships. You don't need to worry, the ships are a courtesy of Sir Dervin. Fuji asked them to sail here. I did not tell anybody the reason for those ships to arrive here, though it was clear, for the people related, that I did it with nothing good on my mind. Ha ha ha, this lady cannot even walk without her master's approval. They are so poor. Why did we even waste our time on this? Some of the nobles started laughing at my sacrifice to the goddess of seas, or god, whatever. But, as we all know, the one who laughs the last. Scene change. When a lot of nobles gathered on the pier, I stopped idling somewhere in an armchair and prepared for a short speech. Welcome to the conference where I will put forth the next Duke of Caliga. I don't know what lowly creatures such as humans like, so I decided to give you a little show. A clamor arose when the nobles were insulted right into their faces by whom they consider to be lower than them. How dare you? Not only a commoner, but also a beast. Go away, you and your petty excuse of a noble. You are lower than the ground, stop talking big, before I skin you. I was pleased with their reaction. That was exactly what I needed. You dared saying something. I said that in exaggeratedly calm voice, and eyed the entire noble crowd. The entirety of the nobles were taken aback by my brazen and impudent attitude. The confusion did not last long, since some of the nobles stepped away from the main crowd. Those were the ones who understood that the brown mass was about to hit the fan. The rest of the nobles started glaring at me and plotting to send their guards at me. Only one of them had the guts and accepted the challenge. He walked out towards me with his sword aimed at me. Come here, I will end your misery. He was so enraged that his saliva started dripping. Oh my, come at me, lowborn. At my taunt the noble went berserk. Now that was completely legitimate trademark self-defense. I created some weakened foxfires and launched them into his face. The noble's head was caught in flames and his face got burnt. While the count's servants on standby were taking away the maimed, I once again looked at the nobles with indifferent eyes. Anyone else? And with the same indifference I asked them. I am surprised that such lower beings as humans keep acting all that arrogant in front of me. It looks like you are yet to learn your lesson, since you still dare to stand in front of me. Then let me show you the vast difference in strength between us. I flicked my fingers. Vroom vroom vroom. On my signal, the humming noises of my dive bombers and their escorts filled the surroundings. One by one, all of my bombers flipped in the air and started falling down like eagles which found their prey. The bombs have landed on top of the prides of those nobles and torn apart the mighty hulls of their wooden ships. While the nobles trembled at the sight of destruction, in the distance lurked silhouettes of a large group of torpedo bombers which began their attack run. One by one they descended to an altitude where they barely avoided the waves, and dropped their torpedoes. Vroom! Then, with a deafening noise they flashed above us. The remaining scrap wood was sent to the bottom of the harbor by the torpedoes. When the waves settled around the sinking ships, I turned my head towards the nobles and asked with a frightening voice. Does anyone else of you want to test my powers? Volume 1 Chapter 35. A distant call. The consequences of my little show were predictable. The nobles both lost their attack power in case of a war, and were much more approachable when it came to signing perfectly equal treaties. While I was looking at the shipwrecks, I was approached by Alina. Was that actually necessary? She was more displeased than angry. If I want to make them understand how much stronger I am, then such things must always be considered. They must never even dare thinking of opposing me, or do you think that the king will just let some parasites question his rule? I still can't get it why you choose the options with blood spilled. Just because I am forced to in the contemporary circumstances. Whatever, Don't you just try copying me, you need more practice if you want to become a suitable duchess. While this conversation was all about my nonsense, I still remembered why this nonsense works so well. I was already done with showing off and it was a good time to go back home and offer my prayers to the deities of luck that support me all the way. While my arrival was not exactly grand, I still had a good way to show off before the departure. A bribe here, a bribe there, and also gathering a large crowd of nobles under the guise of making a speech. The speech itself was nothing remarkable. Alina, I expect you to do what I said. After saying that, I turned towards the harbor and walked to the edge of the pier. And then I jumped off right into the water. The medieval people should be really surprised by seeing someone walking on the water. And if that was not enough, the hired people would start talking about divine powers. Clearly, no human can walk on the water, so it would be about my humble self. I steamed at my maximum speed and as I was about to leave the harbor, I summoned the foxfires at their maximum strength and covered myself in blue flames. I used my momentum to keep myself moving when I dived under the water. For the people on the pier it must look like I just vanished in the fire, and that should also help me strengthen their belief that I am beyond their capabilities. Scene change. Back at the construction site I entered the tent where I made myself a little shrine. I decided to pray at the altar and ask for help with achieving my goals. While normally I just feel some warmth from praying, today something happened. I felt as if someone was actually talking to me. I couldn't understand what was said but I felt as if I know where I should go. I was trying to understand what has happened and after I looked at the altar I found a map lying on top, a navigation map with a course towards somewhere a few thousand miles away from here. I spent hours studying the map, trying to figure out all the shallows I will encounter on the way, where are the possible locations of the storms, and where I can resupply the carrier. I decided to prepare carefully because it will be my first time navigating in this world seas. Master, are you sure it is a good idea? You just found a map somewhere in the tent, and you already consider it to be an actual route somewhere, and where we will be going is still unknown. Rin was trying to make me reconsider, and she was doing this as a new part of her everyday duties. I decided to ignore her and keep preparing for the travel. Scene change. The basics of my plan were prepared first. The neighboring nobles agreed to supply my expedition with food. Alina and Albert were to be left here to settle all the issues the duchy will have after my leave, as well as to oversee the construction of my palace. I still don't understand what makes me so eager to travel into the unknown. I doubt it is just due to me relying on the luck granted to me from the heavens, or just due to my stubborn desire to find out what I can find there. All that I know is that there is something out there, a land where something is destined to happen. I did not rush the preparations or the departure, so I had a lot of time to make sure everything will go smoothly. By the time I was ready to raise the anchor and plot my course, I've participated in Alina's inheritance ceremony and swearing loyalty to the king, who kindly arrived to my humble abode. Scene change. One day before the departure. This day will be forever remembered for Alina's clinginess. I was actually carried around in her arms all day, and even at night, when I was continuing ordering around for preparations, I was also carried around. She spoon-fed me all the times when I ate, she suggested to bath me, I think she was even ready to do some night business with me. I never found the latter one out because Rin wanted to be sleep hugging me even more than Alina, surely not because Rin had 3 more people to help her. In the end, after 10 minutes of puppy eyeing me, I allowed Alina to join using me as a hugging pillow. I don't know if I will miss Alina after I sail into the unknown. Volume 1 Chapter 36. Raise the anchor, carrier is plotting its course. When I was preparing to travel, I transferred all of the supplies and cargo to the ship. The carrier is anchored in 3 kilometers from the cliff, so I needed some additional ships for that. I accumulated enough supplies for 5 people to last 3 months, and also I took a lot of additional cargo. Among the cargo were 4 shipping crates, placed deep within the hangar. I looked at the last ship with the cargo. The preparations are finished. Close to me stand all 4 maids. I bought some warm clothes for them, and for unknown reason they started to walk much closer to me than they were before. If I will try to focus, I can even feel their breath reaching my ears. Several minutes later Alina and Albert came to me, this was the time for departure. I will finally be at ease, knowing that you won't try to kill me with your flames. Although Albert said that with a smile, I still can feel that he really got fed up with my shenanigans. Should I remain here? I want to tease them a bit more. Yes, please. You are much warmer than the blanket. You have a nice pervert to your left. And a nice pervert to your front. He hit me where it hurts. Well, I can't help smiling when a pretty girl hugs me. However, all girls at least pretend to be happy when they show how close they are. My skinship also is not out of normal, and also I don't watch little girls run around naked. Don't be jealous. I know that I am super kawaii. You just have to accept that I am popular, unlike you. Get lost. I am going to win. What is your cafe? Lovers keep bickering. Well, they still look like a nice couple. Alina and Rin were standing a bit further from us. Indeed, Master doesn't understand how happy she looks when she is talking to him. I am not happy. You too, what did I do wrong? I was showering you with my affection. Traitors. Where did you find something happy about her bad-mouthing me? Albert was also bewildered by their treachery. Whatever. Have you finished your gossip? Rin, I am waiting for you. I need to finish this before it gets out of control. Yes, Master. I don't get why she is so happy after their little talk, but, okay. Come on, Fuji, stop pouting. It is me, who should be unhappy. I don't get where Alina found anyone pouting. I wonder when your cheeks will blow, While we were chatting, the cargo ship sailed away from the carrier. It was the time to go. Rin, I want the maids to get ready. While they are running around, why don't you show me how much you will miss me? After I gave the maids my order, I turned towards Alina and was expecting my farewell kiss. Good girl, good girl. Fuji is so sweet, yes, you are such a good girl. However, my real Alina was much dumber and instead started patting my head and touching the ears. What a stupid girl, I decided to punish her. What? Ouch. I kicked her knee, which forced her to bend, which gave me enough height. Shoo. You little bastard. The deed is done, now I only need to escape the lawless punishment. I was about to be cornered by the blushing girl when I jumped off the cliff. Fuji. I just love how scared she sounded when I jumped. When I landed into the water I turned and showed her V sign. Then I accelerated towards the carrier. Rin, please, take care of this little fox bastard. And please, make her regret what she did. I assure you, she will not go unfluffed. I barely heard what Rin said, but I can already feel my tails going between my legs and snaking towards my belly. The maids turned into fairies and rushed after me. Within a couple of minutes I reached the carrier and started jumping upwards, to the flight deck. Scene change. From the smokestack for the past 2 days only a little fume was coming, now the smoke was becoming bigger and bigger. The boilers are already warmed up and I can set sail to full ahead any time. The deck is empty and the planes are all standing in the hangar. While we are standing anchored I have no need of launching the aircraft groups. When we will be away from the coast I will launch a group of fighters to scout. A metal clanging of anchor chains heralded the departure. When the anchors were raised, I set the speed to dead slow ahead and the carrier started accelerating. I don't have to run around ordering or doing something myself, so I can spend my time watching the scenery. There is only one thing remaining. Aoga. The carrier's horn informed everyone that this majestic Fujisama steams into unknown. Volume 1 Chapter 37. Anthology of Traveler's Notes. I am standing in front of the first elevator and listening to an even sound of its hydraulics. 2 aircraft were lifted to the flight deck. Slowly they started rolling past me and headed towards the catapults. From the stern of the carrier another 2 planes rolled towards the other catapults. With a low humming they started throttling up until their engines started roaring. One after another, all 4 catapults shot the planes into the air. Slowly, the planes started climbing and grouped into a line formation. After they made a circle they set course for a flyby and flashed above the deck. Neo. Good one, ace mates. Do a couple more passes and then regroup. I finally gathered courage to spend 40 platinum coins into buying 4 jet fighters. At first the mates were scared of approaching those shiny metal birds, but after some time they got used. Then they were scared of approaching them again, after they saw how much equipment there is in the cockpit. It took 4 more days to teach them the basics of flight. They are fairies and know how to fly. However, the planes are much harder because they are not yet continuation of their bodies. That was their first takeoff in the FJ-3M fighters. Each of the fighters is painted white with black coloring of its tail and nose. To differentiate them on the planes there are insignias. Willow's is a white ribbon on the black background, it is painted on the sides of the cockpit and the tail fin. Bennett has blue tiger stripes on the cockpit, Grace has a green dragon painted on the left side of the fuselage, and Rin has 3-tailed white fox painted on the right wing with a red background. They are only pilots in training, so their combat role is only obstructing the catapults and occupying the place in my hangar. Ding! You received 10 upgrade points, 5 silver coins, 1 group of A5N fighters, 1 group of B4Y torpedo bombers, changes all other TB, 127mm/53rd year type, main gun, dual 127mm/53rd year type, main gun. Scene change. IJN Fuji CV level 4/7. Upgrade cap 70. FP 33. AA 30. AV 70. RD 70. AC 70. Aircraft groups. Fighters, A5N torpedo bombers, B4Y dive bombers, D3A. Installed, 7 of 8 installed, 10 of 16 ready, 6 of 6. Weapon systems. Main gun dual 127mm/53rd year type. Secondary guns 4 Type 99 rifle, 4 max. Anti-aircraft guns 8 Type 99 rifle, 8 max. Rapid deployment. LVL-5. Tenacity and bravery. LVL-2. Brave New World. LVL-5. Starts battle with 25% aircraft in air. Every 30s shows your pathetic firepower, 10% bonus to FP and AA. On activation, launches special airstrike of A6M, B5N, and D3A. Can be activated every 1 hour. 1 more inch to my guns, though I wanted to replace my damn Type 99 rifles. Scene change. We were steaming at 31 knots. While I was expecting to see some ship traffic, at least traders, there were no ships here. In the radius of 50 kilometers there are no ships. There is absolutely nothing, and considering how often having nothing leads to bad stuff happening, I started lifting up the aircraft. That evening I was still expecting something bad, but then something exciting happened. Somehow I saw an aurora, right in the middle of an ocean. Sometimes this world does remind me that it is the world of magic. Master, master. The magic whines. Willow was jumping from happiness. So beautiful. I can feel how my body is filled with mana. Bennett was also smiling. I pulled Rin closer to me. What is going on? It is a magical phenomenon, an entire storm made of magic. It is harmless, I would even say it is a good thing. Master doesn't feel it because Master doesn't have mana, unlike the others. The magical aurora was within our sight for the next week. Scene change. One day I found something weird, an unknown underwater signal. I immediately prepared the torpedo bombers and armed the dive bombers with depth charges. Soon I saw something approaching us, and that was an unknown kind of sea monster. Its back looked like a tortoise's shell, but its head was of a squid. It has a length of about 200 meters. Well, I might have described it as something scary and dangerous. When my aiming shots suddenly hit it, its head was wounded. I already can tell it is not something that can't be killed. I started peppering it with 5-inch shells and that made it hide its head inside its armor, which is stronger than my AP shots. However, when 24D3A dropped 250 kilograms penetrating bombs, the poor beast was killed. I was not excited by that battle, I was not expecting something impossible from it. What actually made me excited was a large storm that I saw in the distance. Only after I steamed closer I understood what it is a very thick fog wall. Everyone, head inside the ship. I don't want to lose someone in this mist. I can't describe what I feel by looking at it, but for an unknown reason I feel scared of just looking at it. Side Story 7. Preparing for a picnic. The fact that I am a ship surprised my companions, though I could not say this is out of order. I suppose you would require some explanations about how I ended up here, but allow me to say that I know nothing myself. In the end they accepted me as some sort of a powerful mage. I wonder if Merlin had 8x 14-inch guns. Scene change. When we moved to the next town I was pleased to see that it is much cleaner and has better buildings. I can even feel a charm of an old English town. We settled in a nice hotel, with a nice foyer. If foyer is a well-maintained then the hotel itself should do at least something. While I was curiously examining the hotel I was approached by a person, perhaps the hotel's administrator. Do you like the windows? They are the best windows in the kingdom. Our hotel is proud of having the best quality for our customers. Oh my, I am sorry for the misunderstanding, but I wondered why the potted plants were not watered the last week. After I pointed that out, the person was somewhat angered by my response. My apologies if my words were rude. I understand that the plants are not the most important part of the interior of this place. Why is the administrator getting more and more angry? I tilted my head and was doing my best to understand what is the reason of their anger. Miss Delight, why don't we go out, buy ourselves some food and go in a forest for a picnic? The knight took my hand and led me out of the hotel. Officially, the adventurers took a quest to do something in the forest. I often do participate in their activities, so I was not surprised that they took this quest thing. Soon we were on our way towards the picnic site. Side Story 8. Until the bitter end. Spoiler. Sailor Smith is standing in front of a porthole. From time to time the ship is going upwards, when it hits the large waves. Smith is looking calm, but deep inside he knows. The storm is gathering, and something will definitely happen. At that very moment the siren screeched and the bells rang. A shout resounded throughout the crew quarters. All hands, man the battle stations. Collapse. Spoiler. Smith rushes towards his designated position, the on-deck heavy machine gun. From there he sees small black boats, an almost infinite amount of them. They approach very fast, ready to overwhelm the defenders. Bulletin 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 bum. Collapse. Spoiler. The machine guns started to sing. Smith hears the loud bangs of their fire, sees bright tracers of the shots, coming both from his gun and the others. All deck-mounted machine guns opened fire on the invaders. But they still are getting too close. He is not afraid to die. Deep in his heart he knows that even if he dies, his death will be for the glory of his master. He heard a creak and screeching sound coming from behind. Smith already knew what exactly it is. Collapse. Spoiler. The Big Mama. The twin main gun mount started to turn towards the invaders. Even if he knows that he is about to be torn to shreds, he does not stop firing. Bulletin 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 bum. Until the guns are ready. Until his very last breath. Even while dying he will not let go the machine gun's handles. He will continue to fire. What the hell are you doing? Collapse. Spoiler. WH it. I am so sleepy. Bulletin 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 bum. Delight. Why are you firing at the ants? You already ruined the entire place. Just look at our lunchbox. Sleepy. No. Click. Boom. Volume 1 Chapter 38. The Importance of Having Recon. Navigating through fog, Day 4. While I was standing on the bow, I found myself unable to see far away. Actually, I was unable to see 10 meters further than the ship's bow. Scouting fighters did not find any land nearby. I have no way to tell if there are any dangers ahead of me. On the map there is not a single shallow marked. At the beginning I was waiting that the planes will somewhat disperse the fog. That was an expected failure. I was becoming less and less concentrated due to the fog. I should keep my watch, at least to make sure no one will attack. Scene change. IJN Fuji steamed towards the next checkpoint. For an unknown magical reason the damned fog was on all the way since I breached the fog wall. My radars can't work properly, as if the fog was also made of metal pieces. I am getting more and more concerned about my situation. I headed towards the superstructure to check on the maids. I entered the bridge. Master on the bridge. First maid reported my arrival. Master, that thing is all right. Chief Maid Chanak Grace reported that the engine order telegraph is all right and nothing has happened, not that I never knew about it. All flying things are under the deck. Air Traffic Maid Willow also reported something obvious. I looked at Bennett. Your tea is hot and both spoons of sugar are in the cup. B. The corners of my lips finally started climbing up. I know that some of my maids can be trusted. After we entered the fog, I never let them exit the ship's insides. They were either in the crew quarters, or standing on the bridge. I am not in any danger when I out on the flight deck. If something happens to me, the ship will still be afloat. At least I think nothing will happen. While I was thinking whether to give the maids some time on the deck, I sipped some tea and was listening to a noise. Noise? No, that is not a noise, it is. Torpedoes to starboard. We are turning. Master. I started turning the rudder to the right. The fact that I heard torpedoes mean only one thing, they are too close. The turning is painfully slow, the pinging sounds are getting closer and closer. The turning was made only by 17, the torpedoes are somewhere at my 4560. When I finally saw the traces of their movement and after I confirmed that they are going to miss, I finally breathed out. I managed to turn enough. The torpedoes passed in a few dozens of meters. Scene change. I was still trembling, but now I can at least prepare to launch scouts. For an unknown reason the fog somewhat cleared, not completely, but the visibility is now several hundreds of meters. The fighters slowly started searching around the area. The first scouting group did not find anything in the area to the left from supposed torpedo launch, so the attackers must be to our right. The second and third groups did not find anything, now I am waiting for the fourth group. I was already expecting that I will find nothing when the flight got caught in an attack. The fighters immediately started evasive maneuvers. I looked from one of the pilot's cockpits at the source. Right below the flight there are two ships firing all their AA guns. Both ships have a shape similar to a wartime destroyer's, and they sail under a flag with an eagle image. The shots were getting closer to the fighters. I decided to stop risking them and recalled them back to the carrier. I opened artillery fire and sent dive bombers. My firing barely landed near the ships. The destroyers were trying to return fire, but considering how far their shots were splashing, I can at least pretend that everything is all right. The dive bombers were preparing to attack the destroyers and soon I will destroy them. When they approached the destroyers, the ships opened fire. I am expecting losses, but I must take them down, otherwise I will be killed. One of the bombers was turned into a fireball when a Bofors shot hit the engine. Another bomber had its wing shot off. Two more were shot into pieces, but the remaining bombers dropped their bombs and the destroyers were hit. I can finally be at ease. My fight was fast and efficient, but I am surprised that the destroyers were sunk with just a couple of light bombs. I returned back on course and decided to steam as fast as I can to leave the fog, if it is at all possible. Volume 1 Chapter 39. Battle of the Unknown Sea. Bang bang. I fired 2 shots in a general direction of enemy ships. Ever since I sunk 2 destroyers, I was harassed by other ships. Sometimes I got attacked by small groups of destroyers, one time I even faced a heavy cruiser. The further I was going into the fog, the heavier was the resistance. Splash! A large pillar of water hit somewhere behind the stern. It is a shot from an enemy battleship. Bang bang! I can only fire where I think they are. I have to constantly maneuver and turn the rudder, otherwise I will be hit. I barely avoided getting damaged, but with the heavy opposition I face, that will not continue forever. I have no way to launch a counter-offensive because I have no idea where they are. I can't launch scouts because I continuously turn. I am stuck in a deadly dilemma. I can either launch my aircraft but will most likely get hit by an enemy shell, or I can continue evasive maneuvering and not launch anything but pitiful shots towards enemy direction. Bang bang! Because I have no escort, I am under constant threat of being attacked. While at first both I and the maids were somewhat inspired by the victory against the destroyers, soon the constant tension started hurting us. The poor girls rarely leave the latrine because they are constantly throwing. The normal faring was not affecting them, but now that I have to evade all the time, their seasickness showed itself. I am not affected by it, might be because I am a carrier myself, though also because I am the carrier, I have to constantly be on my toes. I still have some hope because every day I find the fog becoming thinner. Every day the visibility improves. It improved to the level when I can spot the incoming torpedoes not within 50 meters but from 1 kilometer. That gives me a lot of time to act. Soon the enemy battleship disengaged, like they all did. Sooner or later the enemy warships either get sunk or retreat. Scene change. 12 hours later. I was expecting that the enemy will soon attack again, but I was not attacked even once. The scout I sent confirmed that there is an enemy formation nearby, led by a battleship, but they, even though are in range, never fired at me. Soon I discovered a possible reason for that. Within a moment the fog disappeared like there never was any to begin with. When I looked back I saw the same thick wall of fog just behind the ship. When I checked the possible location I found that we should be close to the landmass where the target is located. I checked all ship's systems and found nothing out of ordinary, the radar works perfectly, and I even spotted a group of flying objects behind the ship, where the fog is. It looked like I was not able to scan only because I was inside the fog. Scene change. I steamed for a few hours but nothing happened. At long last I let the mates to come out on the flight deck. I was expecting that they will be running around, playing and just having fun after the confinement, but I never expected that their first action will be to kiss the deck. I don't know why, but I felt kisses just below my right breast. "Master, why are you twitching?" Willow innocently asked me. "Maybe because you kissed my deck." I sarcastically commented about their immoral actions. Our lives were really in danger, so I did not punish them for their innocent show of happiness, but the kissing of the deck was forbidden. The next few days passed peacefully and I was finally able to take a nap. In total I spent about 8 days without any form of sleep or rest. Yet. Even though I totally forbade waking me up, I felt that someone was trying their best to do that by shaking me. I am sleeping. I don't know how I managed to bark with such a low voice, but even that was not enough to stop a maid from shaking me. "Master, we have an emergency. Please, wake up." Rin was shaking me. I never expected her to be so rude with her master. "Rin, let me sleep." "Master, wake up. We really need you. Just play with my tails, I don't want to cuddle." Why are they so impatient? Why do they need to wake me up to play with me? Can't they be a bit more patient? The head was numb and heavy as I was after a very good party. Rin was continuing shaking me, even after I so benevolently let her play with my tails. "Master, for the love of God. Wake up. Carry me there, don't wanna wake up." "Fine, you won." "Osh." She smacked me. "Master, please, watch your language, and wake up." Here we go again, one mommy was left behind. New mommy is here. In the end, I reluctantly slimed out of the bed and dragged myself after Rin Okasan. Volume 1 Chapter 40. The Land of Burned Villages. "Master, look there." Rin was waving her hand towards somewhere, but considering how sleepy I am, I can barely see the windows on the bridge. I started scanning with radars and actually discovered something. Did we find an island in our way? I can't tell the size of the landmass, but I know that at least it is land. "Master, if you can't see it then please tell sooner." Rin was trying to scold me. Am I going to stay ignorant forever? "We have arrived to another continent, Master." Willow chirped that as if that announcement was something worthy of being made. "Yes, great. What a surprise." I monotonously said that and started streaming back to the bed. "Oh, girls, help me." Rin decided not to waste her time and instead called the others to carry me back. Scene change. After some very long sleeping. When I finally woke up I found myself used as the maid's fluffing pillow. Bennett and Grace were sleeping on the tails, Rin and Willow were hugging my arms. After I sneaked out of the bed I headed towards the bridge. "Greeting, Master." "What the hell? Bennett, how did you get here before me?" "That is not something I was expecting. I know all the ways around the ship, I had a lot of time to remember the shortcuts." Scary. When I finally looked around with opened eyes I confirmed that we actually arrived towards a large landmass. After I'll finish the tea I should disembark. Scene change. We took some supplies and equipment and then left the ship the same way we entered it. I jumped down and sailed, the ferries flew to the land. I wonder if Alina is doing fine. When I saw my mates prepared for everything and each having a sword, I suddenly remembered a certain disgrace of a duchess and a pervert. The beach was nothing exciting, so we headed deeper inland. We found a small road and started following it. The road was abandoned and the grass started consuming it here and there. I am hoping that this road can lead us to an actually used road or a settlement. With this in mind, I sent a flight to scout. Soon I got the first results. When we walked into a burned village, I was not surprised. It was not even smoking, so I can only say that it is abandoned a long time ago. I can't tell if the ashes and burned wood were here forever, but I am sure that there would at least be a house somewhere. Not everything could be a mess of wood and ash when the village was built. With the aerial recon, we finally found a road and headed there. Soon we were walking somewhere, and when we hit a crossroad, I found a sign with wooden plates. There were 4 names on it: to the left Ichinagawa, to the right Uji, to the front Aragata, to the back Mishikaga. What a bunch of random names. Master, what is this? Grace was the first to show her voice ever since we left the ship. This is a sign with directions. Can't you tell? Forgive me, Master, but there is only some Scrabble. Grace bowed down and apologized, and after she pointed it out, I saw that those are actually hieroglyphs, which I could easily read. I started understanding and do things which normally one would never encounter after I became Fuji. Should this mean that this is Japanese and I can easily read it because I am somewhat Japanese now? With my random sense of direction, I decided to not waste time and followed my gut. I turned to the right and started walking. The mates followed me. I walked 20 meters and found a stick, then I returned to the sign. The mates followed me. I threw the stick into the air. The stick hit my head. Second try, the stick shows that I should go right. Understood, stick-sensei. At long last we headed towards the destination. Not that I didn't start walking there before, I was just making sure that this is the God's will. Scene change. When it was starting to get darker, we walked into another village, as burned as the previous one. I didn't even waste my time looking around because we need to find a good place to rest before the night begins. For an unknown reason, all the villages and inns in this area are all burned to ashes. This area might be a dead one after some war between the local landowners. Soon I found the first good sign: the road was actively used, unlike before. With each passing moment I was less and less sure that we will encounter something but a remnant of the town. In the end I had to prepare to set up our camp. Master, how about you lie down while they set up your accommodation? Rin smiled at me and tapped her lap, inviting me for an exciting experience only the select few can enjoy. That is what typical novel heroes should say about it. Don't bother waking me up. I ordered her and enjoyed my bedding. Volume 1 Chapter 41. The Land of Cherry Blossom. While the maids were setting up my tent, I was enjoying the lap pillow. It didn't last long because soon a couple of girls carried me to my mattress. After we set up the camp, I was expecting that something will show up, but nothing happened. It was a good thing because we were able to sleep well and without unnecessary issues. When I woke up, I found myself alone and decided to check outside. Good morning, Master. All mates were standing outside the tent and immediately bowed down. When I looked around, I found that everything but the tent was already packed. I didn't sleep in, right? It would be embarrassing if they all had to stay there for a few hours and wait just for me. No, Master. It appears that the time is 8 of the morning. Rin immediately answered me and Grace gave me my morning tea. I doubt that they would give me morning tea in the afternoon. While I sipped the tea, they packed the rest, and after I was done we were ready to go. The sky was clear only a few minutes ago, but now it is grey. I can tell that it will be my first time ever to use the paper umbrella, which is no doubt will not save me from anything but the sunlight. Scene change. Just before the rain started, we walked into a grove of trees, that somewhat helped us not to become drenched in the rain. We were walking deeper into the grove when I saw something. It was not a monster or a beast, it was a small group of trees. The flowering group of cherry trees in the middle of nowhere. Let us rest, girls. I said that to the maids. We placed our luggage under one of the trees. I summoned the gear and prepared all guns. I don't want to trouble the poor maids with guarding the place. Their eyes were too shining when they saw the sakura's pink flowers and petals that I decided to guard them myself while they play around. Their activities somewhat resembled their personalities. Willow is the most cheerful of the 4, and she was running around and occasionally dived into piles of petals with childish laughter. Rin and Grace were walking around and picking up the flowers and petals. And sometimes were dropping them on each other's heads. Bennett, unlike the rest, was casually looking at the trees, and in the end she just sat under one of them and closed her eyes. Even in this grove we soon became somewhat wet and decided to stop fooling around and go forward. To protect ourselves from the rain we spread out the tent and used it as an improvised raincoat for the 5 of us. Scene change. The rain became weaker by the time we walked out of the grove, but we were still cold and wet. After we walked away from there a couple of kilometers, bad thing happened. Awoo! The wolves' cry came out of the grove. Soon the wolves started running out of there. A black and grey tide of beasts was looking like a flow of a river. I opened fire with all weaponry and started sortying preparations. Bang bang bang! Gunshots reached their targets almost without issues. Even if they missed their target, they will most likely hit a wolf nearby. Bang 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 bang! Boom! Dual 127mm guns are followed by 12 rifles. 2 large explosions and 12 shot beasts. Even with my improved firepower, that was not enough to keep the wolf tide away. They were coming closer and closer. After 2 minutes the first dive bombers were in the air, and with each moment more were lining up near the catapults. Rapid sortie techniques helped a lot. So did the rapid deployment at the start of the battle. Soon the battle started turning in our favor. After the fighters and bombers dropped their bombs, they started raining down machine gun fire while torpedo bombers were reloading for the next attack. While the planes were not attacking, my guns held the tide at some distance. Awoo! In the distance I saw a large wolf with white fur. It must be their leader. After the leader's arrival the other wolves became more agitated. I began to have trouble holding the tide back. And with every second the situation was becoming worse. I couldn't waste my time trying to hit the leader. Fly away! The fairies started to fly upwards to avoid the wolf swarm. For me their bites were nothing, they only were blocking the flight deck and guns. I will have to switch to a less efficient method. I sliced the wolves with the naginata. Even with my skills there were too many wolves to miss. I was swinging the weapon like crazy and was about to gain some ground to open the gunfire again. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! I gained enough time to sortie the bombers, and target the leader. The results were predictable. Volume 1 Chapter 42. The Land of Nature. After I finished the clean-up, the maids returned and we continued our way under the tent. As I was expecting, we didn't encounter any living people even when we walked for a couple more kilometers. I decided to hold the scouting flights to avoid weather losses, and now I can only rely on what I can find with my senses and luck. This week's luck looks to be the worst in my current life. I doubt that I ever encountered that much problems until now. This land is much more alive than what I saw back in the kingdom. This is not just a large plain with a huge forest several days away from the settlements. This is an actual landscape with both the fields and forests, integrated into each other. I don't get tired of being in the forest because I soon find a nice flat grassland, which has some trees nearby. When I was in the kingdom I soon began to ignore the nature around me. It was either a wild forest, or an artificial plain outside it. Here I started to enjoy being in the nature. I might take some saplings and make myself a beautiful garden on the 3rd level of my future palace. My thoughts were further strengthened after I saw a wooden bridge over a small river. Up the river was a pretty waterfall, and down in the river were playing colorful fishes. This natural beauty can make anyone forget about the hardships and threat they encounter. Bang! Right, Mr. Wolf? Scene change. The evening was coming closer to the sky. With the sky painted in scarlet I was thinking about setting up the camp, but in the end I decided to just follow the road a bit further. I realized that my bet was successful when I saw a torii gate by the road. They should lead to a temple. I hope the locals don't just march into the temples and don't slaughter the priests. They should have at least some level of a culture. Master, where are we going? For the maids it might be just a weird construction, but I know enough about Japanese culture to know that those should be related to a religion. And where is the religion? There are people. I didn't answer and just headed inside. The temple looks to be fine and is well maintained. I don't see any people around here, but my nose and ears tell me that someone is still alive and walking. Hey, is there anybody in here? I cried to the person. Out of a small building, most likely the priest's house, exited a girl. She is wearing the typical Miko outfit and awkwardly runs towards me. Greeting and welcome to our shrine, please, what tea this Miko can do for you? She hastily bowed down and rapidly said her greeting, almost as if she was doing her best not to forget what she should say. Don't be so fast, okay? Good, let's get down to business. We are wet and cold, can we rest somewhere? I pointed at the maids who immediately understood what I mean and demonstratively started to squeeze their clothes and hair. The Miko was conflicted. No doubt she has some issues with letting us rest here, but also she can't just let us go like that. Alright. Can you at least tell where we can go? I made my best I am a good and understanding person face and started gesturing her that we are alright, and if she doesn't want to let us in, then we will be going. Her reaction exceeded my expectations. Oh, poor girl started crying out of helplessness. Did I really corner her that much? I can really feel Rin's piercing cold gaze. When I tried stepping back to give her some personal space, she just clung to me and tried to stop me from going away. I can feel 3 more cold piercing gazes pointed at me. Even I can't handle that much. Think, damn you. Steve, you had girlfriends, what you normally did to make them calm down, aside from kissing and F***. I started using my head to its maximum in hopes of finding a proper answer to calm down a girl without making me look like a pervert. In the end I just hugged her and started tenderly whispering. Tshh, it's alright. Yes, calm down. You don't need to worry, okay? I already can feel how my kimono gets wet. Why do they still radiate this murderous gaze? After the Miko calmed down, she bowed down many more times and let us stay in her house until the morning. Volume 1 Chapter 43. The Land of Temples. The Miko let us sleep in her house, and the next morning, when we woke up, I decided to talk to her. When we walked around we only found burned villages. What happened? The guardian deity was angered by the people's foolishness and burned the daimyo's lands. He dared saying that the oracle about a traveler from the distant lands beyond the mist was false and that the temple's priests were saying nonsense. She said that and started crying again. So, the local god just burned everything because the landowner thought the priests were saying nonsense. What a nice and friendly guy he must be. After the Miko calmed down I asked about the traveler. Was there any description of the traveler? Yes. The traveler is a fox, blue eyes, white fur, and grey tips on the ears and tails. Sorry, Traveler-sama. When she started recalling what the oracle was about, she suddenly understood what happened and smiled apologetically. So, now what? I am sorry. She misunderstood what I meant and immediately prostrated. Miko-san, can you stop doing that and tell me what I should do? I tried to be gentle, but considering that I felt cold gazes, I sounded a bit sarcastic here. I just wonder how those 4 can understand anything just by my intonation. Why yes. Scene change. Retelling long speech of hiccups and crying. In short, I was summoned here by the local god to do something, and now I should go to the summit of a mountain and pray at the temple's altar. Sounds simple enough. The actual mountain steps climbing was much harder than it should sound. Even with my strong physical capabilities, that was hard. I climbed to the top only after 2 hours of constant jumping and climbing. And the Miko said that she does visit that altar every 3 days. When I arrived to the altar I clapped my hands and started praying, then everything went dark. Scene change. When I opened my eyes I was in a crazy place which surely rejects the existence of physics and logic. I am standing on the ground completely covered with sakura petals, the occasional grass and bushes also appear to be pink. There are many trees around me, but yes, they are all sakura. I hoped that in the background there will be something normal, but all that I found were flying mountains. Yes, flying mountains. Their tops were covered in the same pink trees and grass, but at least their bottoms had some green plants. From some of the mountains were coming waterfalls. The sky was even more unrealistic than what I saw before. It was looking as if it was painted with a brush. Even the sun was looking as if it was just painted. I can clearly see the clouds, but they are also painted. Around me I can see some structures, mostly torii gates and some small houses in the distance. I walked to the largest of the houses. Everything was beautifully placed, painted, or ornamented. Whoever lives here at least has some sort of an artistic inspiration for landscape planning. And also some pragmatic planning, because it was easy to get to any place from any part of their garden, as well as it was clear where one is going and to what house. I lightly knocked the paper wall of the large house and said, "Sorry for intrusion." After that I opened the door and entered. "Welcome, kid." A childlike voice responded to me. When I looked in front of me, I saw 2 figures. I am not that stupid as to provoke the gods, so I prostrated and said, "I am Fuji, I was summoned here." "Yes, I know. That is nice that you decided to pretend to be a good guest. Come here." The same childish voice answered. When I finally sat in front of the gods I was able to properly see them. To my left, on a large pile of pillows was a small child, sitting, lying or just doing whatever. She is even smaller than me. She has a brash expression and I can clearly see that she doesn't even consider me to be an equal. Her hair and eyes are brown and she is kitsune, with one tail rarely wagged from one side to another. To my right another person, she is sitting in seiza on a bamboo mat. She is surely an adult considering her well-formed deck superstructure. She is also a kitsune and has black hair with green eyes. Unlike the other fox, she just sits there and rarely spares me a glance. She shows the apathetic face. So, are you done with looking at us? The lowly fox showed a smug smile and poked the Oni-san's cheek with her finger. Yes. Let's get to the business. Well, considering how much you tried to get here, this majestic Akagi-sama lets you to choose what you want, kid. The lowly smiled at me and kept poking her companion who showed no change to her expression. I want to become a god. I said that to her with joking expression. Good for you, kid, now. Listen to what Akagi-sama says. The lowly smiled like a devil. Volume 1 Chapter 44. The Land of Gods. You can say whatever you want because your attempts at lying have no use. Got me. After the last phrase I gulped, this one is surely not going to be fooling around with me. Well, it's not like I can't try. Try your best, kid. Not going to help. Is she reading my thoughts? At least she can give me some answers as a compensation. Well, then can you answer my question? Let's learn something from her. Aira, go ahead. She leaned her head on the palm and smiled. What the hell was that fog? Aira, that fog wall? I don't actually know, just like you, Akagi-sama can only speculate. Are you ready? Well, it won't hurt. This Akagi-sama thinks that an unknown god, might be even this world's creator, made this fog wall to cover this continent from the outsiders. Both those who try to breach it from the outside and from the inside never return. The fog is an ancient illusion creation magic synthesis. It finds one's weaknesses and fears and turns them into their enemies. Even if you are brave and strong enough to breach the fog, you will never go back without a fight. So, you say that this fog never let anyone in and out? No, there were a couple of lucky people who made it. They are long forgotten. Nothing you should be concerned about. They either never dared coming back, or died on the way. And now you are the hostage here. Suddenly the lowly jumped onto me and pinned me down to the floor. Her face approached mine and she said. How funny, Akagi-sama is pleased. That was definitely a nice choice. I wonder what the hell she thinks, but after she said that she immediately returned to her pillow pile. She can't help me, great. What a waste of time. I know what you desire, kid. Everyone desires something and I am sure you are even more corrupt than what your companions think. I am not. Yes, yes. Alright, kid. Want to hear about your true self? Whatever this out-of-mind fox says, she is scarier with each passing moment. Don't pretend to be a saint, you are so sinful that some churches would condemn you as a successor to their worst devils. She kept wiggling around and saying nonsense. At least now I get why that daimyo thought of the oracle, that the gods are crazy. Let's see. You are a glutton, greedy and lazy. You are a prideful liar. Well, you are lucky. I guess even this Akagi-sama can say you are very lucky. At least you have some patience and kindness. And you are a damned virgin. Ha ha ha. Go to hell, I am not. You say that, but you already gathered a harem and yet you are not a virgin. She is playing with my nerves. At least I am not so childlike. Let's see what you have to tell me. Go cry in the corner. He. If you were to see this Akagi-sama's other instances, you would be crying in the corner. Don't you tell me that you can become an Oni-san with a nice superstructure. That is what this Akagi-sama tells you, kid. She said that and kept poking another fox girl. When I shifted my attention to that Oni-san, something connected within my brain. She has more tails. You know that. And the lowly just spread the tail, She surely has more than 3. She is my Amuto, with her 3 tails she is still a baby, just like you. The legal lowly kitsune showed her best smug face and kept poking her poor sister. Not that her sister showed any sign of dislike or annoyance. Well, Yuri-chan just likes my affection. Poor girl, I can feel how this smug fox can act on one's nerves. Something connected within my brain again. Hey, can I become Oni-san myself? No more will I have a child body. Sorry, kid, but you are way too young to learn such things. Wait until the 7th tale. I can feel the sympathy from the lowly. Let us get back to where we started from. Suddenly she clapped and changed topic. Well, in order to become a god you need to learn one thing. You will never become a god. Logic, where are you? Even this lucky Akagi-sama became a goddess only because she is a god's granddaughter. For you even the position of a local patron deity will be an impossible luck. But... So, you are of no help to me, correct? Then I should just return. All that I need to do is to defeat a couple more DDS on my way back. Well, you won't go back without my help, but at least I am going to watch your fail from here. Good luck. You know what, go to hell. I said that and immediately stood up and started walking towards where I came from. When you will change your mind, come and find me. Side Story 9. Forestry. The most recent quest my companions have found was to gather wood for the guild. Oh my, are we going to a forest? Should I go and buy us some supplies? It would be bad to work with an empty stomach. It's alright, Miss Delight. We already have some food. The female adventurer appears to be sure that what they have will be sufficient. While I am doubtful that their food supplies are in any way palatable, I have no way to change their mind. Even if I disagree, they have the right to choose their food. We boarded a carriage and the coachman drove us to the forest where the works will begin. For an unknown reason, the client wants us to gather only specific types of wood. I wonder if the wood we will gather is to be used as a fuel. The carriage was unsuspended, so the road was very unpleasant. I was even considering to walk. I did not have enough time to look around and enjoy the sights, so I plan to use the time we will have in the forest to its full. At long last we did arrive, and the adventurers grabbed the saws and axes and headed to the marked trees. Oh my, are these trees not too big for us? Perhaps we should find something less problematic. I may not be a lumberjack, but even I can tell that those trees are way too thick for us. The quest says we need to gather the wood from the marked trees, no other options. Even the adventurers were disheartened. Well, you did say that you require to gather the wood, not to cut down the trunks and carry them back. W. Boom. Scene change. The aftermath. The marked trees were blown to pieces by the shockwave and gas. The client had to accept the scrap wood because the quest mentioned wood, not the trunks. Always specify the result, our dear customer. Side Story 10. The other side. The last quest was somewhat a failure. Delight used her magic to blast the trees into pieces. We can expect less personal quests from the guild. We sent Delight to buy us some food and water and sat in the room to discuss what we will do. Our small party of a knight, a mage, and a rogue was not the strongest one in the country, but at least we were able to take the hard quests. We were always sure that we will be fine. We were always arrogant when it concerned other adventurers because we thought that we are stronger, and that we can easily take on even a dragon. Oh, how wrong we were. When I encountered a weird noble lady where a dragon was reported, I was surprised. We silently decided to guard her in hopes of having a nice pay for all our help. When we left her in the room and went to the forest, we were expecting that we will soon finish the quest and return. We only encountered a terrifying power that could obliterate an entire goblin town in a few hours. After that we understood that Delight is much, much stronger than we expected. Our simple desire to have some additional thank you money quickly turned into respect, and considering her innocent nature we sympathized her. We quickly became friends with her. And now she became an unofficial member of our party. Should we officially invite her to join us? Will she accept it? The mage was worried about it. We all were fine with the current state of our relations with her, but if we want to cooperate with her, we should hurry before the other adventurers recruit her. We were thinking about it when something happened outside. Boom in the distance. Volume 1 Chapter 45. Returning to the fog. All my life I lived with a motto: never expect gods to help you, but do everything yourself with a hope. After my meeting with a self-proclaimed goddess, I understood how right I was. She just summoned me out of nowhere, and now she says that she just doesn't know how to let me out of this damned fog. Not to mention her talk of you'll never become a god yourself. I will go back to that damned fog and show that damned goddess what I can do. When I returned from the mountain I was met by the maids. Master, have you achieved your goals? Rin was curious, and as always she was the first to ask the important question. No, we have nothing else to do here. Pack the possessions and let's go back to the coast. I was thinking about the Akagi's words that the fog never let anyone come back. While I am sure that it won't harm me, I am still worried about the fairies. I have no idea how strong they are and will they be alright if I fail. Let us follow you, either we all go back, or die trying. Grace was not too optimistic about our chances, but at least she is with me. I can clearly see how Willow and Bennett paled. They are not the type who enjoys fighting. I will have to make a choice, to let the maids follow me or to keep them safe. While I was considering both options, the Maiko came to our group. Traveler Sama, W, where are you going? W was the temple and not to your L liking. She was trembling with worry just from seeing me gathering my things. Maiko-san, can I ask you a favor? Why yes. Please, look after my companions while I am gone. I will go and put an end to the fog. After my words the Maiko fainted. I left her to the maids and headed where the coast should be. After I will be far away I'll launch scouts to confirm the exact location. Yes, that is a good plan. I heard some talking amongst the maids but it is not my concern. On the way I found a couple of abandoned villages and camps but nothing worth my time, so I rushed towards the coast where I sent the carrier. Scene change. The way to the fog was uneventful and calm, the seas were serene and the weather showed no signs of any storm approaching. When the fog wall appeared on the horizon I prepared all aircraft for sortie and loaded all guns. The fog and its horrors shall not win against me, as always, I will prevail. With an inspiring self-motivation speech I steamed into the fog. The next few hours were peaceful but I was prepared to fight any moment. The aircraft groups were in semi-prepared state. All planes were fueled and had machine guns armed. 6 groups were on the deck and fully equipped for their respective tasks, the rest of the aircraft were lined up in the hangar, near the lifts. When the time comes, I will lift them to the flight deck and then arm them before their sortie. The guns had their primary ammo restocked. For the main gun I chose He shells to damage the enemy destroyers in case they dare approaching. The rifles were just there to add firepower and fight against aircraft. This time my radar was working properly, which allowed me to spot something unusual in 10 kilometers to my port side. I immediately fired ranging shots and the anomaly quickly started evasive maneuvers. The 2 unknown ships started to increase the distance. In case I was a destroyer or a cruiser, they would be successful. Vroom. However, my dive bombers were going to disagree with their respective decision. Show them, boys. When I heard pinging sound I was ready to take actions. The issue was that the enemy launched fast torpedoes and they were closing in too fast for my rudder. Unlike a battleship in a certain movie, I can't just drop my anchor and have my fat corpse turned like a rubber duck in a bath. Well, I still can drop the anchor to have it torn the F** off. The steering systems managed to turn the ship fast enough to avoid the torpedoes, but I was having another issue. While the planes were idling, a cruiser approached from my starboard and it was surely not a lightly armed one. My shots were only doing minor damage to its armor. I may have evaded its first ranging shots and some of his glancing shots, but something tells me this bastard will make me very disappointed in my choice of a route. The heavy cruiser started raising its guns after the reload and was about to fire. Kaboom! Something exploded inside the cruiser and the entire ship was torn apart. I heard a radio chatter. Fuji, this is Yamato, the fleet is heading towards you, await their approach and take the place of the flagship. A low male voice of a seasoned captain transmitted me the information. Soon, I saw the battleship's mast in the distance. Volume 1 Chapter 46. The Triumph for a Sea Battle. I have an entire fleet at my command. 11 battleships and battlecruisers, 10 heavy cruisers, 6 light cruisers and 46 destroyers. Whatever dares coming at me will be reduced to ashes. I decided to spend my time wisely and scouted everything I could. My decision proved itself when I actually discovered the enemy fleet. They are greatly outnumbered and outgunned by my fleet. I am confident in the victory. The enemy tried to recon us as well, and considering that there are unknown aircraft far away from any land, now I at least know they have their own carriers. I intercepted all of their scouts before they found my fleet. With my better preparations I can give my battleships targeting coordinates. If everything goes well, soon the enemy will be defeated. All of my battleships fired at their maximum range but only dealt minor damage to an enemy battleship. While they were reloading I sent my first wave of attack aircraft. Soon they were intercepted by the enemy. Hostile fighters engaged my A-5N in a dogfight while the bombers continued without any escort. While my fighters were chewed by more advanced F-4FS, attack groups managed to approach their target. Torpedo bombers approached a heavy cruiser and despite its desperate firing they managed to drop their payload. The enemy ship was damaged but remained afloat. It was the time for the dive bombers. The dive bombers were met with a wall of fire from the nearby ships. I lost most of them and neither of their bombs hit. I will have to wait until my aircraft groups are replenished. While my fighters were out of the fight, the enemy carriers launched their own attack waves. I saw how my battlecruiser exploded and fell apart after several direct hits from the enemy dive bombers. The next wave of dive bombers crippled one of the dreadnoughts, which soon started to sink. Another dreadnought got hit by a torpedo and started turning in circles. The enemy attack aircrafts began swarming there. The dreadnought and its escorts shot down most of the enemy dive bombers, but the ship got several hits and lost its speed. The gunfire from our battleships and heavy cruisers did minor damage to the enemy, but that was not enough to avenge the loss of 2 heavy ships. My torpedo bombers had to do the second sortie without any escort. Enemy fighters barely found them and had no way to attack them due to how low the bombers were. When my beaten bombers found an enemy warship, they were met with a wall of AA fire and were shot down without any torpedoes hitting the ship. Scene change. Another Allied battleship was hit by an enemy shell and started listing. The following attacks sunk another battleship and 2 heavy cruisers of its escort. I continue losing ships without being able to fight back. To counter the enemy supremacy, I sent Yamato forward. While I looked from the ship's bridge, I discovered a number of interesting things. First, I was escorted by IJ and Yukikaze, the one that is lucky. I can even feel how our luck conflicts. I think that when 2 problems get together, they create a magnet for disasters. At least that's what the current situation tells me. The second observation was that the fog did not go away or disappear, but it became very thin in the area of battle, as if it was just a foggy weather in real life. The combat area was surrounded by an impregnable wall of fog. While the big guns were doing their own battle, the light ships of each side closed to the torpedo launching distance, and the engagement between the battleships soon shifted into the naval dogfight. After some time I decided to scout the last known positions of the enemy, but discovered nothing. The enemy slipped away without us knowing. With every second the initiative was slipping away from us. As the battle kept going, I launched my new dive bombers, which attacked a heavy cruiser which slipped through the defenses and crippled it. All I can do is to wait until the next wave of attack aircraft will be ready. One of the previously hit heavy cruisers was trying to fall back when another wave of enemy torpedo bombers found it. The few destroyers of its escort will be an insignificant deterrence. The cruiser was hit by 2 torpedoes and was struggling for its life. The bow soon started rising from the water. The ship's crew barely saved her from sinking. Soon the fleets disengaged and we started preparing for the second round. Scene change. Fuji lost 1 battlecruiser, 2 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers and 8 destroyers. The enemy lost 4 destroyers and about 50 aircraft. Volume 1 Chapter 47. Banging against a steel wall. We may have lost the first engagement, but I am still confident in the possibility of a victory. A few hours after the fight ended, we prepared for the next fight. The water was pumped out of the broken hull sections, the guns were cleaned and repaired. The crews rested and were ready for the next round. I failed to discover the enemy's new positions, and that was already a bad omen. My battleships found a silhouette and fired at it. The ranging shots were not very accurate, but somehow one of the shots hit something. The rapid deployment aircraft were already on their way to the enemy ships. When the attack group was intercepted by a patrol, they managed to break through without losing too much time, and the next engagement with an actual fighter force turned into a dogfight where my old A5NS managed to overwhelm the enemy aircrafts and win. For the cost of losing most of the torpedo bombers, I managed to hit an enemy battleship and make it slow down. That was enough to let the dive bombers suicide dive at the ship and deal additional damage to its weaponry. Meanwhile, the gunfight between the battleships continued. One of the enemy shells hit my battleship and it started smoking. They reported heavy damage and taking in a lot of water. I am about to lose another ship. The enemy bombers tried engaging my formation and the fighters tried to stop them. Another fight began, and while the fighters were busy, the bombers continued on course. The enemy torpedo bombers attacked the previously damaged battleship. Their attack was enough to make their situation unsalvageable. The dive bombers changed the attack target, and while they took a lot of losses, they crippled one more of my battleships. Another group of enemy dive bombers finished off the poor wreck of a battleship, but the damage they took while they attacked it and the escorting light cruiser was enough to consider them shot down. The third group of the enemy bombers had no protection and was intercepted. The enemy dive bombers were shot down, but during their destruction, the torpedo bombers managed to sneak away. And they sunk a light cruiser in the process. While there was a small break between the bombers taking off, I sent a scouting group which gave me a great insight about the enemy position. That was a nice compensation for the lost initiative. Another wave of attack aircraft crippled a battleship, but they paid the price for that. The enemy had only a few aircraft return from that attack. The fleeing attackers were about to be intercepted when I saw another wave incoming. The new group was about to be turned into nothing. My own counterattack was reinforced with the brave New World airstrike. The enemy fighters were forced to retreat and my attack armada proceeded to the enemy main fleet. With a lot of casualties of B-4Y torpedo bombers, I sunk an enemy heavy cruiser that harassed me for a long time. And then they managed to break through the remaining destroyers to attack the enemy carriers. I discovered that there are 3 of them. One of them got 2 torpedoes and a lot of bombs. That was not enough to take it down, which surprised me a lot. The carriers were under attack by my BNW strike. Another carrier was hit with a lot of torpedoes and started listing. At least they are no longer able to launch planes. Especially after the successful D3A bombing. The enemy carrier is barely afloat after this run. Soon the skies turned grey and a storm began. In such weather it was impossible to properly scout the enemy positions. Under a heavy fire from enemy battleships, I lost a heavy cruiser and a light cruiser. The enemy aerial attacks were intercepted, but no bombers were shot down. They attacked my escorts and sunk a light cruiser. I also received a minor damage to my flight deck. Their friends sunk a heavy cruiser and I saw that there might be one less light cruiser. The fight started to yield some results. Under Allied fire, an enemy battleship was heavily damaged and soon sunk from a torpedo launched by one of the light cruisers. And after a couple of attack runs from my aviation, another battleship was listing to its side. Under heavy shell bombardment, an enemy heavy cruiser was burning like a gas-drenched candle. I sent in my attack aircraft to finish its miserable existence. Only one group of torpedo bombers attacked it, but that was enough to break it in halves. The rest of the aircraft went to sink another heavy cruiser. After a battleship hit one of the heavy cruisers, I saw a smoke which was followed by a number of bright flashes. Several seconds after that, its gun turrets started landing into the water around the ship. The similar fate happened to 2 more heavy cruisers when their ammo stowages were hit by dive bombers. The final casualty of this engagement was a poor dreadnought which already suffered a lot of damage and got hit by a barrage of shells before going underwater. The second engagement ended with another miserable fail. Scene change. Fuji lost 4 battleships, 5 heavy cruisers, 4 light cruisers and 15 destroyers. The enemy lost 1 battleship, 1 carrier lost its ability to attack, 3 heavy cruisers and 3 destroyers. Volume 1 Chapter 48. The Another First Step. The second engagement was the moment when I was still able to come back after the defeat, but now that the majority of the fleet is on the bottom of the ocean, even a miracle will not save me. I had times more ships than the enemy and yet I failed to do anything. Their hulls handled our shells as if they were peas while our hulls were burning without any issue. Even the best of my strategies were met with an inaccurate fire and weak shells. That is what the true despair looks like. Of the remaining ships, 3 were battlecruisers, and of the battleships only Yamato survived the encounters. With 3 cruisers left and a bunch of destroyers, I have no screening to protect me against the pursuing enemy. It is time to turn back and retreat. I can clearly see what I look like in the mirror. My ears are down and the fluffy tails look like they were wet and tied to my legs. I am but a shadow of myself when I tried defying the gods. Splash! The first ranging shots started landing within the formation. Kaboom! Boom boom boom! Yamato and the battlecruisers returned fire, but none of their shells hit. I prepared to launch the aircraft for the final fight. I doubt that there will be the 4th engagement. The leading battlecruiser was hit and started turning to let the others take its place. 2 already damaged and burned light cruisers were left with a few destroyers to slow down the enemy pursuit. I never heard from them again. One after another, the ships were left to slow the enemy down until only I and Yamato remained. And considering that I can go 3 knots faster. To hell with it, at least it is a nice target which can draw their fire. I will have less priority while I am near the battleship. When I finally reached the fog's edge, I passed through it like nothing happened, but Yamato turned and went towards the enemy. I decided to not follow their battle rush and continued on course. Soon the guns went silent. Scene change. I may not be the bravest of all people, but this was too much for me. I barely escaped with minor damage. I kept steaming towards the coast. I have lost almost all of the flights and had no reserves. That is why when an unknown sea monster something showed up on the sonar, I was not capable of properly killing it. At least I still have my main guns. The ranging shots were inaccurate, so I adjusted the sights, but considering how much the monster swims, I can't properly aim at it while it is far away. When it stopped its chaotic movements, the results did not make me wait. the beast's cry of pain proved that the smoke clouds on its back were indeed the explosions. The enraged animal rushed at me in a straight line and I started peppering it with rifle shots which also did minor bleeding wounds to it. However, that was not enough to stop its advance and it was getting too close for my comfort. Bang! With another hit it started slowing down, one more should be enough. Bang! I decided to steam faster before more of them show up. Which did happen. Bang! Bang bang! Scene change. After I breached their blockade I safely returned to the coast and swiftly moved towards the temple where I left my mates. I yearned for the healing thighs and warm hands, especially after all the asterisk that happened. Finally I found the temple and the healing mates which immediately and without the unnecessary questions started fluffing me. While I was looking around with the glassed eyes I focused on a shadow near the edge of the Miko's house. A weird shadow that was staring at me and when I turned my head there, they hid behind the building. Under the skillful fluffing I fell asleep and when I woke up I was under a blanket inside the house. Tea Traveler Sama, W would you, L like some tea. The first person to greet me was the Miko. When I looked at her she immediately averted her eyes and blushed. A few seconds after, she just placed a tray with the tea on a table and walked out of the room with fast steps. While it was interesting to find out what happened I decided to pay a visit first. Scene change. Nice seeing you come back in one piece. Have you suddenly changed your mind? She immediately started with mocking me. Volume 1 Chapter 49. The Gods and Their Answers. I sat down in a Japanese-styled room. In front of me was Akagi the goddess. So, how was your little trip? She began asking stupid questions. Don't you know that yourself? If you are a goddess you should already know everything, right? You mistake me for the creator gods. I am not among the high gods. Just a small fry. You can think that this is funny but even like that there are few gods who would dare provoking me. You better not to test my patience, kid. So, will you answer, kid? She continued with the same question. Scene change. After I explained what happened she smiled and started laughing. You expected that you can just brute force your way? Now I get why you lost, ha ha ha. She continued mocking me. I wonder if you can explain it to me. You really look like you know more than you tell. Impudent child, don't you think that after you refused to listen to me I would suddenly tell you everything? Nah, don't want to. She waved her hand at me and fell down into the pillows. With her tail she grabbed a grape from a large bowl and started to eat the grapes. I sat silently and waited until she will be ready to talk again. Akagi soon decided to stop doing this protest and rose from the pillows. Something tells me that you just pretend to know a lot but instead you are just bluffing. Let's trigger her to tell me everything. You think that this Akagi-sama will be tolerating you forever? Akagi-sama should just remind you to whom you are talking. She created a little blue fox fire on her palm. She blew on it. And instead of a puny spark I saw a torrent of blue fire around me. I can feel the scorching heat coming from my sides. She just split the devastating flame with her finger, and that finger was the only thing that saved me from the death. Judging by your expression you understood your place. Shall we continue? She was uninterested in what happened and just asked. Of course now I have no chance to talk back. After I nodded the head she continued. You don't get what this fog is, right? As I already said this is an ancient magic and even I have no idea how it works. And I said that there is a way through it. She lied on her side and started eating grapes. Instead of answering she waited for my question. Fine, how can I do this? Do what? Is she just fooling around? How can I get through the fog? Now she should at least answer something. You forgot why you are here, that is the only answer you'd require from me. She gave another ambiguous answer and returned to eating. Oh, great goddess Akagi-sama, please give this mortal your majestic favor and tell what I should do. I am done waiting, if you want it so much then here is my plea. You think that I just refused to answer because of mischief? No, this is something you should find yourself, without my help. The fog is a test if one can make the correct decisions. Then I failed to command the fleet like I was supposed to. In response Akagi facepalmed and answered. You are too stupid to even try answering you. She was already getting tired of this talk and I fear that she will just stop answering anything. Go outside and let me think, kid. She was already tired of the talk and decided to have some time in silence. Scene change. I walked out of the house, through the opening between its walls where were the burnt remnants of the front wall. I started wandering around the garden and watching the weird surroundings. While I had some time I started combing my hair and the tails. The volume of the hair soon was returned to normal and I continued wandering around aimlessly. After I walked around the garden I decided to head back to the house. What I discovered was very weird. Akagi was fluffing her sister Yuri. Yuri was lying on Akagi's lap and rubbing her head against the stomach as if she was a small kitten. I can even see how Yuri wiggles her tails from pleasure. Something is wrong, kid. Akagi raised her head and looked at me. Did you want to join my sister? Her question was not part of her mocking, she asked me as if she was my big sister who wanted to spoil me. Sorry, I disturbed you. I decided not to trust myself to her and went back into the garden. They took some time to cuddle and when they were done Yuri came to me and told to go to Akagi. Fine, let's get back to where we stopped. It is of no use to let you think, you are too slow. She abstained from beating around the bush and by the looks of it decided to tell me what I should know. Volume 1 Chapter 50. A Truth Between the Lines. I corrected my sitting posture and prepared to listen. While I still have a lot of reasons to distrust the goddess, I still am a hostage to her whims and all I can do is to hope that now she will finally tell me the truth. Come here, kid. Normally she tried to look dignified but now she just said that with some detachment from the reality. I even thought that a melancholy got her for a moment. There is no deep meaning in this. You are a dumb child who needs to be taught everything. And if you will be closer it will be easier for me to smack you when you keep acting like an imbecile. Okay. She just gave up trying to make me think and resorted to violence. Well, sorry, I am not an omnipotent someone who can guess everything just like Smack-Och. Even if I tried explaining myself she just hit me. Listen, kid, you don't get anything so let me be honest. You are a complete idiot. You either brute force your way through, or just try to use your insolence to make the others go out of your way. Even this Akagi-sama thinks you are on the brink of no return. What the hell she means? Smack. As I said, you should try to reflect on your actions and see what you did wrong. You had some time to think, your answer. Akagi was sitting in front of me, she went down from the pillows and now we are on the same level, I can see that I am slightly higher. After her meaningful look I answered. I should have taken my mates with me? Like friendship, more people, help. Smack. While previously Akagi hit me with her fan, now she hit the top of my head with her little fist. By looking at her one could think that she is fragile and can't even hurt a fly. It hurts. She almost crushed my skull with that hit. When I managed to lift my head and look at her with teary eyes, I didn't find a child. Instead there was a figure of a beautiful lady which radiated majesty and strength. Not to mention that she was much more gifted than me. Listen, child, for I am tired of this. Her deep and strong voice made me shiver in awe. This is what you'd expect from a goddess, not that little brat. Smack. Impudent filth, who let you think badly of my appearance? Now I was not only in awe but also in fear. KHM. Akagi-sama thinks you understood my position. Suddenly she turned back into her childlike image. I was still too terrified of her previous actions to raise any voice and obediently sat and was ready to listen. You were a human, and now you have to act as somebody else. That is your problem. Her answers keep being unconnected, as her actions. Akagi-sama, why is that my problem? Please don't smack, please don't smack, please don't smack. You are no longer you. What a brilliant answer, I am no longer I. Thank you, that explains a lot. Smack. Now that your puny brain started working, let me explain the rest. You were a human and had you personality, then an idiot reincarnated you here as a kitsune, whose personality is completely different from your normal. And also the idiot god forced you to act as that person while you know nothing, which made you do stupid things to which you grew accustomed. Clanging of the brain cogs. Smacking of the part of the head above those brain cogs. Incomprehensible shouting and whine. After I calmed down and stopped crying I looked at Akagi and waited for her to continue. Should I hit you again to make your thought process faster? After I fervently shook the head the goddess continued. You are no longer a human and you had to change your lifestyle. The changes were to the worse and now you are a prideful sloth. You don't try to use your brain to think and either follow the flow or make use of your brute force. You can't win against the fog until you understand what you did wrong. And suddenly you know how to fight with the fog when previously you said you know nothing. Smack. It was naive to think that you will be thinking by yourself. I acknowledge that mistake. That is why I now sit here and teach you. Akagi-sama wastes her precious time to babysit you and yet you still refuse to listen properly. My grumbling was silenced by her words. I am so touched, Yudo, never mind. One day you will have to make the decision, whether to stay like that and remain a d*bag, or to try and change yourself to completely embrace one of the sides. You can't pass the fog without understanding this. Now get out of my sight and don't come back until you understand that. She dismissed me and stood up. She summoned a torii gate out of nowhere and disappeared through it. Will I have to throw myself at the wall until I realize what she meant with that nonsense? With that thought I returned from the god's realm.